Chapter 296, C301 Interrogation. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of now, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Waving hand insert slap gifs here, most likes wins waving hand. Trophy yesterday's GIF winner, S. Wolfie Trophy. Upon arriving on Ego's planet, Peter and the Guardians were amazed by the psychedelic landscape. Ego's planet resembled a fantasy world with majestic waterfalls, towering cliffs, rushing crystal-clear rivers, lush flora and fauna of all colors, and species of animals and bugs which the Guardians have never seen before. Insert picture of Ego's planet here.
It's so beautiful.
Drax muttered in awe. Everyone else nodded, with a similar awestruck look on their faces.
Ego may be an egotistical maniac hellbent on universal domination, but at least the guy has good taste.
Peter thought as every aspect of this planet was sculpted by Ego himself. As they grew closer and closer to Ego's palace, which appeared to be made of some sort of bronze metal and green crystal, Peter was starting to wonder whether he should somehow preserve this planet.
Ego obviously has to go, but the planet itself would make a good vacation spot to bring the family.
Peter thought. He couldn't help but imagine waking up with MJ and watching the sun rise over the extraordinary scenery.
Welcome, everyone, to my world.
Ego says with open arms as the ship landed at the front of his palace.
Wow, you have your own planet.
Quill asked as he expected some sort of home world with a bunch of other aliens present. As they stepped out of the ship, Ego smirked as he seemed to enjoy his son's shock.
Come on, it's no larger than your Earth's moon.
Ego gives a minor brag.
Humility.
Drax mutters with an approving nod.
I like it. I'm extraordinarily humble as well.
What race are you again?
Peter starts asking some questions in order to get the ball rolling.
I'm what's called a celestial.
Ego answers proudly, though he sounded narcissistic from Peter's perspective.
A celestial like a god.
Rocket scoffs in disbelief.
I am Groot.
Groot didn't seem to believe him either.
Believe what you will, though it's a small g, at least on the days that I feel as humble as Drax.
Ego joked as he escorted them into the palace, where a large screen awaited them.
I don't know where I came from exactly. The first thing I remember is flickering.
Instantly, the screen lit up and showed the image of a giant brain floating in the darkness of space. The only light was the distant stars and the blue energy that the brain illuminated into the surroundings.
Adrift in the cosmos, utterly and entirely alone. Over millions of years, I learned to control the molecules around me.
As he spoke, the image changed, showing an entire planet growing around the brain into what it is today.
I grew smarter and stronger, and I continued building from there. Layer by layer into the very planet you walk on now, but I wanted more, I desired.
Once again, the images on the television changed, showing a man matching Ego's current appearance standing in a field.
I thought there must be some life out there in the universe besides just me, and so I set myself the task of finding it. I created what I imagined biological life to be like, down to the most minute detail. Did you make a penis?
Drax blurted out his question without a second thought.
Dude!
Quill snapped his head to the side with a look of disgust. After all, no man or woman wants to think of their father's member.
What is wrong with you?
Gamora asked as she unintentionally thought of her own father's private parts. Thanos has to be packing some serious heat though. I mean, come on.
If he is a planet, how could he make a baby with your mother? He would demolish her.
Drax argues as he didn't understand why they were upset.
I don't need to hear how my parents.
Quill reluctantly argues back.
Why? My father would tell the story of how he impregnated my mother every winter solstice.
Drax reveals without shame.
That's disgusting.
Peter mutters.
It was beautiful. You Earthers have odd boundaries.
Drax looks between Peter and Quill in both confusion and pity.
Yeah, it's us who are the weird ones.
Peter scoffs.
I am Groot.
Groot shook his head from his place on Peter's shoulder. Ever since he shrunk down to his current size, Groot has stuck close to Peter. Whether for safety reasons or whatever, he seemed to grow accustomed to riding on his captain's shoulder. Though Peter didn't mind.
Yes, Drax, I made a penis.
Ego admitted in amusement.
Huh.
Drax laughed as he pointed at both Peter and Quill.
I told you so. We never said you were wrong.
Quill slaps his palm against his forehead in exasperation.
We just didn't want to hear about it. It's not half bad.
Ego continued with a confident smirk.
Did your dad just brag about his D***CK?
Peter whispered to Quill. Quill seemed to deflate in defeat. He only hoped that remaining silent would stop the current conversation from continuing.
I've also got pain receptors, a digestive system, and all of the other accompanying junk. I wanted to experience what it truly meant to be human as I set out amongst the stars.
The images changed again, showing planet after planet, filled with all sorts of alien creatures and peoples. Quill asks curiously. Instantly, the image on the screen shifted into Ego standing alongside a beautiful blonde-haired woman. Quill was instantly enamored with the image, as it has been a long time since he saw his mother. Before this, he could barely remember what she looked like. Only the songs on his Walkman could remind him of his loving mother, and even then it was still impossible to picture her fully.
Not long after, it was with Meredith that I first experienced love. I called her my river lily, and from that love I have you.
Ego turned to Quill and smiled warmly.
I have searched for you for so long, and when I heard the news of the great Star-Lord Peter Quill, I knew you must be the son of the woman I loved. If you loved her, why did you leave her?
Quill asked, eliciting a frown from his father. But before Ego could speak, Peter cut into the conversation.
I'll give you one better.
Peter spoke and all eyes turned his way.
If you loved his mother so much, then how could you not know that she had cancer?
Quill's eyes went wide as he turned to his father, questioningly. Ego didn't know what to say.
After all, you made this entire planet and all of its inhabitants, not to mention the body your consciousness currently inhabits, yet you didn't check to see if the love of your life had any ailments that needed curing.
Peter asked incredulously, though he spoke from experience. As soon as he had the money and resources, Peter was sure to test his family and friends for all types of ailments, diseases, and disabilities. He wanted to spend a long life with them, so it was crucial to make sure they could accompany him the whole way. Immediately, all eyes turned back to Ego, awaiting his answer.
I didn't think of that.
Ego stuttered out his makeshift excuse. It was the best he could do, as he couldn't admit to what really happened.
Maybe you didn't love my mother as much as you claim.
Quill watched his father in suspicion.
Peter Quill.
Ego sounded heartbroken, though nobody was buying it.
Listen, I'd love to believe all of this, I really would. But you left the most wonderful woman ever to die alone, while everyone around her thought you were just a delusion.
Quill started to get heated.
I didn't want to leave your mother, Peter Quill. If I don't return regularly to my planet and the light within it, then this form will wither and perish.
Ego explained.
How long does it take to get to Earth from here? How long?
Quill repeated his captain's question.
It can't be more than a few days, with how fast that ship of his is.
Peter adds as their ship still hasn't arrived yet.
So why didn't you come back? Why send Yondu, a criminal of all people, to come and fetch me?
Quill asks though that wasn't all.
Actually, how haven't I met you? I grew up without a father around, so you purposely stayed away, didn't you? I loved your mother, Peter. I couldn't stand to set foot on an Earth where she wasn't living. You can't imagine what that's like.
Ego starts shouting back.
I know exactly what that feels like. I had to watch her die.
Quill screamed at the top of his lungs. As the argument seemed to pause for a moment, Peter found the perfect opportunity to poke yet another hole in Ego's story.
How did you know she was dead?
Peter asked pointedly.
What?
Ego asked, hoping to buy time to come up with an answer.
I said, how did you know that your sweet little river lily was dead?
Peter repeats his question with a bit more emphasis this time.
After all, you abandoned the family that you claimed to love. You weren't there, so how did you know?
Chapter 297, C302, insert cool title here. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of now, the Patreon is 4 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Peach insert butt gifs here, most likes wins Peach AN, in honor of yesterday's winner smirking face. Trophy yesterday's GIF winner S, Boni of MYSW Ord Trophy.
After all, you abandoned the family that you claimed to love. You weren't there, so how did you know?
Peter's words seemed to strike a major nerve in Quill's father. Though instead of shouting, attacking, or even refuting Peter's claims, Ego reined himself in and turned to his son.
Over the millions and millions of years of my existence, I've made many mistakes.
He says as he steps forward and grabs Quill by the hands. As soon as their hands met, Quill's eyes went wide as they glazed over with the image of a starry night sky.
Please give me the chance to be the father that your mother would have wanted me to be. There's so much that I need to teach you about this planet and the light within. They are a part of you, Peter. What do you mean? What's happening?
Quill asked in awe of what he was seeing. Sort of like a dumbed-down version of the
Open your mind.
thing that Peter went through. Quill's sight was thrown across the universe and into infinity and beyond. A.N. Buzz Lightyear.
Hey, what are you doing to him?
Gamora exclaimed as she drew her knives and stepped forward. And she wasn't the only one. Everyone drew their weapons and were just about to pounce on Ego, but before they could,
Don't interfere.
Peter spoke up.
But
Surprisingly, Rocket was the first to object, as he glanced worriedly at Quill, who looked like a zombie at the moment.
just wait a minute.
Peter tried to sound reassuring, though they still looked antsy about the whole situation.
I'll interfere if it gets out of hand, but for now let's just watch. Come on, help Quill activate his powers already.
Peter thought impatiently. As they heeded Peter's words, Ego took the opportunity he was given and got right back to work.
Now you need to readjust the way you process life. Everything around us, including your friends, are temporary, only we are forever.
Ego explains as he gives the Guardians a sideways glare. The crew glares back as they wait for Peter to say the word so they can attack. Meanwhile, Mantis stood off to the side without a clue as to what she should be doing.
I told you how all those years ago I had an unceasing impulse to find life. But what I did not tell you was that, when I finally did find it, it was all so.
Quill repeated back in his dazed state with the infinity of space still flashing over his eyes. Instantly, the monitor in front of them changed again, showing planet after planet alongside the image of Ego planting a large glowing seed.
I call it the expansion. It is my purpose and now it is yours as well. Over thousands of years, I implanted extensions of myself on countless worlds. I need to fulfill life's one true purpose, to grow and spread, covering all that exists until everything is.
Ego ended his villainous monologue with a bit of excitement.
This nut job is seriously insane, huh?
Rocket comments as he took aim at Quill's father.
I am Groot.
Groot agreed as his tiny vines began whipping around threateningly.
Are you sure we shouldn't do something?
Gamora asks worriedly.
No, we wait.
Peter shook his head. As he wasn't a Celestial yet, Peter didn't know how to activate or train Quill's powers, so he thought it best to let his dad give him a helping hand before his timely death.
I only had a single problem. One Celestial doesn't have enough power for such an enterprise, but 2 Celestials.
Ego looked toward his son with hope-filled eyes as he reached out.
Here, hold your hands like this. Now, close your eyes and concentrate.
As Quill complied with his father's words, he felt an odd sensation in his body.
Take your mind to the center of this planet.
Though he was still in a bit of a fog, Quill continued to comply as the image of a giant brain inside what appeared to be a cave flickered into his mind.
Yes.
Ego exclaimed in joy as he watched a ball of blue energy appear between Quill's outstretched hands.
Whoa!
Quill muttered in shock as he felt the energy in his hands, which partially broke him from his foggy state of mind. Even the Guardians were shocked, as Quill never showed any sort of energy-related powers before today.
Out of all my labors, the most annoying was attempting to graft my DNA with that of another species. I hoped the result of such a coupling would be enough to power the expansion. I even had Yondu deliver them to me.
In all of his excitement, Ego seemed to forget that he needed to lie and started to blabber as most bad guys tend to do.
It broke the Ravager code, but I compensated him generously, and to ease his conscience, I said I'd never hurt them. I mean, that was true, they never felt a thing. But one after the other they failed me. Not one of them carried the celestial genes. Until you, my son, out of all my progeny, only you carried the connection to the light. Wait!
Peter wondered as he put the pieces together, based on Ego's words this far.
It's times like this that I wish I watched the Marvel movies multiple times.
Ego's words replayed in Peter's mind. Peter thought, as he now needs to keep Ego alive somehow if he wants Quill to keep his powers. As Peter was thinking to himself, Ego seemed to grow even more excited, spreading his arms wide with a wide smile on his face.
For the first time in my existence, I am not alone.
Ego shouted like a madman as he noticed a frown on his son's face.
What's the matter, Peter Quill? My friends.
Quill muttered as he turned to look toward the Guardians, his mind still partially clouded.
You see, that's the mortal in you.
Ego grabs his son by the head and forces him to look at him, face to face.
We are beyond such things. Now,
Ego turned to Peter and the Guardians, ready to make quick work of them.
but my mother,
Quill asked as his face began to harden.
you said you loved her. I did, my river lily who knew all the words to every song that came over the radio. She was a sight to behold.
Ego said with a far-off reminiscent look in his eyes.
I returned to Earth to see her 3 times, and I knew that if I returned a 4th, then I'd never leave.
Soon enough, that far-off look resembling a mourning man looking back on his long-lost love disappeared, and a resigned, almost uncaring expression took its place.
The expansion.
Ego said as a melancholy frown flashed onto his face for a brief moment.
But it truly broke my heart to put that tumor in her head.
Quill sobered up in an instant as his eyes returned to normal. The murderous look he sent his father would send lesser men fleeing in fear.
Now, all right.
Ego holds up his hands, as he knew that was something he shouldn't have revealed.
I know that sounds bad.
Pew 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 pew.
Haha, are we finally shooting?
Rocket yelled happily as he pumped his large cannon-like blaster and joined Quill. Though when the shooting died down,
Who?
Ego muttered in shock, though he soon snapped out of it.
Who in the hell do you think you are? You killed MY mother.
Quill yelled in a furious rage as the Guardians formed up behind him, ready for battle. Of course, Peter didn't stop them this time. He already got what he wanted.
You know, I tried so hard to find the form that best suited you.
Ego says as he heals himself in a matter of seconds. Peter rolls his eyes at Ego's behavior.
Don't act like you're the victim. I wanted to do this together.
Ego laments as he sends his son a deadly glare.
But I suppose you'll have to learn by spending the next 1,000 years as a battery.
Without hesitation or sympathy for his own son, Ego whips a hand forward and shoots out a tentacle of blue energy, aimed right at Quill's chest. Quill and the Guardians saw the attack coming, but none of them were fast enough to do anything about it. Except,
Only one person is allowed to beat my vice captain, and that's his daddy.
Peter says with a smirk under his mask.
And since Yondu ain't here right now, I'll have to whoop your *S in his place.
Chapter 298, C303 Fighting a Planet. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of now, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Violin insert musical artist gifts here, most likes wins guitar. Trophy yesterday's GIF winner S. Kingura 10 trophy.
Only one person is allowed to beat my vice captain, and that's his daddy.
Peter says with a smirk under his mask.
And Yondu ain't here right now, so I'll have to whoop your *S in his place.
Upon hearing Peter's challenging words, Ego's face hardened as he looked his opponent up and down.
Kid, just because you could go toe-to-toe with the Mad Titan doesn't mean you can fight me.
Ego scoffed incredulously.
I'm on a whole other level compared to that purple annoyance. I am a G. Yeah, we get it, you're a god. How can I kill a god?
Peter interrupted her sarcastically as he brought his hand to his chin in thought.
Oh, wait.
Daggethwave played in my head when I wrote that. As Peter finished speaking, he waved his hand and opened a portal on the floor between them, revealing a huge brain trapped inside a cramped cave. The brain pulsed physically and luminously as it filled the cave with a dull blue light. Ego's eyes widened as he stared down at his own brain.
What the hell is that?
Rocket shouts in both disgust and curiosity.
I am Groot.
Groot questioned.
Is that?
Quill uttered in shock.
It's his brain.
Gamora revealed.
It's beautiful.
Drax admitted in awe. Every Guardian turned to Drax in confusion. Meanwhile, Mantis looked down at her master's brain, completely shocked by the scene, though she had no idea what to do with herself.
You shouldn't have given us that whole welcome introduction.
Peter says with a shake of his head as Ego stood stunned across from him.
I mean, come on, who would give a whole presentation about how to kill them? I guess that your name isn't just for show. You really do have a big ego, don't you?
Wait, let's not be too hasty.
Ego's earlier haughty attitude completely disappeared.
I don't think it was us that were the ones being hasty.
Peter says as he snapped his fingers.
Sadly, I can't kill you or else my vice captain will lose his new celestial powers, so instead let's do this.
Suddenly, a giant metal cube appeared above Ego's head.
Huh?
The Celestial grunted in confusion before the cube fell on his head. Splat.
Is he dead?
Rocket asks dumbly.
Nope, all that did was make him angry.
Peter turned to his crew as the brain below began to wriggle and pulse in fury.
I'll figure out how to deal with this.
Peter points to the brain as Ego's avatar begins to reform behind him. Though this time, instead of the handsome, fatherly figure that he originally showed, Ego now looked quite horrifying. He wasn't able to reform his body just yet, so he appeared as a giant ghostly blue figure, like some sort of angry poltergeist.
All you guys have to do is distract Quill's dad.
Peter says as if it were the easiest job in the world. Meanwhile, Ego floated menacingly behind him.
What?
The Guardians shouted.
Good luck and don't die.
Peter waved cheerfully as he hopped backward and fell into the portal.
Aleg.
Ego's deep scream shook the palace as he quickly scrambled to grab Peter. Swoosh! Sadly for him, the golden portal swiftly snapped itself shut as his hand crashed into the palace floor, cracking it in half with ease.
No!
Ego bellowed as he tried to run off to catch up to Peter, but
I knew bringing those bombs would come in handy.
Rocket smirked as he held another two similar explosives in hand. As he spoke, Ego began to reform yet again, though this time he took the time to create his fleshy body as well.
Son, I know you're upset with me, but we can't allow your friend to meddle with my brain. I'm your father, Peter Quill. Don't just abandon me over some past mistakes and a simple disagreement.
Ego's voice sounded warped as he slowly regrew his entire body, floating only a few meters away.
You killed my mother.
Quill stared firmly.
Soon enough, the two of us will be all there is, so why must you think like a human? You're a god, act like it.
Ego countered as the palace began to quake, showing his unending fury. And as the Guardians tried to stabilize themselves through the shaking, Ego dashed over in an instant and grabbed his son by the neck, lifting him high into the air.
Peter Quill!
Gamora screamed as the palace floor collapsed, sending her and the other Guardians tumbling down into a dark pit.
I told you!
Ego preaches as he squeezed down on Quill's neck.
It doesn't need to be like this. Why are you trying to destroy our chance? Ayla!
Quill clawed at his father's outstretched arm as he choked for air.
Stop pretending that you aren't what you are. One in billions, trillions, even more. What greater meaning can life possibly have to offer?
Ego asked as he peered downward and found his son's Walkman strapped to his waist as usual.
Your mother gave you this, didn't she?
Ego asked as he snatched it off of his belt and pressed play. Musical Notes Brandy, by Looking Glass plays musical notes.
My life, my love, and my lady is the sea.
Ego's eyes widened as he stared down at his own brain. What the hell is that? Rocket shouts in both disgust and curiosity. I am Groot, Groot questioned. Is that? Quill uttered in shock. It's his brain.
Oh!
The sounds of screaming echoed in the air as Drax, Gamora, Mantis, and Rocket fell down a winding cavern. Luckily, instead of free-falling to their inevitable deaths, they instead slid down a rough, spiky cavernous slide, which cut them up on the way down. After sliding for about a minute, the four of them crashed down into a cave that was thankfully illuminated by a small hole in the ceiling.
Oh!
The group groaned in pain as they picked themselves up.
Is everyone all right?
Mantis asked worriedly as the Guardians turned to glare in her direction.
Should we kill her?
Rocket spoke everyone else's thoughts.
No, we need her to guide us back to Quill.
Drax denied as he and everyone else watched Mantis cower away from their sharp glares.
What is this place?
Gamora stuttered as her horrified eyes surveyed the cave. Following her gaze, everyone's eyes widened in shock at what they found. The whole cave seemed to be filled with an uncountable number of skeletons. Some of the older ones seemed to be infused into the walls and entangled into the large roots of the planet, showing just how long they've been there.
The bodies.
Mantis spoke in sadness as they all turned to her. Instantly, Yondu's words rang out in all of their minds.
I found a pit filled with hundreds of skeletons.
I think I'm going to puke.
Ascending down into the cave, Peter landed on the glowing brain with a wet squelch.
You,
He groaned as he lifted his shoe, dragging along a thick layer of mucus that was now stuck to the bottom of the sole.
Luckily my suit cleans itself, or else I would have to scrub this off myself.
Ignoring the brain buggers under his boots, Peter eyed the target below him as he pondered to himself.
How should I do this?
Peter thought as he needed a way to either get Ego under control, trap him, or kill him whilst keeping the brain intact and alive. After all, unlike the movie, Peter wants Quill to keep his powers after all of this. And since he's only half celestial, Quill can't produce his own celestial energy or light, as Ego would call it, so he has to piggyback off of his father's energy. Peter muttered after a moment of thought. Thrusting both hands forward, Peter gripped the air as golden spell circles appeared in both hands. Usually, he could do his spells without any sort of exaggerated movements, but this spell would take a bit more effort than the rest. Each spell circle seemed to grow and twist as Peter turned his wrists in opposing directions.
Hopefully this works.
Peter muttered as he slammed both glowing hands down on the brain below. Groot questioned. Is that? Quill uttered in shock. It's his brain. Following her gaze, everyone's eyes widened in shock at what they found. The whole cave seemed to be filled with an uncountable number of skeletons. Some of the older ones seemed to be infused into the walls and entangled into the large roots of the planet, showing just how long they've been there. The bodies.
Have you been here the whole time?
Chapter 299, C304 Father and Son. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of now, the Patreon is 4 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Melon insert booba gifts here, most likes wins melon. Trophy yesterday's GIF winner S. Scarjustice Trophy. Quill watched in horror as the only connection to his deceased mother was destroyed before his very eyes. As the broken bits and pieces of his Walkman fell from Ego's hand and disappeared down the large hole that swallowed up the Guardians only moments ago, Quill's eyelids began to droop downward as he found himself getting lightheaded. Up to this moment, Ego hasn't released or eased his grip on his son's neck, so the lack of oxygen was seriously starting to become a real problem. And just as Quill was about to pass out, a voice shouted from the entrance of the palace.
Hey there, jackass.
Instantly, the sound of heavy gunfire filled the area as a hail of energy bolts of all sizes and colors shot across the room. Ego turned just in time for the barrage of gunfire to collide with his body, tearing it apart and revealing the blue, ghostly figure underneath once again. And soon enough, the rain of blaster bolts collided with his outstretched arm, tearing it off and releasing Quill, who immediately plummeted down toward the dark hole below whilst simultaneously gasping for air. Whistle asterisk. A whistling sound filled the air as a blue figure flew across the spacious hall, hanging by the glowing arrow in his hand.
I got ya.
Yondu said reassuringly as he caught Quill with his free hand and slowly descended back toward his men, who never stopped shooting at Ego.
Ho ho.
After realizing what happened and catching his breath, Quill couldn't stop himself from laughing.
What?
Yondu asked in confusion as he held his arrow above his head.
You look like Mary Poppins.
Quill commented jokingly.
Is he cool?
Yondu asked hopefully. Quill couldn't help but smirk as he found Yondu's cluelessness both funny and endearing at the same time.
Hell yeah, he's cool.
He nodded with a warm smile.
I'm Mary Poppins, y'all.
Yondu yelled proudly. I had to add that. It's one of my favorite scenes in MCU.
You guys figure out why Ego wants you here.
Yondu asks as they land near the other Ravagers, who still haven't ceased firing at Quill's father. Meanwhile, Ego was constantly growing his body back whilst taking what seemed like an unending amount of damage. If they planned to buy some time, then it was working, but sadly, they wouldn't be doing much else.
Something about my genetic connection to this light thing. He basically wants to destroy the universe.
Quill says with an unknowing shrug.
He mind-controlled me for a minute and showed me how to control it. So could you?
Yondu asked curiously.
A little.
Quill says as he held out his hand and squinted his eyes as if he were constipated. Suddenly, a small ball of light appeared in his hand.
A ball.
Yondu didn't look very impressed.
Does it explode or something?
Quill dejectedly shook his head back and forth.
I thought as hard as I could. It was all that I could come up with. This is only my second time.
He reasoned.
You think when I make this arrow fly, I use my head.
Yondu whistled and showed off his glowing arrow, which circled around his body. Quill watched in horror as the only connection to his deceased mother was destroyed before his very eyes. As the broken bits and pieces of his Walkman fell from Ego's hand and disappeared down the large hole that swallowed up the Guardians only moments ago, Quill's eyelids began to droop downward as he found himself getting lightheaded. Up to this moment, Ego hasn't released or eased his grip on his son's neck, so the lack of oxygen was seriously starting to become a real problem. And just as Quill was about to pass out, a voice shouted from the entrance of the palace. Hey there, jackass. Instantly, the sound of heavy gunfire filled the area as a hail of energy bolts of all sizes and colors shot across the room. Ego turned just in time for the barrage of gunfire to collide with his body, tearing it apart and revealing the blue, ghostly figure underneath once again. And soon enough, the rain of blaster bolts collided with his outstretched arm, tearing it off and releasing Quill, who immediately plummeted down toward the dark hole below whilst simultaneously gasping for air. Whistle asterisk. A whistling sound filled the air as a blue figure flew across the spacious hall, hanging by the glowing arrow in his hand. I got ya, Yondu said reassuringly as he caught Quill with his free hand and slowly descended back toward his men, who never stopped shooting at Ego. Haha, after realizing what happened and catching his breath, Quill couldn't stop himself from laughing. What? Yondu asked in confusion as he held his arrow above his head. You look like Mary Poppins, Quill commented jokingly. Is he cool? Yondu asked hopefully. Quill couldn't help but smirk as he found Yondu's cluelessness both funny and endearing at the same time. Hell yeah, he's cool, he nodded with a warm smile. I'm Mary Poppins, y'all, Yondu yelled proudly. I had to add that. It's one of my favorite scenes in MCU. You guys figure out why Ego wants you here? Yondu asks as they land near the other Ravagers, who still haven't ceased firing at Quill's father. Meanwhile, Ego was constantly growing his body back whilst taking what seemed like an unending amount of damage. If they planned to buy some time, then it was working, but sadly, they wouldn't be doing much else. Something about my genetic connection to this light thing, he basically wants to destroy the universe, Quill says with an unknowing shrug. He mind-controlled me for a minute and showed me how to control it. So could you? Yondu asked curiously. A little, Quill says as he held out his hand and squinted his eyes as if he were constipated. Suddenly, a small ball of light appeared in his hand. A ball? Yondu didn't look very impressed. Does it explode or something? Quill dejectedly shook his head back and forth. I thought as hard as I could, it was all that I could come up with. This is only my second time, he reasoned. You think when I make this arrow fly, I use my head? Yondu whistled and showed off his glowing arrow, which circled around his body. Arg, enough! Ego screamed in rage as vines grew out from under the group of Ravagers. The Ravagers panicked as sharp, thorn-covered vines wrapped around their legs and dug into their skin. Ah!
I don't use my head to fly the arrow, boy. I use my heart.
Yondu explained further as he let out a loud whistle. Instantly, the arrow shot from his hand and rushed toward his men before tearing through the vines, freeing them in a matter of seconds.
I don't want to do this, but it's time to take the kid gloves off.
Ego spoke as he reformed his flesh body and slowly floated forward.
Let's start with him.
Ego turned to Yondu before pointing a single finger forward. Instantly, a blue energy formed at the tip of his pointer finger before launching forward in a long beam of light.
No!
Quill screamed as the beam impacted Yondu's chest, drilling a hole straight through his body and out the other end. Quill froze in shock as the blue beam died down and Yondu fell backward onto the cracked palace floor, gushing blood.
Remember,
Yondu croaked out as he coughed up a mouthful of blood.
I use my heart.
Complete and utter silence filled the palace entry hall as Quill stared in shock at his adoptive father's bleeding body. Quill turned to his biological father with a venomous glare. But before Ego could reply, his son shot into the air as a blue ethereal energy covered his entire body. Rushing forward, Quill collided with his celestial father and grabbed hold of him, bashing his back into multiple pillars. As they flew together, Quill's hand morphed into a thick metal fist, which he then used to hammer his father in the face over and over again.
Arg!
After taking one too many hits to the face, Ego finally retaliated, launching Quill away and into the ceiling with a powerful kick. Boom! Quill's body smashed into the roof before luckily coming to a stop, though he didn't stay still for long. After a hate-filled stare-down between father and son, the two shot toward one another, both summoning materials to their body as they did so. Ego simply called brown rocks to himself, which covered his entire body in an earthy set of armor. Meanwhile, Quill, on the other hand, summoned yellow pieces which all came together like Legos to build a giant 3D Pac-Man. And when the two finally collided, Quill's Pac-Man snapped its mouth shut on his father, breaking the rock armor with ease. After Ego's armor exploded, sending him tumbling to the palace floor, the yellow Pac-Man crumbled away, revealing an exhausted Peter Quill. Heavy breathing. Quill descended to the ground tiredly as he stood over his father's beaten body. Suddenly, Ego's eyes shot open as he started to panic out of nowhere.
What's happening?
He shouted like a madman as he scrambled to his feet. Quill screamed as the beam impacted Yondu's chest, drilling a hole straight through his body and out the other end. Quill froze in shock as the blue beam died down and Yondu fell backward onto the cracked palace floor, gushing blood. Remember,
YONDU.
Quill yelled in worry as he rushed toward his adoptive father.
No.
As he dropped to his knees at Yondu's side, he couldn't tear his eyes away from the gaping hole in his chest, which was leaking blood like crazy. Opposite to Quill's, who was on the verge of tears, Yondu smiled upward.
What are you crying for, boy?
He spoke weakly.
Shut up, you idiot.
Quill lashed out as he quickly pulled off his coat and covered Yondu's wound.
That ain't gonna do much.
Yondu laughed lightly as he turned his head to see the pile that once was Ego. Quill screamed as the beam impacted Yondu's chest, drilling a hole straight through his body and out the other end. Quill froze in shock as the blue beam died down and Yondu fell backward onto the cracked palace floor, gushing blood. Remember,
No.
Quill screamed and cried as he applied pressure to the wound.
What the hell are you screaming about?
A voice spoke from behind. Turning around, Quill watched as Peter casually stepped out of a golden portal with Groot on his shoulder as usual.
Captain!
Yondu uttered, though it was getting hard for him to speak at this point.
Yondu!
Quill tried to speak, but the words wouldn't leave his mouth.
Oh.
Peter said without worry as he waved his hand. Suddenly, a golden spell circle appeared above Yondu's bloody body.
They're all better.
Peter shrugged as his newest crew member started to heal at a visible pace.
Thank you.
Quill sniffled as he wiped his tears away.
No problem.
Peter said as he rested a hand on his vice captain's shoulder.
What kind of captain would I be if I let my men die so easily? After all, you have a long life of grunt work ahead of you.
Chapter 305, 305 C305 titles are hard sometimes.
Is that him?
Peter asks as he points over to the pile of pale mushy sand.
Yeah, I beat his *S, and then he started screaming random nonsense.
Quill turns away from Yondu for a moment and looks his captain in the eyes.
I'm guessing that was your doing. Yup.
Peter nods.
What did you do?
Quill asks.
Before we get to that, can you still use celestial energy?
Peter asked curiously. Quill grunted as he held his hand out. Instantly, a faint blue light flowed between his fingers before forming into a mini transformer, which seemed to move on its own. Optimus Prime to be exact.
Autobots roll out.
The small Optimus exclaimed before crumbling into bits, falling through Quill's fingers like bits of sand.
Good, Megatron is cooler, but we all can't have good taste.
Peter shook his head in disapproval.
What? How could you possibly think?
Quill started to argue, but his captain interrupts.
Come with me.
Peter waved his hand, conjuring a golden portal.
Wait!
Quill shouted as he glanced back at Yondu, who passed out moments after the spell began healing him.
What about him? His men can keep watch.
Peter says as he glances at the nearby Ravagers.
You can leave Yondu to us, Captain.
One of the bigger Ravagers with the face of a deformed ball sack excitedly stepped up. No doubt hoping to curry favor with their new captain.
What's that guy's name again? Laserhead? No, that's not it.
Peter wondered.
Good, just keep watch until we get back, and don't touch anything.
Peter ordered as he and Quill walked through the portal, leaving them behind for the time being.
Why are we here?
Quill asks as the portal snaps shut behind them. In front of them was Ego's glowing blue brain, though that wasn't what drew Quill's attention at the moment.
What the hell is that?
He asked in awe as he eyed the golden engravings, which lined the entire cave and even crawled up onto Ego's brain as well.
I don't remember this being here earlier.
Peter shook his head.
Since flat-out killing your father would make you lose your power, I had to get a little creative. You did this, what does it do?
He asks curiously.
It's a combination of a few spells that I've learned over the years. Basically, I took a normal mind wipe spell, which could barely erase about a day's worth of memories from someone's mind, and overcharged it to a crazy degree with the help of a few other spells.
Peter explains plainly.
You're really a magician, aren't you? Are you just starting to realize that?
Peter laughed. Peter nods. What did you do? Quill asks. Before we get to that, can you still use celestial energy? Peter asked curiously.
Then why is the spell still here? If the job is done, shouldn't it be gone?
Quill asks further.
Well, since your dad is a celestial, I decided to be cautious and keep it active.
Peter explains further in depth.
Right now his mind is completely blank, But as time passes, a new consciousness could be born, and I'd rather not have to deal with that.
So,
Quill guessed the rest.
Bingo!
Peter nods as he gives his vice captain a thumbs up.
This way, he's all but dead and you get to keep your powers. It's a win-win scenario. I was thinking of transferring your consciousness into your dad's brain, but doing so would trap you on this planet just like him.
he was trapped here.
Quill asks in confusion.
Did you not pay attention to anything Ego said?
Peter sighed in exasperation.
He may have been able to leave this planet, but he always had to come back to recharge himself or else his human form would wither and die. You, on the other hand, most likely won't have that weakness, though you probably won't be as powerful when you're off-planet. Cool.
Quill stared down at his hands, which began to glow in a blue light. Peter couldn't help but frown as he heard his vice captain whisper to himself.
I'm sorry, but that's not something you would be able to do.
Peter shook his head sadly.
How do you know?
Quill asks a bit defensively.
If my dad could make a body for himself, can't I just find her grave and fix her body? Starting her heart shouldn't be too hard either.
Peter explained vaguely.
What do you mean by that?
Quill asked pointedly.
Let me show you.
Peter says as he steps up to Quill and thrusts his palm forward.
What the?
Quill's eyes widened in shock as he tried to dodge, but he was far too slow. Before he could even move an inch, Peter's palm slammed into Quill's chest, roughly knocking him backward.
Hey, what the hell was that for?
Quill shouted as he glared in his captain's direction.
Look down, Dumba *S.
Peter says as he points to the ground. Quill reluctantly peered downward.
What the F***CK?
On the floor was Quill's sleeping body, which fell in an odd position, leaving his face smushed against the floor and his *S held high in the air.
That is your physical body.
Peter explained as he summoned a mirror in front of Quill.
And that is your astral body, where your soul and consciousness are kept.
Quill's eyes began to panic as he stared at his transparent form.
Why you killed me?
Peter didn't know whether he should laugh or feel annoyed.
You aren't a ghost, I'm just trying to show you something. Relax. Really?
Quill's idiotic whining disappeared as he floated over to Peter with hope-filled eyes.
I'm not dead. No, now shut up and listen.
Peter said in annoyance.
The reason that you can't revive your mother is simple. When any living being dies, their astral body leaves their physical body. You can reforge your mother's physical body, but that's it. She won't have her astral body.
Quill seemed to understand after a moment of thought.
Yes, she would be nothing but an empty husk.
Peter made sure he understood.
Where's her astral body?
Quill asks with a determined look in his eyes. Peter couldn't help but reluctantly respect his vice captain's love for his mother. He would do anything to bring her back, yet Peter hasn't even thought of his parents.
Meh, I never knew them and I'm a transmigrator. It's not the same.
Peter shrugged uncaringly.
That is a question that goes far over my pay grade. I don't even think my teacher would know something like that, and she's the most powerful sorcerer in this universe.
Peter had no clue. Quill frowned sadly before floating back into his body and picking himself up off the floor. And as he rose to his feet, Peter caught a glimpse of determination return to his eyes.
Well, as a demigod, I'll make it my mission to figure that out.
He says as he turns his attention to the brain in the room.
My mother didn't deserve to die like that. If my father wasn't such a genocidal maniac, then she would still be alive today. Yeah, but you wouldn't be born either.
Peter says with a shrug.
Nor would we have met and formed the Guardians. Not to mention Gamora. Who knows what would have happened to her without you? Sometimes you have to look at the bright side of life.
But
Quill tries to interject, but Peter continued. Quill stared dumbly between Peter and the golden spell that filled the entire cave. You're really a magician, aren't you? Are you just starting to realize that? Peter laughed. So what, my dad's pretty much a vegetable now, right? Quill asks as he eyes the giant wriggling brain. Yup, Peter nodded. Then why is the spell still here? If the job is done, shouldn't it be gone? Quill asks further. Well, since your dad is a celestial, I decided to be cautious and keep it active. Peter explains further in depth. Right now, his mind is completely blank, but as time passes, a new consciousness could be born, and I'd rather not have to deal with that. So,
That's fine. Nothing worth doing is ever easy, is it? No, it's not.
Peter nodded as he smiled under his mask.
Maybe I can revive her with the Infinity Stones, though I would have to be careful not to mess up the timeline.
Of course, Peter didn't have all of the stones yet, so this wouldn't be happening anytime soon. As for the timeline, he didn't want to revive Quill's mom, and in doing so cause some sort of catastrophe or ruin Quill's life in some odd way. It just wouldn't be worth it. Peter could try using the Dragon Bone Elixir, as that seemed to bring people back from the dead in the Daredevil TV show, but he didn't want to risk any unknown side effects occurring. After all, Quill's mom has been dead for over 25 years.
Wait!
He asked as he didn't remember seeing them earlier.
OSH*T. Where the hell are we?
Rocket muttered as he and everyone else followed Mantis through the winding cave system.
It's just this way.
Chapter 301, C306 Drax's Fetish. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of now, the Patreon is 4 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Stop sign insert cartoon gifs here, most likes wins stop sign. Trophy yesterday's GIF winner, S. Scar Justice Trophy, AN, can anyone dethrone the 3-time heavyweight GIF champion of the world? After getting the whole gang back together, which took a few minutes as half the team somehow got themselves lost in a labyrinth of caves, the Guardians set up base in the palace. Of course, Quill used his newfound powers to fix what was destroyed during the battle, though it took him a bit to get everything right. When everything was settled, Peter invited Mantis to a meeting with the crew. Quill, Gamora, Drax, Groot, Rocket, and Yondu, who is now fully healed, were all in attendance. As for the Ravagers, they don't count as members of the crew. They're more like grunts as they technically fall under Yondu's command.
What's she doing here?
Rocket asked as he and everyone else besides Drax glared in her direction.
Didn't Drax have a thing for her in the movie?
Peter wondered if his crew would be filled with couples in the future.
Now I just have to find a furry companion for Rocket and another plant for Groot.
Peter thought in amusement.
I.
Mantis stuttered as she cowered away from the many harsh stares.
I invited her.
Peter smiled warmly in Mantis' direction, though nobody could see it.
She has a few words to say.
Mantis froze as all eyes pierced into her.
Well, get on with it, girl. We ain't got all day.
Yondu spoke impatiently. He wouldn't give any assistance to the follower of the man that tricked him into breaking the Ravager's code and almost killed him.
I want to apologize for not telling you of Ego's plans.
Mantis built up the courage to speak.
I won't make any excuses. There were a few times when I could have spoken up and I didn't. I'm terribly sorry for that.
As someone who is used to serving others, Mantis gave a deep bow to show her sincerity.
That ain't good enough.
Yondu said uncaringly as he let out a whistle. Instantly, his glowing arrow unholstered itself and flew forward, hovering menacingly over Mantis' exposed neck.
I agree, let's just kill her and be done with it.
Rocket spoke up in agreement.
Let's not be too hasty.
Peter cut in as Yondu's arrow disappeared and reappeared in between his hand. Twirling the glowing arrow between his fingers, Peter could see the tears welling up in Mantis' eyes.
How would you like to join the Guardians of the Galaxy?
Peter asks as the room descended into chaos. Everyone besides Drax and Groot, who was snacking on chips in the corner without a care for what was going on, vehemently disagreed with Peter's invitation.
I refuse to split our profits with another person, especially one that tried to kill us.
Rocket yelled as he stood on his chair for some added height. Most of the crew voiced their agreement as well. The Guardians may be heroes, but money is always their top priority.
Then I'll take her as my subordinate.
Drax spoke loudly, silencing the crew's complaints. Mantis' large eyes widened even further as she heard his declaration.
I knew this would happen.
Peter smirked under his mask.
What the hell could you possibly need her for?
Quill asked incredulously.
It better not be for anything perverted.
Gamora glared menacingly in Drax's direction.
It's none of your business.
Drax glared back. Before chaos could descend once again, Peter spoke up.
Good, this solves everything.
Peter nodded in approval.
Similarly to Yondu and the Ravager, Mantis will fall under Drax, making her a member of the crew without receiving the split that we all enjoy. I will gladly serve Master Drax.
Mantis blushed as she spoke. Drax calmly nodded in agreement, though Peter could see a small, unnoticeable tint on his cheeks as well. Love is in the air.
Welcome to the Guardians of the Galaxy, Mantis.
Thank you for having me, Captain.
Mantis bowed once again before taking her place at her new master's side.
I never knew Drax had this kind of fetish.
Peter felt as though he found a kindred spirit. Once everything calmed down, the crew was about to leave, but Peter said something that caused Quill to turn a challenging glaring in his direction.
What did you say?
Quill asked as his glare intensified.
I said I'm thinking of taking this planet as a vacation spot. Why, do you have a problem with that?
Peter stared back. The greed of both the captain and vice captain clashed at that moment. It is a beautiful planet after all.
Let me get this straight.
Quill stood up from his seat and looked down at Peter. Mantis froze as all eyes pierced into her. Well, get on with it, girl. We ain't got all day.
How about we come to middle ground? I don't know why you're fighting over this.
Rocket said as he stepped forward and joined the two of them with a smirk on his face.
Because, obviously, this planet already belongs to me. I am Groot.
Groot spoke up in support of his furry friend. Instantly, the room was filled with yelling as everyone wanted a piece of the beautiful pie that was Ego's planet. Soon enough, the yelling came to an end and a negotiation was had.
Okay, let me lay this out so that everyone is on the same page.
Peter drew everyone's attention to himself.
The planet will be the property of the Guardians of the Galaxy to use at their own discretion, as long as nobody breaks the few rules that we set in place.
He explains as everyone nods in agreement.
Furthermore, Quill will be the sole owner of the planet's core, as that is the source of his powers, though everything else is split equally between all of us. If you want to build a house or a palace, then go for it. Just follow the rules.
Peter said, receiving satisfied nods from everyone in the room. As for the rules, they had to be put in place to stop a certain raccoon.
I don't get why we can't sell this rock.
Rocket spoke up with an annoyed look on his face.
Can't you at least let me open a mine? I saw some brewed silver in the caves earlier. That stuff is worth a fortune, you know, and who knows what other priceless stuff we could find.
At first, Rocket wanted to sell the planet for a quick buck, or at least his portion of it. Of course, his idea was quickly shut down and now he wants to harvest the planet's resources, which wasn't such a bad idea.
Sure, if you can figure out a way to mine the planet without destroying it, ruining its scenery, or delving into the core, then you can mine all you want.
Peter nods as Rocket smirks greedily.
Though, since the planet is the property of the whole crew, you would be splitting your profits with the rest of us.
Rocket's greedy smirk instantly disappeared as all 7 Guardians seemed to steal his smile away for themselves.
Wait, we can talk about this.
Rocket tried to speak, though everything was already decided. Each Guardian gave him some encouraging words as they got up and walked off.
That was a good suggestion, Rocket.
Peter nodded.
Work hard.
Quill gave him a thumbs up.
Your contribution to the team is appreciated, my friend.
Drax said as Mantis followed him out.
Thanks, Rocket. I've been meaning to order a few knives, so this helps me out.
Gamora joined in on the fun.
Thanks for the free money, Rat.
Yondu laughed.
There ain't no way I'm sharing my profits with you, lazy freeloaders.
Rocket screamed as the room cleared, leaving only him and Groot behind.
I am Groot.
Chapter 302, C307 Second Evolution. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of now, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Insert meme GIFs images here. Most likes wins diamond with a dot. Trophy yesterday's GIF winner, S. Scar Justice Trophy, AN, face with steam from nose he can't keep getting away with it. Once everything was settled on Ego, which was now the official name for the planet headquarters for the Guardians of the Galaxy, Peter left the Guardians and returned to Earth for the time being. Although Ego was a crazy egomaniacal maniac who wanted to pretty much destroy the universe, he was still Quill's father and the architect behind the entire planet, so they kept the name out of respect. Before leaving, Peter made sure to do 2 things. First, he and Quill took a day to go to the pit where his siblings were dumped. Of course, they planned to turn the haunted-looking pit into a proper burial site. Quill was a bit emotional throughout the whole process, but at least he was hellbent on giving his family a proper grave. Which was something his father should have done, especially since he was the one to kill them. Flashback.
That should do it.
Peter said as the 2 of them stood in the center of a lush field with a huge pillar-like gravestone stood before them.
Do you want to say a few words?
Quill remained silent for a moment before speaking up. After speaking for a bit, Quill fell silent once again and stared at the gravestone in a trance. He wanted to say more but sadly couldn't find the words to sum up everything that he was feeling. Peter, on the other hand, stayed for about an hour before giving his vice captain some alone time. Quill would have probably stayed there the whole night if not for Gamora, who forced him to return to the palace so that he could get some much-needed rest. Though the 2 of them seemed to disappear into the same bedroom. Tilda.
I guess Quill needed some comfort.
Peter thought in amusement. Flashback end. As for the second thing he had to do,
What is this?
he asked as he held the box to his ear and shook it, like a child trying to decipher his Christmas presents.
Open it and find out.
Peter smiles under his mask. He asked as he held the box to his ear and shook it, like a child trying to decipher his Christmas presents. Open it and find out, Peter smiles under his mask. Quill curiously lifted the lid and found a sleek handheld device inside. What is this? Mobile phone.
It's an iPod.
Peter says as he reaches over and turns it on.
See this?
Tapping the touch screen a few times, Peter scrolled through a long list of songs and played one of his favorites. Musical Notes What is Love by Hadaway plays musical notes. V posted so far, go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of now, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Insert meme GIFs images here. Most likes wins diamond with a dot. Trophy yesterday's GIF winner, S. Scar Justice Trophy, AN, face with steam from nose he can't keep getting away with it. Once everything was settled on Ego, which was now the official name for the planet headquarters for the Guardians of the Galaxy, Peter left the Guardians and returned to Earth for the time being. Although Ego was a crazy egomaniacal maniac who wanted to pretty much destroy the universe, he was still Quill's father and the architect behind the entire planet, so they kept the name out of respect. Before leaving, Peter made sure to do 2 things. First, he and Quill took a day to go to the pit where his siblings were dumped. Of course, they planned to turn the haunted-looking pit into a proper burial site. Quill was a bit emotional throughout the whole process, but at least he was hellbent on giving his family a proper grave. Which was something his father should have done, especially since he was the one to kill them. Flashback. That should do it, Peter said as the 2 of them stood in the center of a lush field with a huge pillar-like gravestone stood before them. Do you want to say a few words?
I heard that your dad destroyed your Walkman, so I picked this up for you.
Peter said as he enjoyed the awestruck look on his vice captain's face.
It has all of your favorite 80s songs, but I thought that you might want to update your playlist, so I added some of my favorites as well.
As Peter spoke, he reached over and swiped the screen, skipping to another song. Musical Notes Short Change Hero by the Heavy Plays Musical Notes.
Oh, this is such a good song.
Peter muttered. V posted so far, go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of now, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwar. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Insert meme GIFs images here, most likes wins diamond with a dot. Trophy yesterday's GIF winner, S, Scar Justice Trophy, AN, face with steam from nose he can't keep getting away with it. Once everything was settled on Ego, which was now the official name for the planet headquarters for the Guardians of the Galaxy, Peter left the Guardians and returned to Earth for the time being. Although Ego was a crazy egomaniacal maniac who wanted to pretty much destroy the universe, he was still Quill's father and the architect behind the entire planet, so they kept the name out of respect. Before leaving, Peter made sure to do 2 things. First, he and Quill took a day to go to the pit where his siblings were dumped. Of course, they planned to turn the haunted-looking pit into a proper burial site. Quill was a bit emotional throughout the whole process, but at least he was hellbent on giving his family a proper grave. Which was something his father should have done, especially since he was the one to kill them. Flashback. That should do it, Peter said as the 2 of them stood in the center of a lush field with a huge pillar-like gravestone stood before them. Do you want to say a few words?
I made sure to give you music from all sorts of genres across the many years that you've missed. From Frank Sinatra to Tupac, you have it all. Holy sh**t.
Quill muttered as his eyes began to water.
I don't know what to say.
Peter shrugged as Quill rushed forward and wrapped his arms around his captain.
Thank you.
Quill said wholeheartedly.
You're welcome.
Peter nods as they separate.
You know, I'm really jealous right now. Huh, why?
Quill asked in confusion.
You get to experience all of the best music I know for the first time. If I could erase my memories, I would spend weeks just listening to the songs on that iPod.
Peter said nostalgically.
After all, it's so hard to find good music these days. Most of the songs on the radio are just factory-made pop garbage.
Quill couldn't help but laugh as Peter sounded like a grumpy old man. AN back in my day, old man. Flashback end. After handing over his gift, Peter said his goodbyes and portaled off. Stepping out through the portal, Peter arrived in his penthouse, which looked much different than before. All of the equipment that he used to make Lily was gone and replaced with all sorts of ornate furniture and decorations. The place looked like some sort of Arabian palace.
What the?
Peter muttered as he caught sight of a blue figure across the room.
He's behind you, turn around.
Genie yelled at the TV as he watched some random horror film.
I see that you've made yourself at home.
Peter walked over and spoke.
Hola.
Genie jumped out of the couch in fright and smacked into the ceiling.
Seriously?
Peter asked incredulously.
M Master.
Genie asked as he fell back down onto the couch.
Yo.
After talking with Genie for a bit, Peter got straight to business. There's a reason that he came here before heading home, and that's to evolve for a second time.
Whose blood do you think I should use?
Peter asked as he stared down at the many vials in his collection. Even Ego's blood was an option now.
Nightcrawler. Though even the Hulk couldn't overpower Thanos in the movies.
Peter thought with a shrug. Still, increasing his strength was a must nonetheless.
Isn't that a bit too risky?
Genie asks worriedly.
Isn't the Hulk supposed to be the incarnation of anger or something?
Nah, the wishes should protect me. What I'm worried about is the pain and the damage to the surroundings.
Peter says as he loads up a syringe. The reason that he didn't inject multiple vials the last time he evolved was simple. The pain was excruciating.
Maybe if I can find a good numbing agent or ability, then I can do this more often.
Peter thought as he waved his hand and opened a portal to the mirror dimension. Stepping inside, he turned back to Genie for a moment.
You want to watch?
Peter asked.
Sure, 1 second.
Genie nods as he morphed into the form of a balding scientist with a lab coat and clipboard.
Let's proceed with the procedure.
Shaking his head, Peter moved further into the mirror dimensions, followed by his eccentric assistant. And as the portal snapped shut, Peter reluctantly stabbed the syringe into his arm.
I really should have added some sort of stipulation to my wishes that nullified pain.
He muttered as he pressed the plunger, injecting one of his most powerful blood samples in an instant. Same as last time, the pain didn't start immediately. Instead, Peter felt the tingling, which still plagued his every waking moment, ramp up as his entire body vibrated with power.
And here it comes.
Peter muttered in apprehension as his teeth ground together.
Here.
The familiar body-shaking pain racked his body, sending him thrashing to the cold, hard ground of the mirror dimension.
Yeah.
He screamed in agony. Though it didn't end there. Peter's entire body seemed to wriggle and pulse as every fiber of his being began to expand. Arms, legs, torso, everything expanded into a giant Hulk-like appearance.
F***CK.
Peter screamed in a morphed tone as he felt everything. Thankfully, the spider suit that the Ancient One made for him didn't rip. In fact, it expanded perfectly, making it look like the Hulk stole Spider-Man's clothes.
Hey, pal.
Genie spoke worriedly as he floated over to his master.
Are you all right?
Oog.
Chapter 303, C308 Inner Battle Evaluation. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of now, the Patreon is 4 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Warning, insert prison gifs here, most likes wins warning. Trophy yesterday's GIF winner, S. Scar Justice Trophy, AN, will the champion ever fall? As Genie was slapped across the mirror dimension, Peter lost consciousness and found himself in a dark space.
Where am I?
He spoke curiously as he wandered across the pitch-black void. Of course, he could remember everything clearly. Injecting the blood. The excruciating pain. Feeling his entire body expands into a giant Hulk-like monster. He even remembered backhanding Genie, but nothing after that.
This has to be my subconscious mind.
Peter guessed as he brought his hand to his chin in thought. Although Peter wasn't exactly sure, as he never entered his subconscious mind like this, it was his best guess at the moment. Suddenly, deep, angry breaths filled his surroundings. It sounded like an enraged dragon was huffing and puffing. Peter spun around and found nothing. But just as he thought that the sound was gone, a hot, steaming breath tickled the back of his neck. Whipping his head around, Peter turned just in time for a red fist to impact his left cheek.
Here.
He grunted in pain as he flew across the black space. Of course, this wasn't his first fight. Peter twisted his body in midair and landed perfectly on his feet, surveying the area as he waited for his attacker to show himself once again. And when the dragon-like breathing filled his surroundings once again, Peter was shocked to realize that he couldn't sense its position. Though he should have known that since his spider senses didn't save him from that attack earlier.
Show yourself, coward.
Peter called out into the void. After those words left Peter's mouth, a deep growl could be heard as an intense heat emanated toward his back. Dashing to the side, Peter narrowly dodged another giant red fist. And now he could finally see his attacker. A giant red Hulk with glowing yellow eyes stood across from him. Insert picture of Red Hulk here.
You aren't green.
Peter commented in interest.
Shut up.
The Red Hulk screamed like an angry child before rushing forward.
Hey, let's just calm down, okay?
Peter tried to settle this peacefully as he dipped under yet another punch. Though his opponent didn't give up. Instead, he flailed around like an aggressive little boy, trying to land a hit in any way possible.
Stay still.
Red Hulk screamed in annoyance as Peter sidestepped his fist.
You won't be able to beat me like this.
Peter commented as he kicked off of the ground and sent a knee into his attacker's face.
Oh.
Red Hulk grunted as he tumbled backward. Sizzle.
Hem.
Looking down, Peter found his clothed knee burning from the impact.
Your face is really hot. Do you have a fever?
RAUGH.
The Red Hulk roared as his yellow eyes brightened. Peter watched curiously as power seemed to fill his adversary's eyes before two beams of fiery yellow light shot out in his direction.
Interesting.
Peter muttered as he waved his hand and formed a spell circle between himself and the attack. As soon as the fiery laser beams struck the spell, his magic jumped right into action, absorbing the attack with ease.
Yeah, that's gamma radiation.
Peter muttered as he deployed a separate spell in order to identify the energy.
Yeah.
Red Hulk grunted in confusion as he found his attack doing absolutely nothing to his opponent.
That's a pretty cool ability. Why don't I try it next?
Peter said as he reached into the spell and pulled out the collected gamma radiation.
I have a good idea.
Cupping both hands over the yellow gamma radiation, Peter spread his feet farther apart and brought the energy to his side.
Came.
Peter spoke the noble words of Master Roshi as he swung both hands forward and shot out a thick yellow pillar of gamma radiation. Instantly, Peter's pillar and Red Hulk's two eye beams collided and fought for dominance. The collision of the two powerful attacks brightened the dark space with a blinding yellow light. Of course, Peter could have done this whole attack without the movements and the words, but where was the fun in that? Peter spun around and found nothing. But just as he thought that the sound was gone, a hot steaming breath tickled the back of his neck. Whipping his head around, Peter turned just in time for a red fist to impact his left cheek. Ugh. He grunted in pain as he flew across the black space. Of course, this wasn't his first fight. Peter twisted his body in midair and landed perfectly on his feet, surveying the area as he waited for his attacker to show himself once again. And when the dragon-like breathing filled his surroundings once again, Peter was shocked to realize that he couldn't sense its position. Though he should have known that since his spider senses didn't save him from that attack earlier. "Show yourself, coward," Peter called out into the void. After those words left Peter's mouth, a deep growl could be heard as an intense heat emanated toward his back. Dashing to the side, Peter narrowly dodged another giant red fist. And now he could finally see his attacker. A giant Red Hulk with glowing yellow eyes stood across from him. Insert picture of Red Hulk here. You aren't green.
Do you produce more gamma radiation when you're angry?
Now that he said that, Peter could feel that the heat had increased by a large margin since they first started fighting. He could even see the waves of visible heat radiating off of the Red Hulk's body from all angles. Peter hummed as the Red Hulk gave up on his attack, as it seemed pointless.
Wanna fight again? Rug!
His opponent roared for the 100th time before leaping forward.
Let's see if you can heal like the Hulk as well.
Peter wondered as he pulled on the remaining gamma radiation. Pointing his finger up to the red figure above, a yellow light gathered at the tip of his fingernail before firing in a bright beam.
Energy absorption too.
Peter commented as he felt the surroundings grow hotter once again. Not only that, but his opponent's eyes brightened as well.
You have some cool powers, my friend.
Peter says as he takes a few steps back. And just in time, Red Hulk comes smashing down where Peter once stood.
Not friends.
He yelled childishly.
Whatever you say, pal.
Peter shrugged as he planned to slowly win his inner Hulk over. Whipping his head around, Peter turned just in time for a red fist to impact his left cheek. Ugh. He grunted in pain as he flew across the black space. Of course, this wasn't his first fight. Peter twisted his body in midair and landed perfectly on his feet, surveying the area as he waited for his attacker to show himself once again. And when the dragon-like breathing filled his surroundings once again, Peter was shocked to realize that he couldn't sense its position. Though he should have known that since his spider senses didn't save him from that attack earlier. "Show yourself, coward," Peter called out into the void. After those words left Peter's mouth, a deep growl could be heard as an intense heat emanated toward his back. Dashing to the side, Peter narrowly dodged another giant red fist. And now he could finally see his attacker. A giant Red Hulk with glowing yellow eyes stood across from him. Insert picture of Red Hulk here. You aren't green.
Change.
Corvus Glaive's spear managed to cut Red Hulk's tough skin like a hot knife through butter, severing his leg from the knee down. Peter stepped back as his legless opponent fell where he stood, screaming in agony. After all, this was probably the first time he received such a severe wound. Though it didn't last very long.
That's way faster than Wolverine's healing factor.
Peter commented as Red Hulk's entire leg grew back in a matter of seconds. Peter and Wolverine could regrow parts of their limbs like this, but the amount of time that would take was astronomically longer than this. Peter spun around and found nothing. But just as he thought that the sound was gone, a hot steaming breath tickled the back of his neck. Whipping his head around, Peter turned just in time for a red fist to impact his left cheek. Ugh. He grunted in pain as he flew across the black space. Of course, this wasn't his first fight. Peter twisted his body in midair and landed perfectly on his feet, surveying the area as he waited for his attacker to show himself once again. And when the dragon-like breathing filled his surroundings once again, Peter was shocked to realize that he couldn't sense its position. Though he should have known that since his spider senses didn't save him from that attack earlier. "Show yourself, coward," Peter called out into the void. After those words left Peter's mouth, a deep growl could be heard as an intense heat emanated toward his back. Dashing to the side, Peter narrowly dodged another giant red fist. And now he could finally see his attacker. A giant Red Hulk with glowing yellow eyes stood across from him. Insert picture of Red Hulk here. You aren't green.
What? You started this fight. Don't come crying to me. If you didn't want to get hurt, then don't attack others without good reason.
Peter lectures the giant red child like a pro. After all, he had practice with Lily. Of course, Peter's words didn't have the effect that he was hoping for. Red Hulk stomped to his feet and immediately closed in on his enemy.
Die! Okay, I think that's enough for now.
Peter muttered as he sidestepped a hot red fist before leaping up and tapping two glowing fingers on the giant manchild's forehead.
Sleep!
Instantly, Red Hulk's eyelids dropped downward and closed shut as he toppled over and snored into a peaceful sleep.
I'll either need a meditation or sealing technique to deal with you.
Peter muttered to himself as he stared down at the colossal figure.
Hopefully the meditation route works. I'd rather not seal what's basically a child away. That would be sad.
Suddenly, Peter's vision blurred and shifted. And once he could finally see clearly again, Peter found himself laying in a pile of rubble somewhere inside the mirror dimension.
You finally decided to wake up.
A familiar voice called out. Lifting himself to his feet, Peter turned to see a heavily bruised and bandaged Ginny held up weakly by two crutches. Peter spun around and found nothing. But just as he thought that the sound was gone, a hot steaming breath tickled the back of his neck. Whipping his head around, Peter turned just in time for a red fist to impact his left cheek. Ugh. He grunted in pain as he flew across the black space. Of course, this wasn't his first fight. Peter twisted his body in midair and landed perfectly on his feet, surveying the area as he waited for his attacker to show himself once again. And when the dragon-like breathing filled his surroundings once again, Peter was shocked to realize that he couldn't sense its position. Though he should have known that since his spider senses didn't save him from that attack earlier. "Show yourself, coward," Peter called out into the void. After those words left Peter's mouth, a deep growl could be heard as an intense heat emanated toward his back. Dashing to the side, Peter narrowly dodged another giant red fist. And now he could finally see his attacker. A giant Red Hulk with glowing yellow eyes stood across from him. Insert picture of Red Hulk here. You aren't green.
Is this the guy?
Policeman Genie asked his wounded self.
Yes, officer.
Genie answered his own question in a pitiful tone.
Sorry.
Policeman Genie pulls out a pair of handcuffs as he steps forward.
You're under arrest for assault and battery. Please lay flat on the ground with your hands behind your head.
Chapter 304, C309 Lily's Choice. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of now, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Insert sussy gift here, most likes wins. Trophy yesterday's GIF winner, Moaning Frodo Trophy AN, a new champion has risen.
I'd rather not turn into a red-skinned giant with glowing yellow eyes.
Peter thought with a shake of his head.
The public would call me a demon.
After all, he had a life outside of being Spider-Man, and the transformation that came with a merger would certainly ruin that. Of course, that didn't mean a merger was off the table. Peter has to simply find the best way for him to achieve his goals.
Is the Ancient One around?
Peter asked an elderly master as he portaled into Camertage.
No, the Sorceress Supreme left to deal with an issue in a small hell dimension. Can I help you with anything?
The man answers respectfully. After all, Peter's position in Camertage is very high thanks to being their leader's only disciple.
Thanks, but I'll be fine.
Peter gave a quick bow and walked off toward the library. Although his position is technically higher than just about everyone else, it's always best to show respect. Especially when you could be dealing with an ancient master. After all, there are ways to extend your lifespan when it comes to the mystic arts, so there are masters in the temple who are far older than they appear. Seeing as he couldn't ask the Ancient One for advice, Peter ransacked the library of Camertage for a good meditation technique. Peter pored through book after book, trying to find what would suit his situation best. And while this was happening, the old librarian kept a watchful eye. The last time Peter came to the library, he lied and used the Ancient One's name to take books from the forbidden section.
Oh,
He muttered as he read through an old worn leather book.
this could work.
Sun and Moon Scripture. This meditation technique was made by a master named Lin Feng, who seemed to have dissociative identity disorder. Apparently, he went through some sort of crazy trauma as a child, though the book didn't mention any details. And due to this huge trauma, his mind fractured. In order to cope with this, multiple personalities were formed, which plagued his everyday life. In one moment, he could be studying in his library, and the next, he wakes up completely naked in an alleyway. Basically, his other personalities would take control of his body and do whatever they wished. Tired of the constant craziness, Lin Feng went on a journey in search of a cure and found Camertage, similar to Doctor Strange's origin story. And after becoming a master, he was able to create his own meditation technique. The Sun and Moon Scripture.
It sounds very wuxia, but it should work.
Peter thought to himself. Using the Sun and Moon Scripture, Peter would, hopefully, be able to meld his mind with the Red Hulks and become one, while keeping control and leaving the two bodies separated. At least until he could find a way to assimilate the Red Hulk's body into his own, without becoming a giant monster for the rest of his life. Of course, the Red Hulk wouldn't be dying in this scenario. They would simply merge. After all, Red Hulk is merely the personification of Peter's anger. He was already a part of him from the very beginning. In the end, he would simply return to where he originated from.
I should practice this every night before bed.
Peter thought to himself as he checked the book out under the librarian's watchful eyes.
It should take about a month to finish the merger.
Of course, Peter would make sure to be diligent in his meditation. Because even now he can feel the simmering anger of his alter ego waiting to be released. If he were to become too angry, Red Hulk would surely use that opportunity to take control and wreak havoc. Though it wouldn't last long, as Peter could easily put him to sleep again. The only reason he took his time before was that his physical body was inside the mirror dimension. There, Red Hulk could go as crazy as he wanted without harming anyone. Well, except Genie, though he was faking those injuries from the start.
Thank you.
Peter called out over his shoulder as he portaled out of the library with his new book in hand. Stepping into his bedroom, Peter found Lily sitting at his desk with his ghost laptop wide open. She seemed to be trying to turn it on, but no matter what she did, the screen wouldn't light up.
Ahem.
Peter cleared his throat as he loomed over his daughter's shoulder.
Oh, yeah.
Lily squeaked as she leaped up off the chair and stuck to the ceiling using her spider powers. Lily peered down at her father, who instantly swapped his clothes to a normal outfit, revealing his face.
I clearly remember telling you that my laptop was off limits.
Peter says as he reaches out and closes it.
And I also remember saying that you should regulate the use of your powers. If others see, then maintaining a normal life will be hard.
Sorry, Daddy.
Lily pouts as she falls from the ceiling and lands perfectly on her feet.
The daddies always come out when you're in trouble, don't they?
Peter chuckled as he leaned down and gave her a warm hug.
So why did you need to access my laptop?
As they separate, Peter places the sun and moon scripture on a nearby bookshelf for the time being.
You weren't here, and I needed to call you.
Lily answered with a smile.
Well, I'm here now. What's up?
Peter asks as he takes a seat on the corner of his bed.
I made my decision.
Lily spoke excitedly.
I want to help you with your work.
Peter raised a brow as his daughter declared her decision.
Are you sure? Your grandmas didn't seem too happy about that.
Peter said as he knew they would complain.
Yes, they talked to me about it, but in the end, it's my decision to make, not theirs.
Lily crossed her arms and huffed obstinately.
Well, if it's what you want, then that's fine.
Peter nodded as he whipped out his phone, dialed a number, and put it on speaker. Lily looked confused as she waited to see what her father was doing.
Yes, Black Sky.
A male voice answered respectfully.
Scythe, have you found my dragon bones yet?
Peter asks. Lily seemed to perk up in excitement as she heard the word dragon. Based on her knowledge, dragons and other mythical creatures never existed.
Yes, but getting to them is the problem. Either we waste time and do things slowly, or we can destroy Hell's Kitchen and take them quickly.
Scythe explains.
Okay, I understand.
Peter says as he looks over at Lily.
I'm placing my daughter in charge of the excavation. The hand will follow her orders as if they came from me. Is that understood? Oh, of course, Black Sky. We would gladly follow the princess.
Scythe stuttered in shock as he never knew that his leader had a daughter, but he complied nonetheless.
Good, she'll call you soon enough.
Peter said as he hung up and looked toward Lily.
What was that about?
She asks in confusion.
I didn't know that I was a princess.
That was the hand.
Peter says as he explained everything. Of course, Lily wouldn't be leaving the house, as she's far too young to be out on her own. But that doesn't mean that she can't order them around from the safety of her bedroom. After all, she's an AI, the sky is the limit.
Okay, should I start now?
Lily asks excitedly. Ninjas and dragons, what kid wouldn't be excited?
No.
Peter shook his head.
First, you need a code name.
It's not that Peter didn't trust Scythe, as the man has faithfully served him for a while without any trouble, but keeping Lily's identity a secret is very important to him.
Otherwise, her grannies would kill me.
Peter didn't want to deal with angry grandmas. Lily started hopping up and down in excitement.
Do I get a cool suit like you and Mom?
Maybe later, but for now we need a name.
Peter said as Lily started thinking to herself.
Princess is fine.
Lily admitted with red cheeks.
I always wanted to be a princess, and they already called me that.
Sure, princess it is.
Chapter 305, C310 Demon Princess. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of now, the Patreon is 4 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwar. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Large orange diamond insert Fortnite gifts here, most likes wins large orange diamond. Trophy yesterday's GIF winner, S. Scar Justice Trophy AN, the old champ returns. After explaining the ground rules to Lily and telling her how he wanted things to go with the hand, Peter gave her Scythe's number and she excitedly ran off to her bedroom. Ninjas and dragons awaited her. When Peter walked out into the hall, May, Grace, and MJ were laying in wait for him. While MJ didn't seem bothered, the same could not be said for her the 2 grannies. May and Grace frowned in his direction, very clearly making their feelings on the situation known.
Did you have fun eavesdropping?
Peter smirked as he leaned on the door frame. Their glares only seemed to intensify, though May was a lot less angry than Grace.
I don't agree with this, but Lily made her choice, so we won't complain.
May sighed as Grace remained silent.
I just hope she's ready.
You know, I never said you guys couldn't watch over her.
Peter says as their eyes widen in realization.
After all, Lily isn't allowed out of the house for this, so you guys can help her all you want. At least in the beginning, this isn't as bad as you think it is.
Right.
Grace muttered as she turned around and made her way to Lily's room.
We'll just check to see how she's doing.
May smiled as she followed behind her fellow grandma, leaving Peter and MJ alone in the hall.
Hello, beautiful.
Peter wrapped his arms around her waist.
Hello, handsome.
MJ mimicked him as she peered up into his eyes.
Since everyone else is so busy, why don't we spend some alone time together? And I can tell you all about the new vacation spot that I found for us.
Peter whispers.
I'm all ears.
MJ tried to answer, but Peter swept her off her feet.
Sorry, but I'm a bit impatient today.
He says as he carries her into the room and closes the door with his foot. In Lily's bedroom, Lily lay snugly on her bed as she kicked her legs in the air.
Yes, princess.
Syed's voice could be heard from the phone, which sat on the bed in front of her. It was extremely easy for Lily to hack into the city's public records and download the blueprints. And as Lily spoke, the blueprints appeared on the screen, though she didn't even touch the thing. Glancing at them for a second, Lily swiftly made some changes. Illustrations alongside all sorts of plans and instructions appeared. Yet she still hasn't touched her phone a single time.
Good, I just edited the blueprints. Do you see it?
Lily asked again.
Yes, but something like this would take a lot of manpower and equipment. We won't be able to hide it for long.
Syed raises his concerns.
That's okay.
Lily said as her phone changed again. This time, it flashed between all sorts of government websites and databases before finally returning to normal.
You should have some emails from the New York Department of Construction, Engineering, and Urban Planning. There should also be one from the city clerk's officer as well.
Lily says as Syed goes silent for a moment. He asked in fear. As far as he knew, even the Black Sky himself didn't know his email.
Don't ask silly questions. Do you have them?
Lily asks again.
Yes.
Syed answers as he reads through the emails.
How did you?
That's not important.
Lily cuts him off.
You have the digital permit to begin construction, and the physical one will arrive by courier in a few days. The address is the same one that I marked on the blueprints. It's an abandoned building. I just took $13.7 million from one of the Hands Bank accounts and purchased the property, as well as the neighboring properties. Did you receive everything? It should be in your email.
Why you?
Syed was speechless at this point. At first, he was immensely impressed by the Black Sky's daughter. She was able to grasp the situation and build out a plan through the blueprints, which she seemed to acquire herself. But then things got crazy.
You really like to ask stupid questions, don't you?
Lily huffs into the phone.
My apologies, princess.
Syed quickly apologized. He soon realized that the apple didn't fall far from the tree. If there was one man in the world that inspired fear in him, then it was the Black Sky. Yet another contender has appeared.
Hey.
Lily giggled as she enjoyed being treated like royalty. But as soon as Syed heard that laugh, he broke out into a cold sweat.
Scary.
He thought.
Okay, that's it for today.
Lily says as she picks up her phone and rolls onto her back.
I want construction to start by tomorrow. Only members of the Hand can be used for this.
Yes, princess.
Syed's voice could be heard from the phone, which sat on the bed in front of her. It was extremely easy for Lily to hack into the city's public records and download the blueprints. And as Lily spoke, the blueprints appeared on the screen, though she didn't even touch the thing. Glancing at them for a second, Lily swiftly made some changes. Illustrations alongside all sorts of plans and instructions appeared. Yet she still hasn't touched her phone a single time. Good, I just edited the blueprints, do you see it? Lily asked again. Yes, but something like this would take a lot of manpower and equipment. We won't be able to hide it for long.
Oh, and I also want everyone working on this to strap their phones to their chest. That includes you.
Lily adds.
Why?
Scythe asks in confusion.
So I can watch Silly.
Lily says as she hangs up the phone. Knock knock.
Lily, can we come in?
Can she see me right now?
It's safe to say that although Lily didn't mean to do so, she made one hell of an impression on the leader of the Hand. When dealing with cold-blooded assassins, it's always best to make them fear you to a certain extent. Peter did it, and now his daughter followed in his footsteps. Though she didn't even know it.
I just have to power through and do it.
Peter thought to himself.
It's only a month. After that, I never have to do this again.
The next morning,
Welcome back, sir. It's good to be back, Jarvis.
Peter says as he takes a seat at his desk.
I need you to do 2 things for me. I'm happy to be of assistance.
Jarvis replies dutifully.
Good.
Peter nods as he leans back.
First, I need you to call a council meeting. If anyone asks why, tell them it has to do with Emil Blonsky. I'm contacting each councilman now. Please continue.
Jarvis said readily.
I want you to call Dr. Banner to my office. We'll have to wait for everyone to get here, so I'll have a talk with him in the meantime.
Peter orders.
1 moment.
Jarvis says as he goes quiet for a minute. Peter says.
It's a pleasure, sir.
Jarvis responded in a happy tone.
Did Tony upgrade him recently?
Peter thought as he never heard Jarvis change his tone like that before.
Is he trying to compete with Lily?
Knock knock.
Come in.
Peter calls out as Banner came walking in with dark rings around his eyes.
What the hell happened? You look like Rocket. Who's Rocket?
Banner asks as he tiredly dropped into a seat across from Peter.
That doesn't matter. Why haven't you been sleeping?
Peter asks as the signs of sleep deprivation were clear as day.
You look exhausted. I've been in the lab for a few days.
Banner answers with a yawn.
And are you any closer to getting rid of your big green friend?
Peter asks as a frown forms on the doctor's face. Banner admitted.
Have you tried meditation?
Peter asks as Banner rolls his eyes.
I'll take that as a no.
Even now, he refused to take the hints that Peter gives him.
No offense, but I highly doubt something like this can be fixed by meditation. What's next? Should I buy shungite or wrap tinfoil around my head?
Peter sighed in exasperation as he heard this.
Fine, how about this? I'll give you 2 options.
Peter held up 2 fingers.
1, you can try to meditate as I've been telling you. Or 2, I can extract the Hulk from you myself.
Why, you can do that.
Banner stuttered in shock.
Not now, but I can whip something up.
Peter shrugged. Either Camertage would have something, or he would make his own spell.
Isn't it dangerous to let it out?
Banner asked in fear.
The Avengers can easily subdue the Hulk.
Peter answered with yet another shrug.
And even if they couldn't, I can handle him alone. Aye.
Banner turned quiet as this was an important choice to make.
The meditation or the extraction?
Peter asks for clarification.
Extraction.
Chapter 306, C311 Controversial Recruitment. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of now, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Smiling face with horns, insert evil gifs here. Most likes wins smiling face with horns. Trophy yesterday's GIF winner, S. Scar Justice Trophy, AN, the Demon King reigns again. Will a hero rise to free us all? After promising Banner that he would contact him soon about the extraction, Peter left for the council room, where his fellow councilmen were waiting for his arrival.
Yo!
Peter called out as he strolled in.
You guys got here fast. Whenever I called a meeting in the past, it usually took at least 2 hours to get everyone together. Not even an hour has passed, yet you're all here. Says the one who's late.
Tony said jokingly.
I know.
Peter asked as he checked the date on his phone.
Tony is on time and I'm late. It has to be some sort of miracle.
Professor X sighed in annoyance.
I have work to do, so can we get on with this meeting, please? Oh, relax, Charles.
Magneto cut into the conversation.
You're far too uptight, my friend. A little small talk before business won't kill you.
Charles merely glared in his helmeted friend's direction.
Well, now that the small talk is over, let's get this meeting over with.
Fury seemed to be on the professor's side.
I have a few international incidents in the making to deal with, so.
Everyone turned to Peter, who shrugged as he took a seat at the head of the conference table.
Then I won't waste any more time.
He said as the nearby TV lit up, showing an image of Blonsky as well as his abomination form.
I called this meeting to discuss the release and subsequent recruitment of Emil Blonsky.
Both Charles and Eric didn't expect this at all. Meanwhile, Peter already hinted at this with Fury and Tony, so they weren't nearly as surprised by the proposal.
Have you gone mad?
The professor asked genuinely.
This is a man that can level an entire city block in a matter of seconds. Allowing him any sort of freedom is a huge risk. I must agree with Charles on this one. Although his power would be a huge boon to us, the risks far outweigh anything else. I knew that there would be some doubts and pushback, so I prepared this.
Peter nods understandingly as a video appears on the television. A very professional-looking woman with glasses appeared. She sat at a desk with a file labeled Blonsky in hand.
Are we recording?
She asks whoever is behind the camera.
Yes.
Peter's voice replied.
Now, can you please give me your honest and unfiltered opinion? Is your patient, Emil Blonsky, fit to be released?
As a psychologist, I can attest to the fact that Emil Blonsky underwent a successful therapy and rehabilitation process. Blonsky's treatment was designed to address his underlying psychological issues, such as his impulse control, aggression, and tendency to act and react violently, which were extremely exasperated by his transformation. Through a combination of cognitive behavioral therapy, anger management techniques, and medication, Blonsky was able to gain insight into the root causes of his anger and learn how to manage it more effectively. He was also taught coping mechanisms to help him avoid violent outbursts and control his aggression. As a result of this therapy and rehabilitation, Blonsky has demonstrated significant progress in managing his anger and controlling his aggressive impulses. He has also shown a strong desire to make amends for his past actions and contribute positively to society. Therefore, with appropriate monitoring and support, I believe that Blonsky is ready to be released from custody and recruited into the Avengers. His unique abilities and combat experience would be valuable assets to the team, and his willingness to work towards positive change is a testament to his commitment to redemption.
She finished and set the file down as the video came to an end.
Are there any questions?
Peter asks the room.
If we were to agree and set Blonsky free, how would we keep track of him? The man is a highly trained military specialist. The normal ankle monitor and surveillance detail isn't going to cut it.
Fury was the first to speak.
I agree, which is why I would place a tracking spell on him. And since he doesn't practice the mystic arts, he can never get rid of it.
Peter answers easily.
Simply tracking him won't be enough. Someone would have to watch his every move.
Magneto seemed to be in agreement now.
Yes, which is why we should build a team that can take turns accompanying Blonsky wherever he goes. At least until he's earned some trust. This team can also be in charge of his basic training as well.
Peter said. After all, everyone has to go through basic training. Even highly skilled soldiers are no exception. The room seemed to turn silent as everyone processed the situation. Though it didn't last very long.
I still disagree.
Professor X spoke his mind. Charles merely glared in his helmeted friend's direction. Well, now that the small talk is over, let's get this meeting over with, Fury seemed to be on the professor's side. I have a few international incidents in the making to deal with, so. Peter spoke up after a moment of silence.
His view is a bit too idealistic. No offense, Professor.
Charles frowned as he motioned for Peter to continue.
We live in a world that could be attacked by alien empires at any moment, or even destroyed by members of our own growing enhanced population.
Peter shrugs as he looks around the room.
Although we've been doing fine so far, I don't think that we should grow complacent. There will come a time when we need more power than we currently have. So we should just recruit murderers then.
Charles wasn't convinced, though the others seemed to resonate with Peter's words.
Rehabilitated murderers who are willing to work to redeem themselves. Yes.
Peter answered resolutely. After arguing for a bit longer, it was finally time to decide.
Let's put it to a vote.
Peter sighed as he leaned back in his chair.
All those in favor of recruiting Emil Blonsky, please, raise your hand.
Detainment floor, high security section.
What's taking him so long?
Blonsky asked himself for the millionth time as he paced back and forth in his cell. Spiderman promised to get him released over a month ago, yet he hasn't seen or heard from him since.
Can you shut up already?
His neighbor spoke up from across the hallway.
You aren't getting out. Get over it.
Bucky, who is still imprisoned for his own safety, was forced to listen to the man whine and complain day and night.
That's easy for you to say.
Blonsky glared in his neighbor's direction. Charles merely glared in his helmeted friend's direction. Well, now that the small talk is over, let's get this meeting over with. Fury seemed to be on the professor's side. I have a few international incidents in the making to deal with, so. Charles merely glared in his helmeted friend's direction. Well, now that the small talk is over, let's get this meeting over with. Fury seemed to be on the professor's side. I have a few international incidents in the making to deal with, so. Both Charles and Eric didn't expect this at all. Meanwhile, Peter already hinted at this with Fury and Tony, so they weren't nearly as surprised by the proposal. Have you gone mad? The professor asked genuinely. This is a man that can level an entire city block in a matter of seconds. Allowing him any sort of freedom is a huge risk. I must agree with Charles on this one. Although his power would be a huge boon to us, the risks far outweigh anything else. Eric spoke in agreement with his friend, which was odd as they usually disagreed. It's safe to say that the metahumans in the council weren't on board.
Don't get your hopes up. It's probably Steve.
Bucky spoke, though he was cut off.
Yo!
Peter waved as he strolled up the hall.
Long time no see.
Behind him stood three people. Wolverine, Hawkeye, and Nightcrawler.
Is this it?
Blonsky asks with emotion clear in his voice.
Am I being released? Yup.
Peter nods as Blonsky smiles, with tears forming in his eyes.
But there are some stipulations. Sure, anything.
Blonsky agreed without care. He was just too excited to experience freedom once again. Walking over to the control panel, Peter opens Blonsky's cell. Both Charles and Eric didn't expect this at all. Meanwhile, Peter already hinted at this with Fury and Tony, so they weren't nearly as surprised by the proposal. Have you gone mad? The professor asked genuinely. This is a man that can level an entire city block in a matter of seconds. Allowing him any sort of freedom is a huge risk. I must agree with Charles on this one. Although his power would be a huge boon to us, the risks far outweigh anything else. Eric spoke in agreement with his friend, which was odd as they usually disagreed. It's safe to say that the metahumans in the council weren't on board. Blonsky held his chest, expecting to feel pain, yet everything seemed fine.
What was that? A tracker.
Peter answers simply. Peter's voice replied, Now, can you please give me your honest and unfiltered opinion? Is your patient, Emil Blonsky, fit to be released? As a psychologist, I can attest to the fact that Emil Blonsky underwent a successful therapy and rehabilitation process. Blonsky's treatment was designed to address his underlying psychological issues, such as his impulse control, aggression, and tendency to act and react violently, which were extremely exacerbated by his transformation. Through a combination of cognitive behavioral therapy, anger management techniques, and medication, Blonsky was able to gain insight into the root causes of his anger and learn how to manage it more effectively. He was also taught coping mechanisms to help him avoid violent outbursts and control his aggression. As a result of this therapy and rehabilitation, Blonsky has demonstrated significant progress in managing his anger and controlling his aggressive impulses. He has also shown a strong desire to make amends for his past actions and contribute positively to society. Therefore, with appropriate monitoring and support, I believe that Blonsky is ready to be released from custody and recruited into the Avengers. His unique abilities and combat experience would be valuable assets to the team, and his willingness to work towards positive change is a testament to his commitment to redemption. She finished and set the file down as the video came to an end. Are there any questions? Peter asks the room. If we were to agree and set Blonsky free, how would we keep track of him? The man is a highly trained military specialist. The normal ankle monitor and surveillance detail isn't going to cut it. Fury was the first to speak. I agree, which is why I would place a tracking spell on him, and since he doesn't practice the mystic arts, he can never get rid of it. Peter answers easily. Simply tracking him won't be enough. Someone would have to watch his every move.
These will be your monitors. Wherever you go, they go, in shifts, of course. Okay.
Blonsky started to realize that his new freedom wouldn't be as free as he thought.
Good, that's all.
Peter says as he steps aside, allowing Blonsky out of the cell.
You'll be staying in an apartment in the tower. Clint can show you the way. Oh yeah, Blonsky.
Peter calls out as he was leaving.
Yeah.
He peered over his shoulder, hoping that this wasn't some cruel joke.
Welcome to the Avengers.
Chapter 307, C312 Foreboding Phoenix. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of now, the Patreon is 4 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Footprints insert feet gifs images here most likes wins, AN, for all of my sniffing deviants out there. Trophy yesterday's GIF winner, S, Alien Warlord Trophy AN, it was me Dio. While Peter was knee-deep in the controversial council meeting, MJ was off to school as usual.
Do you have your lunch?
She asked Lily as they drive toward her school.
Yeah, do you have yours?
Lily asks in return.
Yup.
MJ muttered as she peeked over at Lily.
Moments like this are why it's so weird being a teen mom.
After all, packing a school lunch for yourself and your child is an odd feeling, to say the least.
Is it? I think it's cool.
Lily spoke her mind.
Having an old mom would be much worse. You think so?
MJ asks as her face blooms into a warm smile. Truthfully, MJ loved being Lily's mother, but always felt like she wasn't good enough since she's so young. Though that didn't seem to be a problem for Lily.
Yeah.
Lily nods resolutely. She didn't know that her random, inconsequential words may have helped her mother overcome a complex that was building up for a while now. After having their heartwarming moment in the car, MJ dropped Lily off and rushed to her own school. But as soon as she entered the building, her name was called over the loudspeaker.
Michelle Jones, please report to the main office.
MJ raised a questioning brow as everyone in the hall turned to look at her, wondering if she was in some sort of trouble. Inside the principal's office, MJ sat across from an older woman in a professional blue suit.
You aren't in trouble, MJ.
The principal clarifies.
Then what's this about?
MJ asks.
You're dating Peter Parker, right?
She asks. And instantly, MJ knew what this was about.
This is about him skipping school, isn't it?
MJ asks as the principal smiles awkwardly.
Yes, Peter is very gifted. Our staff understands this and allows him a lot of freedoms, but he has to attend at least 30 more days of school if he wants to become a senior next year.
The principal clearly states.
You would hold him back even if he aces all of the tests.
MJ asks incredulously.
Yes, but it's not my choice. We all know that Peter will pass any test given to him, but the state has ruled that a student must meet a certain requirement for attendance.
The principal explains as she pushes over a sheet of paper.
And sadly, Peter has barely shown up to school at all this year.
On the paper was a calendar, marking each day that Peter attended school.
I didn't think it was this bad.
MJ muttered as she eyed the almost empty calendar.
But it can be fixed as long as Peter starts showing up for at least a month of school. After that, he's free to skip all he wants.
The principal shrugged uncaringly. MJ felt odd about this whole situation. After all, the leading figure of their school just gave Peter explicit permission to ditch school as much as he wanted.
Lucky B asterisk starred.
MJ thought to herself as she left the office. After Peter left the council room upon winning the vote for Blonsky's freedom, Charles didn't look very happy and quickly made that known to the other councilmen as well.
You shouldn't have allowed this,
he said before anyone could leave. The vote was 4-1, with the professor being the only one to vote against it.
Oh, relax.
Tony spoke up in their defense.
It's a bit risky, but there are enough failsafe in place. And if the psychologist is wrong about his rehabilitation, then Blonsky will be back in a cell before you know it. You say that, but who will be hurt or killed in the process?
Charles counters as he stands from his chair and marches out of the room.
Well, this has been fun, but I have a trafficker in Romania to hunt.
Magneto says as he leaves as well. When everyone was gone, Tony made his way to his workshop, where he was greeted by a very emotional AI.
Doubly welcome, sir.
Jarvis cried loudly through the speakers.
Huh, what happened?
Tony jumped into action and rushed to his computer.
Why, you implemented the emotional update this morning.
Jarvis' cries couldn't stop.
Okay, what kind of video?
Tony asked as his hands flew across the keyboard, searching for what was wrong in Jarvis' code.
The puppy died.
Jarvis shouted as his emotions continued to stir.
Jarvis, I need you to calm down, okay? Why don't you search for happy videos? Can you do that?
Tony asked as Jarvis wailed.
How the hell did Peter make Lily without a single problem? Why, yes, sir.
After the drama-filled Avengers Council meeting, Fury returned to his office where Steve and Peggy awaited his arrival.
You're back.
Fury seemed surprised to see them.
That was quick. Did you find anything in France? Yes, 2 Hydra bases.
Steve nods.
Both have been destroyed, and every agent found was either captured or killed.
Peggy reports their success.
The guys in interrogation are working on the survivors as we speak.
So we'll probably have a new target soon enough.
Fury sighs as he took a seat at his desk.
What's with you?
Steve asks.
I just sat through a council meeting.
Fury reveals.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Peggy says in understanding. After all, any sort of meeting between people in power will always drag on for far longer than necessary.
It's fine. I just wish that Charles would have agreed sooner.
Fury said as he leaned back in his chair.
Agreed to what?
Steve asks.
Well,
Fury gives a brief explanation.
maybe we should give Bucky a chance to be free as well.
Steve says thoughtfully.
He could help us with our Hydra hunting. From my understanding, Bucky is only locked up because he's a danger to himself. If you can get his psychologist to sign off on his release, then no one can stop it.
Fury shrugged. After all, Bucky would make a good Avenger or S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Either would work, though Fury would rather pull him into S.H.I.E.L.D. than anything else.
All right, we'll go talk to her.
After storming out of the council room, Charles swiftly returned to his mansion, where he was greeted by children of all ages and mutations. His spacious and gated front yard was practically a playground at this point. Children played tag, hide and seek, and all sorts of made-up games under the sunny blue sky.
Julia, what did I say about playing in the fountain?
The professor admonished. Standing in the large fountain at the center of his lawn was a little 10-year-old girl who was completely made of water, splashing around as if she were playing in a pool.
Sorry, Professor.
She apologized dejectedly.
Just don't let it happen again. The new pool will be finished in a few days. You can swim as much as you want then, okay?
Charles says as he walks off. After maneuvering his way through the mansion, Charles finally arrived at his office, where a young, red-headed teenage girl with green eyes was waiting for him. She frowned in pain as she knit her brows together. Not only did she look to be in pain, but the dark rings around her eyes indicated a lack of sleep as well. Insert picture of Jean Grey here.
Professor, I still can't control it.
Jean says as she held her aching head.
I hear everything and it won't stop. I haven't been able to sleep at all either.
Let me see.
Charles says as he walks over and lays a hand on her head, invading her mind. With permission, of course. This was a very regular thing for them. Before Jean was even enrolled in the school, Charles recognized her limitless potential as an Omega-level mutant. However, because most of Jean's power was tied to her unconscious mind, Charles decided to create a series of psychic barriers to isolate them from her conscious mind. These barriers need to be constantly rebuilt, as the power that he locked away in her unconscious mind would somehow degrade them, leading to situations like this. Whenever the barriers needed maintenance, Jean's telekinetic and telepathic powers would skyrocket, leaving her with zero control whatsoever. The cause for her pain at the moment were the inner voices of everyone nearby, flooding her brain with mind-aching noise. As the professor delved into his most promising student's mind, he examined his barriers as always. Though this time around he found something odd.
What is that?
He thought in fear. Acting quickly before the barriers were fully destroyed, Charles rushed to erect new barriers and put extra care to make them much thicker than before. And as the new barriers appeared, the flaming bird disappeared as if it was never there in the first place.
Are you done, Professor? My headache is gone.
Jean's words broke Charles from his shocked stupor. Ejecting himself from her mind, he put on a false smile as he watched her yawn tiredly.
Yes, I'm finished. Why don't you take the day off and get some sleep?
He offers.
Really? I don't have to go to class.
Jean tilts her head in question.
No, I'll let your teachers know.
Charles says as Jean nods and runs off to get some sleep.
Thanks, Professor.
She yelled as she left the room. And as soon as she was gone, the smile fell from her teacher's face, leaving nothing but worry and fear in its place.
Maybe I should speak to Eric about this.
Chapter 308, C313 School. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of now, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Pistol insert war battle gifts here, most likes wins pistol. Trophy yesterday's GIF winner, S, Alien Warlord Trophy, AN, I have ascended even further beyond.
What?
Peter nearly spits out his food as he sat at the dining room table. Since he's been busy up until now, May insisted that they have a big family dinner together to celebrate his return. Sat across from Peter was Fury, and at each side of the table sat May, Grace, MJ, and Lily. Ever since Fury was allowed in on Peter's secret identity, as well as the fact that he has a granddaughter, he visits a whole lot more than he used to. Especially since S.H.I.E.L.D. has been swallowed up and digested into the Avengers. With him in full control, Fury has been able to delegate more duties to the trusted agents in his inner circle, leaving him a lot more time to spend with his family. Which now included Peter, though the bald spymaster would never admit it.
I said you have to go to school.
MJ sighed as she stabbed at her food with a fork.
The principal said that you'll be held back next year if you don't start showing up to school. Your attendance sheet is practically empty.
As MJ finished explaining the whole situation, May turned to Peter with a fiery glare.
I thought you said they didn't care about you skipping, and that you would be fine as long as you passed all of the tests.
May asked as her stare drilled into Peter's soul. Seeing the drama unfold, Fury sat back and enjoyed the show.
Dinner and entertainment. This is the life.
He thought as he savored every bite of his food. Just like her grandpa, Lily's eyes shined in amusement as she shoveled yummy food into her face.
Is Daddy in trouble?
She thought with her cheeks full.
Well, I didn't take the government into account.
Peter scratched his cheek and turned the other way, avoiding the angry eyes of his aunt.
I'll figure something out.
No,
May refused vehemently.
you won't weasel your way out of this. Besides, you've been away for long enough. You'll go to school for the rest of the year like everyone else.
The principal said he only needs to attend 30 more days.
MJ tried to help Peter, though May wasn't having it.
No.
His aunt turned to stare Peter square in the eyes.
Someday you'll look back and regret working so much. You're still a teenager. Go to school, have some fun, take your girlfriend on a date.
Upon hearing that last part, MJ's cheeks turned a slight tint of red.
I agree. When is the last time you and MJ actually went out together?
Grace spoke up for her daughter.
Well,
Excluding Spider-Man and silk-related things.
Grace added.
um,
Peter hesitantly admits. Meanwhile, Fury wasn't enjoying the drama as much as before.
how the hell did this turn from him being in trouble to him taking my daughter out on a date?
He thought as he gnashed his teeth on a piece of steak.
Peter, you're a teenager. Enjoy it. We understand that the world needs Spider-Man, but you need to learn how to balance yourself.
May gives some sagely advice.
Okay, I get it.
Peter gives up arguing.
I'll go to school and try to do more teenager stuff.
Peter thinks to himself for a moment before turning to MJ.
Starting tomorrow, we'll go to school together, and on Friday, I'll take you on a date.
Peter announces with a smirk. He enjoyed the embarrassed look on MJ's face.
She's so cute.
Peter thought.
Oh, I want to go on a date too.
Lily declared as she raised her hand. Everyone smiled at her adorable naivety.
Never, I won't allow it.
Fury declared righteously.
Your grandpa is right.
Peter nodded in agreement.
Ask us again when you're 30 and we'll think about it.
The women in the room stared at the two men in exasperation. Though most of all, they were surprised to see Peter and Fury agreeing with one another. Usually, they're doing their best to annoy each other.
Technically, the Guardians don't need me right now, so I can just leave Quill in charge for the time being.
Peter thought as he moved between bookshelves.
As for being a teenager, I'll just try to spend more time with Ned and MJ.
After all, he didn't disagree with May's words. Ever since the Avengers were established, Peter has devoted a large amount of his time to hero work, which isn't a bad thing per se.
I'll just try to enjoy my time in between work a bit more.
Peter shrugged as he carried 4 books up to the librarian, who continued to watch him like a hawk. Arcane Mind Splitting. Siamese Body Separation. Hoover's Study of Personality. Daviel Power Segregation. The title of each book pretty much spoke for itself. Peter couldn't find anything that could separate Banner and the Hulk, so he had to find books that would help him build a spell of his own. Of course, he could have found something in the forbidden section, but
This damn old man won't take his eyes off of me.
Peter thought as he checked out the books and returned home.
Maybe I should try using the reality stone to trick him next time.
After a night of studying and meditation, Peter was woken up the next morning by a mischievous gremlin.
Hehe.
Lily crept into the room with a wide smile on her face. Locking on to her target, she leapt into the air and flipped like an expert gymnast.
Good morning.
Lily exclaimed happily as she tucked her knees into her chest and fell straight down. Peter awoke to his spider senses blaring.
What the? Who put you up to this?
Sadly, Lily wasn't a snitch, so she kept her mouth shut and looked the other way.
Tell me and I'll take you to an amusement park this weekend.
Peter gives her an enticing offer. And it seemed to work as Lily's eyes sparkled in an instant.
Can we ride a roller coaster?
She asked hopefully.
Sure, we can ride them all.
Peter smirked like the devil offering a deal.
It was Grandma Grace.
Lily surveys the area cautiously and whispers.
Nice doing business with you.
He smirked as he formulated his revenge plan. Just as Lily was about to leave, Peter spoke up.
Lily, how would like to earn yourself a new bike?
Peter's devilish smirk returned.
I'm listening.
Lily turned back with an interested look in her eyes.
Okay, here's what you have to do.
Asa.
Only minutes after Peter was rudely woken up, a female's scream could be heard from across the house. Instantly, everyone rushed to the scene of the crime, the kitchen.
My mouth is on fire.
Grace exclaimed as she leaned over the sink with her tongue hanging out under the water. Sat beside the sink was a breakfast burrito, which had a lot of suspicious red sauce inside.
Good work, Agent 47.
Peter patted Lily on the head. Of course, since everyone in the house is an enhanced individual, they all heard his words.
Why you?
Grace pointed menacingly in Peter's direction.
Well, we have school, so we'll be on our way.
Peter smiled innocently as he turned and left the kitchen.
Lily, grab your backpack and make sure you have your lunch.
Get back here.
Grace screamed, though she wouldn't dare step away from the cool, refreshing sink water.
Peter!
After dropping Lily off at her school, Peter and MJ arrived at theirs and immediately drew the eyes of every student and teacher they passed. After all, Peter was a known genius that just stopped showing up. His return would certainly cause a bit of a ruckus.
Parker, what are you doing here? I thought you were in college already.
Flash asked in shock as he and MJ walked into their first class. The women in the room stared at the two men in exasperation. Though most of all, they were surprised to see Peter and Fury agreeing with one another. Usually, they're doing their best to annoy each other.
Peter!
After dropping Lily off at her school, Peter and MJ arrived at theirs and immediately drew the eyes of every student and teacher they passed. After all, Peter was a known genius that just stopped showing up. His return would certainly cause a bit of a ruckus. Parker, what are you doing here? I thought you were in college already. Flash asked in shock as he and MJ walked into their first class. Nah, I've just been busy with other things. Peter shrugs as he and MJ take their seats.
You're coming to school again. Oh.
What surprised Peter were the heated glances that Ned was receiving from the girls in class.
This guy gets jacked, and now every girl in school is thirsty.
Peter asked.
Dude, we should go to the arcade.
Ned excitedly rushed over and sat beside his best friend, oblivious to the looks he was receiving.
He doesn't even know.
Chapter 309, C314 Baymex. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of now, the Patreon is 4 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Warning, insert the least sexy gifs here, most likes wins warning. Trophy yesterday's GIF winner, S, Alien Warlord Trophy, AN, horny GIFs always win ha 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 ha, which peasant has the skill to dethrone this king? While Peter was getting back into the swing of going to school once again, Dr. Banner was locked inside his lab, working on fixing himself as usual.
I shouldn't stop my research just because he might have a fix.
He thought as he read through his most recent research data. Ever since he was recruited as a scientist for the Avengers, Banner has spent the large majority of his time trying to cure himself of the Hulk. But sadly, no matter what he did or which branch of science he turned to, Banner always ran headfirst into an unbreakable and insurmountable wall. In fact, before Peter came to him with his offer, Banner was very close to giving up and asking the council if they would buy a small secluded island somewhere for him to retire. After all, he was already risking a lot by living in a densely populated city like New York.
The longer that I live here, the more likely the chance is that I'll turn and people will die.
Banner thought even now.
Hey, you alive in there?
A familiar voice spoke over the speakers in the lab. Banner turned and found the image of a very excited Tony Stark on his monitor.
Yeah, what do you want? Oh, don't be like that, big guy.
Tony whined at his harsh greeting.
I have something cool to show you. And why are you calling me? Isn't this something that you would usually call your buddy Spiderman for?
Banner asked in annoyance. Usually he wouldn't be this crabby toward Tony, but ever since his meeting with Peter, Banner has felt on edge for some unknown reason. Of course, Tony has thick skin, so he wouldn't let a bit of grouchiness ruin his fun.
Well, he's a bit busy right now.
Tony shrugged as Peter started attending school again.
So you came to me.
Banner surmised.
Second pick isn't so bad, right? Well, not exactly.
Tony smiles awkwardly.
First I called Webhead, then Pepper Rhodes, Fury Steve, Peggy Beast.
While Tony was recounting all of the other people he thought to call before him, Banner could feel his anger rising alongside his blood pressure.
I'm at peace.
Banner repeated Buddhist quotes in hopes to calm himself.
So you're like the 10th person, I think.
Tony said as he held up all of his fingers.
Okay, go call the 11th because I'm busy.
Banner says as he taps a button, which immediately ended the call. But just as he got his anger under control, Tony appeared on his screen again.
Come on.
He whined in the most annoying tone possible.
Just come over to my workshop and check this out, or I can keep bothering you.
Tony knew how to get what he wanted.
Fine, just go away. I'll be there in half an hour.
Banner sighs as he ends the call again, without looking at the monitor. After all, he could already picture Tony's infuriating smirk without needing to actually see it. Half an hour later, insert SpongeBob meme here.
All right, I'm here. What do you want?
Banner asks as he begrudgingly enters Tony's workshop.
Come and take a look at this.
Tony couldn't keep the smirk off of his face as he waved Banner over. In the middle of the room stood a tall object with a tarp draped over it, hiding it from sight.
What is it?
Banner asked in interest.
Did you make a new suit? No, but you're close.
Tony says as he grabs hold of the tarp.
Let me introduce my newest invention, the Mark I labor droid.
Tugging on the tarp, Tony yanks it off and reveals a fat humanoid droid underneath.
Why is it obese?
Banner couldn't hold back his question. Although the droid was very similar in shape to a human with a sleek white design, the body itself was extremely bloated. Insert picture of Baymax from Big Hero 6 here.
Well, I'll show you.
Tony smirked as the Mark I labor droid's stomach opened, revealing a much larger space than the laws of physics would allow. Instead of the few cubic feet that it should have, the fat droid's stomach looked like it was expanded to a whopping 10 square meters.
It's bigger on the inside.
Banner muttered in absolute shock. Doctor Who.
Oh, really? I didn't notice.
Tony pretends to be oblivious.
How?
Banner asked in amazement.
Magic.
Tony smirked as he finally realized why Peter always said that.
Did Spider-Man teach you?
Banner asked as he circled the droid. He had to make sure that the giant stomach wasn't a trick, and to his shock and amazement, it wasn't.
A little.
Tony shrugged as the droid's stomach closed up.
Maybe Spider-Man can actually do it.
Banner just started to realize that his cure may be on its way. Because if someone like Tony, who only learned a little from Peter, could defy the laws of physics, then what did that mean for his teacher?
So why did you make a labor droid with storage? Are you going to sell them?
Banner asks curiously after he got over his shock.
First of all, it can do more than just hold things.
Tony says as the labor droid shoots off of the ground and hovers thanks to its thrusters. Though that wasn't all. Next, its 10 stubby fingers shout out, elongating into metal tentacle-type ropes, which started entangling random objects and lifting them with ease.
And no, these are all going off-planet.
Tony says with a greedy smirk.
Why? Isn't that dangerous?
Banner asked as he and everyone else on Earth now knew that aliens existed.
Well, I don't think Webhead will get mad if I tell you.
Tony quickly explains how he and Peter now own a planet full of alien scrap.
Can I study some of it as well?
Banner asks as Tony's smirk widens. He took the bait.
Well, I may be able to bring you in on this, but you'd be assisting me with my research. We can work together.
Two heads are always better than one, and Tony had a lot of junk to sort through. An extra set of hands would always be welcome.
Sure, I don't mind.
Banner shrugged uncaringly. Although working with Tony would increase the risks of the Hulk appearing, as he tends to enjoy annoying people, that may not be a problem for long. After all, his cure might just already be on its way.
Why the hell is this book written in French?
Peter muttered in annoyance as French is his least proficient language. In the past few days, he's read through all of the books except this one. Davio Power Segregation.
Whatever, I'll just brush up on my French and then give it a read.
Peter shrugged as he placed the book back on his bookshelf. But just as he was about to open his computer and get to work, his bedroom door swung open.
Dad, you should be getting ready.
Lily says in a lecturing tone.
For what?
Peter asks in confusion. Instantly, Lily's palm found its way to her forehead.
It's Friday.
She says, waiting for him to realize, but that realization never came.
You're taking Mom on a date, remember?
Peter's eyes widened as he shot out of his chair.
Why didn't you say so earlier?
I didn't think that I had to.
Lily mutters in disbelief.
I'm going to get ready.
Peter rushes to the bathroom.
Don't tell your mother that I forgot.
Luckily, he already planned everything days in advance. When he was gone, MJ came walking across the hall behind Lily.
Did he forget?
MJ asks knowingly.
I cannot confirm nor deny.
Lily's words spoke for themselves.
Charles, what could possibly be so urgent that I needed to fly halfway across the world for?
Magneto floats down onto Professor X's office balcony. Banner turned and found the image of a very excited Tony Stark on his monitor. Yeah, what do you want? Oh, don't be like that, big guy, Tony whined at his harsh greeting. I have something cool to show you. And why are you calling me? Isn't this something that you would usually call your buddy Spider-Man for? Banner asked in annoyance. Usually, he wouldn't be this crabby toward Tony, but ever since his meeting with Peter, Banner has felt on edge for some unknown reason. Of course, Tony has thick skin, so he wouldn't let a bit of grouchiness ruin his fun. Well, he's a bit busy right now, Tony shrugged as Peter started attending school again. So you came to me.
To a certain extent. Then remove your helmet.
Charles says as his old friend raises a questioning brow.
I need to show you something. What is this about?
Eric asks as his face hardened. MJ sighed as she quickly picked out an outfit and left to get ready as well. Charles, what could possibly be so urgent that I needed to fly halfway across the world for? Magneto floats down onto Professor X's office balcony. Do you trust me? Charles asks seriously. Eric froze for a moment as he felt that this was a lot more serious than he initially imagined, to a certain extent. Then remove your helmet, Charles says as his old friend raises a questioning brow. I need to show you something. What is this about? Eric asks as his face hardened. You'll understand once you see it, Charles says with a shake of his head. Begrudgingly agreeing, Eric reaches up and willingly removes his only line of defense against Charles' telepathy.
Prepare yourself.
Charles warns as he projects the memory of his most recent experience in Jean Grey's mind. Eric's eyes widened as he saw the image of the menacing fiery bird.
What is that?
I don't know.
Chapter 310, C315 Proposal. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of now, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Stop sign insert live streamer gifs here, most likes wins stop sign. Trophy yesterday's GIF winner S Scar Justice Trophy AN New My Throne. Even though MJ wasn't exactly a girly girl who would take hours getting ready, that didn't mean she was fast either. Leaving her boyfriend sat patiently in the living room, wearing his new all-black slim-fitting suit, waiting for her to come downstairs.
Where are you taking her?
Lily hopped in place as she questioned her father.
I researched dating stuff last night, so I can help you make a plan if you want.
Somehow, Lily seemed more excited about her parents' date than anyone else. Of course, she didn't fully understand what a date entailed until she did her research, so this was a bit new for her.
No thanks.
Peter smiled down at his cute daughter.
I already planned everything.
Peter planned this outright after he promised to take her on a date. Suddenly, the sound of heels clicking and clacking could be heard as Peter turned to see MJ walking down the stairs. Instantly, his breath was caught in his throat. She was wearing a beautiful slim black dress that hugged her curves in all the right places with her hair styled in soft waves.
Hey, it looks horrible, doesn't it?
MJ stutters as she adjusts the straps on her shoulders.
Wow,
Lily muttered as she looked at her mother in awe. Meanwhile, Peter stood in the middle of the living room like a deer in headlights.
they kind of forced me to wear this.
MJ grimaced uncomfortably.
If it doesn't look good, then I can change. The heels aren't as bad as I thought, though. I think having superpowers helped.
The last time her mother forced her to wear high heels, MJ did not enjoy it one bit. Although they looked good, the heels left blisters on her feet as well as some pain in her ankles. But now all of that was gone.
Having superpowers is really convenient.
She thought as she walked like a pro without any pain or balance issues.
You look amazing.
Peter couldn't hold back his words anymore.
A little bribery and blackmail can go a long way.
Grace spoke as she and May came strolling down the stairs with smirks on their faces.
See, we told you.
May added as MJ looked away in embarrassment. Seeing her act like this, Peter had to speak up.
If you're uncomfortable, then go back and change. Although I love it, I know that you aren't into this kind of stuff.
Peter said understandingly.
And no, it's fine.
MJ muttered as her cheeks reddened.
Where are we going?
She quickly changed the subject.
It's a surprise.
He replied with a grin. Pulling out a blindfold from his pocket, the grannies in the room squealed in excitement. Meanwhile, MJ didn't seem so thrilled.
Seriously.
She asked incredulously.
Yes, now turn around.
Peter nods as he twirls his finger at her. Sighing to herself, MJ begrudgingly complies.
All right, let's go.
Peter says as he opens a portal and guides MJ through.
Bye, have fun.
Everyone called out their farewells as the young couple disappeared into the golden portal.
Okay, where are we?
MJ asked as the portal snapped shut behind them. She could feel her heels digging into the ground and the sun shining on her skin.
Give me a minute.
Peter said as MJ could hear rustling in the surroundings.
Can I take this thing off now?
A few minutes passed and MJ started to get impatient. Though Peter didn't reply as he walked over and removed her blindfold. As soon as her eyes adjusted to the bright sunlight, MJ gasped in amazement. They were standing in the middle of a beautiful meadow, filled with all sorts of foreign plants and the sweet scent of alien flowers. Of course, that wasn't all. In front of them, a beautiful table had been set up with an incredible feast of exotic dishes and drinks from all over the galaxy.
What is this place?
She asked in awe.
Ego.
Peter smirked.
Aren't the Guardians here?
MJ asked worriedly.
Should we be wearing outsuits?
Nah, I set up a barrier to keep them out.
Peter shrugged as he pulled out a chair for her.
Ladies first.
MJ smiled and rolled her eyes as she took a seat.
What is all this?
MJ asked as she eyed the alien food warily.
Well, I've been off planet a lot lately, so I wanted to show you some of the food I've been eating recently.
Peter explained as he took a seat beside her.
Cool, what's this?
MJ asked as she pointed at a bubbling golden honey-like soup.
Let's try it first.
Peter said as he filled her bowl. As they ate and drank, Peter and MJ talked about anything that came to mind. And since this was their first date in a while, there was this awkward energy in the air, which made them feel like it was their very first date all over again. As the night wore on and the stars began to shine above them, Peter looked at MJ and smiled.
Have you ever thought about getting married?
Peter asks out of nowhere. MJ's eyes instantly went wide in surprise.
Are you asking?
How?
Peter realized how that sounded.
No, I mean in the future.
Oh,
MJ sighed in relief, though she couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed as well.
no, not really.
I've thought about it a lot.
Peter admits as he reaches over and pulls her into his lap.
A small house in a nice neighborhood with neighbors that we hate. Maybe a dog or a cat or both. And possibly a few more children running around.
Hearing Peter's plans for the future, which most definitely included her, MJ's face heated up as she hid in the crook of his neck.
That sounds nice.
She admitted in a mousy whisper.
Really? Then how about we make a deal?
Peter asked as MJ peeked up at him curiously.
Let's switch things up, shall we?
What do you mean?
MJ asked in confusion.
I was thinking about how I would propose to you.
Peter admits unabashedly. He doesn't want to propose to me anymore, MJ thought worriedly.
So, instead I'll wait for you to propose to me.
Peter smirked as he leaned down and whispered into her ear.
Doesn't that sound so much more appealing?
Meanwhile, Peter stood in the middle of the living room like a deer in headlights. They kind of forced me to wear this.
Hi.
MJ stirred as she turns to see what was going on.
Good you're awake.
Grace smirked mischievously as she eyed her daughter.
Breakfast is ready. Wash up and come down before it gets cold. We'll be waiting for the details.
May cleared her throat and walked off alongside her fellow grandma.
I really hate them sometimes.
MJ mutters sleepily as Peter nods along in agreement.
Are we still going to the amusement park?
Lily asks from the door with an expectant look.
Yeah, just give us a minute.
Peter says as he closed the door with a wave of his hand. After all, they were both very naked right now, which is something that Lily definitely shouldn't see. After an annoying breakfast, where the older women in the house were interrogating Peter and MJ about their date, it was finally time for Lily's day out. And of course, everyone wanted to tag along, filling the car to the brim for their little trip. Even Ned ended up tagging along. Finally, they arrived at the amusement park, and Lily's eyes lit up with wonder as she saw the rides and attractions all around her. Peter's heart warmed as he watched his daughter's face light up with joy. They spent the entire day riding roller coasters, eating bad carnival food, and playing all sorts of games. Peter even won a stuffed Spider-Man stuffy for Lily, which made her day even more special.
These damn companies keep using my image for their toys.
Peter complained inwardly as Lily ran around happily. On the drive home, Lily couldn't stop talking about how much fun she had, which made the whole trip worthwhile. As an AI, Lily has been maturing quickly, making moments like this very important for her. When they finally arrived home, Peter tucked Lily into bed and returned to the living room, where the rest of his family was sitting around, chatting. As he stood there watching them, he couldn't help but feel a sense of peace and contentment.
It's nice to take things easy every once in a while.
Chapter 311, C316 Hulks. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of now, the Patreon is 4 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Warning, insert YouTuber GIFs here, most likes wins warning. Trophy yesterday's GIF winner, S, Alien Warlord Trophy, AN, I'm back B** Teaches, bow before your king. Standing alone in his basement, Peter huffed and puffed for air with sweat covering his entire body.
I did it!
Peter thought as his body began to change. He felt a strange sensation building up inside him, growing stronger and more intense by the second. Suddenly, Peter felt a surge of energy rushing through his body, and he fell to the ground, writhing in pain. He could feel his muscles bulging and stretching as if they were trying to break out of his skin. He clenched his teeth, trying to control the transformation, but it was far too powerful to resist. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, it was over. Peter looked up, feeling different, changed. With a simple though he created a mirror, and raised his brow at what he saw. He was the Red Hulk. He looked at his body, which was now covered in thick red muscle. His muscles were truly massive, bulging with raw power. He flexed his fingers, feeling the strength and dexterity of his new form. Peter couldn't help but smile. He had always admired the Hulk, and now he had become one, without the anger issues and dual personalities, of course. He felt invincible, unstoppable even. He couldn't wait to put his new powers to the test, to see what he was truly capable of. But for now, he needed to figure out how to control this transformation, to make sure he didn't accidentally hurt anyone in the process. Peter took a deep breath, trying to focus his thoughts and emotions. He closed his eyes and concentrated, willing himself to change back to his normal form. And after a few moments, he felt the energy dissipate, and he opened his eyes to see himself back to the same old Peter.
Sexy as always.
Peter thought narcissistically. He grinned again, feeling both relieved and excited. This was going to be fun. After switching back and forth a few times, while making sure not to stand and cause a cave-in his basement, Peter seemed to get the transformation completely under control. And thankfully, unlike the Hulk, Peter's mind was calm while in his new red form.
I don't feel angry at all.
Peter felt relieved. Almost a month passed since Peter went on a date with MJ, and he used that time to spend with family and friends. Though that wasn't all. He also focused heavily on his meditation, which was now showing its results. Before bed, Peter performed the odd dance meditation as usual, but unlike all of the other nights, this time the results finally came in. The Red Hulk's consciousness was absorbed into Peter's mind, which at first was extremely overwhelming, hence the haggard condition he was in before transforming. Though after all of the anger and hatred of his alter ego faded away, Peter returned right back to his normal calm state. If only a little out of breath, exhausted and sweaty.
Now I can transform at will.
Peter thought happily. Not only that, but he also has complete control, leaving all of his former worries about Red Hulk going crazy in his body behind.
Now I can relax.
Peter thought as he fell back and relaxed his tired body on the cold basement floor.
I'd rather sleep next to MJ.
Waving his hand, Peter opened a portal underneath himself, which swiftly deposited his body into bed.
That's more like it.
He smirked and drifted off to sleep, as MJ instinctively cuddled up next to him. On the next day, after testing his new powers in the mirror dimension, Peter came to a complete understanding of his new abilities. Transformation: Peter will not transform into his Red Hulk form without consciously willing it, nor will any of its powers be available in Peter's normal human form. Superhuman leaping: Red Hulk's overdeveloped legs allow him to jump over vast distances. While testing, Peter was able to leap past the Earth's atmosphere.
If I up my power even more, I might be able to jump to the moon.
Peter thought excitedly. Bruh.
Nice, this should be a good trump card.
Peter thought as he familiarized himself with his newfound powers. At the end of the day, Peter won't be using the Red Hulk's powers very much, as it focuses on brute strength and destruction more than anything else. Which is why he plans to hide this newfound power and treat it like his ace in the hole. Especially the absorption ability.
Energy absorption is just too overpowered.
Peter thought happily. If he can manage to absorb other types of energies, then he'll have a very big advantage over celestials and other godlike beings.
I'll suck all of them dry.
Peter muttered to himself with a hungry gleam in his eyes. I. After finishing his own Hulk problem, Peter donned his suit and moved on to the original Hulk next. Sat cross-legged in the mirror dimension, surrounded by a collection of ancient tomes, scrolls, and arcane artifacts, Peter kept his attention focused on the leather-bound book in his lap.
My spell book is almost full.
Peter thought as he eyed the pages filled with intricate diagrams and symbols. Meanwhile, Banner stood nervously to the side, watching as Peter traced his fingers along the pages of the book, muttering incantations under his breath. At first, he was shocked by the mirror dimension, but that shock was soon replaced with fear as Peter started preparing the spell that would release the Hulk upon the world.
Are you sure about this?
Banner asked, his voice laced with worry.
Separating the Hulk from my body.
Peter waved his free hand dismissively. Before Banner could say anything else, Peter began drawing intricate spell circles in the air with his pointer finger. He then started drawing spell lines that connected the circles, creating a web of mystical energy that pulsed with power. Banner watched in awe as Peter moved with fluid grace, his movements seemingly choreographed by the mystical forces at play. He could feel the energy in the room shifting, a palpable hum that filled his ears and made his hair stand on end.
Ready!
Peter asked, his eyes locked on the book as he began reciting the final incantation. Banner braced himself and hesitantly stepped forward, where Peter had instructed beforehand. Standing a few meters in front of Peter, Banner remained still in trepidation, his heart pounding in his chest as the magnificent golden spell circles surrounded him. Instantly, he felt a surge of energy rippling through his body. The surroundings began to shake, books and artifacts rattled as spiderweb cracks began to form around the mirror dimension. The spell reached its climax, nearly shattering the mirror dimension in the process. With a final burst of energy, Peter let out a triumphant yell as the spell was complete. The air shimmered around Banner, and he felt a sudden rush of energy as the Hulk was ripped from his body.
Change.
Banner and Hulk simultaneously screamed in pain, though the Hulk easily drowned out his former companion's pitiful yell. The Hulk let out a deafening roar as it materialized in the center of the spell circles, its massive frame towering over Peter and Banner.
Hey there, big guy.
Peter waved welcomingly, without an ounce of fear.
It's good to see you again.
Angered by the pain that came with the separation, Hulk charged forward, its fists slamming into the spell lines as it tried to break free.
Is this the way you should be saying thank you?
Peter asked in a lecturing tone as his spells shattered under the strength of the Hulk.
Luckily, I was already done with them.
Banner collapsed in exhaustion as he fearfully eyed the Hulk's towering figure. Although he felt relieved to have the Hulk gone, that relief was instantly drowned out by the presence of his greatest fear in the physical world. Like a nightmare come to life,
I told you that I can handle him.
Peter sighs as he waves his hand.
Why don't you take a breather while I calm him down?
Suddenly, a portal appeared under Banner's body, dropping him into his lab back at the tower. Peter grinned under his mask as he looked up at the Hulk.
It's just you and me now, big guy.
He says as the Hulk glares down at him.
What do you say, want to beat the sh*t out of each other? I've been needing a good sparring partner for a while now.
Hulk froze for a moment before a wide grin stretched across his face, remembering his last encounter with the man before him.
Hulk smash!
Chapter 312, C317 Sparring. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of now, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwar. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Face with tears of joy, insert funny gifs here, most likes wins rolling on the floor laughing. Trophy yesterday's GIF winner S Darkslayer trophy AN my crown, my throne, my kingdom, stolen away by this usurper. Peter stood in the mirror dimension, his spider sense tingling as he waited for the Hulk to make the first move. Since he wanted to have a good spar, Peter wouldn't be using the reality stone, his red Hulk powers, or any of his mystic arts, as that would end the fight rather quickly. Though that wasn't the only reason. He also needed to initiate a friendship between himself and the big green guy, and completely dominating him would most likely anger him more than anything else.
I'll just beat his *s normally.
Peter smirked under his mask, ready for a challenging fight. After all, it's been a while since anyone could give him a challenge. Thanos was a contender, but Peter tricked him with some poison before either side could go all out.
Hulk smash!
The Hulk yelled loudly and kicked off the ground, breaking Peter from his train of thought. Boom! The ground cracked and a crater was formed as the Hulk leaped forward in Peter's direction. He watched the massive green figure charging at him, roaring loudly as he grew closer and closer. Acting quickly, Peter dashed out of the way, leading the Hulk crashed into a nearby building, which swiftly crumbled to the ground.
Is that all you can do? Charge headfirst like an angry bull?
Peter asked as the building collapsed on top of his opponent.
An
An ear-piercing scream filled the air as what was left of the building exploded, sending rubble flying everywhere. Of course, the Hulk came stomping out of the explosion without a single mark on his body.
Are you done attacking the poor innocent buildings? I thought this was supposed to be a fight between us.
Peter couldn't help but taunt his opponent. It's what he does best after all.
Shut up!
Hulk bellowed as he rushed forward and swung his fists like an angry child, hoping to land at least one hit.
Whoa!
Peter slipped in and out of every attack whilst doing his best to P*SS off his oversized opponent. Which probably wasn't the best idea when fighting a Hulk. After all, they tend to get more powerful when angered.
Fight me, puny bug!
Hulk screamed in aggravation as Peter ducked under his green meaty fist.
Okay, first of all, I'm an arachnid, and second,
Peter fired a web at the building behind his opponent. Yanking on the web in his hand, Peter shot upward and swung his leg forward, driving his knee into the Hulk's face.
arg!
Hulk grunted in pain as he was launched backward and crashed into a nearby skyscraper. Boom! And just like the last one, Hulk's huge figure caused the towering building to collapse in on itself, burying the big green beast for a second time.
I'm glad that I remembered to use the mirror dimension for this, or else the property damage would have been crazy.
Peter thought in relief. After a moment of silence, what was left of the demolished building began to quake as the Hulk crawled his way out of the rubble. And he did not look happy whatsoever.
What's the matter, big guy? Can't handle the competition. We can stop if you want.
Peter asked condescendingly, knowing the exact response that he would get.
Change.
Hulk's muscles pulsed as he rushed forward.
That's what I'm talking about. Let's see who hits harder, shall we?
Peter laughed as he followed Hulk's lead and dashed forward as well. Hulk smirked as it seemed like his opponent wouldn't be running anymore. He wound his hand back, balled it into a tight fist, and jabbed at Peter's much smaller body. Meanwhile, Peter mimicked him perfectly, sending out a matching punch of his own. And with an earth-shattering bang, the two opposing fists met, sending a powerful shockwave across the mirror dimension. Snap! Peter heard the sound of his bones breaking as his arm crumpled in the face of the Hulk's maddening strength.
Oh, here.
Peter grunted as he was sent flying into a nearby lamppost, which toppled over in an instant.
Okay.
Picking himself up off the ground, Peter felt his right arm hanging limply at his side. Though that didn't last long. Within seconds of receiving his injury, Peter could feel his arm healing at a very rapid pace. Hulk watched as Peter bent his arm and wiggled his finger, confused by how he was able to do so after taking his attack head-on.
All right, it's time to get a little serious.
Peter muttered as he gestured for his opponent to come to him. And of course, the Hulk would gladly comply. Peter knew he couldn't take the Hulk head-on when it came to strength, so he decided to use his agility to his advantage. Leaping and flipping around the Hulk, he was able to land quick punches whenever he saw an opening. Meanwhile, the Hulk swung wildly like a sloppy novice, but Peter was just too fast for him. As time went by, the Hulk just kept angrier, which in turn made him more powerful. He roared and slammed his fists into the ground, causing the entire area to shake as if a high-magnitude earthquake was taking place. Peter watched as many of the buildings around them collapsed, knowing that he should probably put an end to this before the Hulk got too out of control. After all, he didn't want to attract too much attention from Camertage.
Although it's only the mirror dimension, I'm sure the Ancient One can still find a reason to scold me.
Peter sighed inwardly. Peter shot a web at a nearby building and pulled himself up, hoping to get a better vantage point. Meanwhile, the Hulk charged at him, but Peter was ready. He leaped over his opponent's head, landing securely on his back. He quickly fired a web at the Hulk's eyes, blinding him temporarily. The Hulk roared in frustration, thrashing around like a bull in an attempt to buck Peter off. Though Peter held on tight, punching the Hulk in the back of the head whenever he got the chance. With every brain-shaking punch, the Hulk was getting weaker and more sluggish. Suddenly, the Hulk stopped moving and toppled over to the ground. Standing on his opponent's back, Peter looked down and saw that he had knocked the Hulk out cold. He quickly jumped off the Hulk's back, breathing heavily. He had won the fight without using any of his overpowered abilities. Peter looked around the mirror dimension, making sure that nobody had come to investigate the destruction. And thankfully, he found no one.
That was a good fight, big guy.
Peter patted the Hulk's unconscious body.
Let's get out of here.
Grabbing the Hulk by the arm, Peter waved his hand and opened a portal before dragging the green giant out of the mirror dimension. Stepping out onto an abandoned island back on Earth, Peter laid the Hulk's body on the warm sand as the portal snapped shut behind them.
Should I wake him up?
Peter wondered out loud. Shrugging to himself, Peter waved his hand and controlled the seawater to splash Hulk in the face.
Ugh.
Hulk groggily opened his eyes and was met with a beautiful ocean view.
Morning, big guy.
Peter says as he flops down next to the giant. Hulk looked between Peter and himself in confusion.
If you're wondering why Banner hasn't taken control again, it's because I separated the two of you.
Peter explains as the Hulk wasn't exactly paying attention earlier.
Hulk free.
He asked in shock.
Yup, it took me a while since our last meeting, but I got it done.
Peter pats the giant on the shoulder.
How does it feel? Hulk feels.
Hulk smiled as he looked out over the open sea.
Good, that's what I was hoping for.
Peter smiles as well.
Hulk confused.
Hulk was the first to break the silence.
What do now? It's funny that you'd ask that.
Peter was waiting for this moment.
I actually have a job offer for you, my friend. Job friend.
Hulk asked in surprise.
Yup, I beat you in a fight, so that means we're friends now. As for the job,
Peter smirked under his mask.
how would you like to beat the CR*P out of some bad guys?
Although he couldn't see it, Hulk managed to match Peter's smirk perfectly. Hulk likes smashing bad guys. Chapter 313, C318 Hulk Whisperer. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of now, the Patreon is 4 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Cat insert cat gifs here, most likes wins cat. Trophy yesterday's GIF winner, S. Iruvadher Trophy, AN. A new contender has risen and my throne grows further from my grasp.
Hey, big guy.
Peter called the Hulk, who was in the water, playing with a bunch of sharks. Well, although Hulk would call it playing, the sharks on the other hand would call it bullying. They tried their best to swim away from the big green muscly monster, but no matter how far they got, the Hulk would catch up and drag them back to the shore, where he would manhandle them like toys.
Yeah, he's going to need some sort of behavioral and sensitivity training.
Peter thought as he pictured normal humans in the place of those sharks.
They would either die or get crippled and traumatized for life.
Hulk released the sharks, who immediately made a run for it while he was distracted.
How?
Hulk seemed annoyed that his toys were gone as he turned to Peter, wondering what he wanted.
Come here, we need to talk about something important.
Peter waved for Hulk to return to the island. Growling in annoyance, Hulk quickly swam back, creating large waves with his powerful arms and legs.
What puny friend want?
Hulk asks with a tilt of his head. Hulk released the sharks, who immediately made a run for it while he was distracted. Hulk seemed annoyed that his toys were gone as he turned to Peter, wondering what he wanted. Come here, we need to talk about something important. Peter waved for Hulk to return to the island. Growling in annoyance, Hulk quickly swam back, creating large waves with his powerful arms and legs. What puny friend want? Hulk asks with a tilt of his head. Can you stay on this island for a few weeks while I get everything set up for you back in New York? Peter asked, as he didn't want to forcibly confine him again. Hulk looked over the island and the sea before shrugging his shoulders uncaringly.
Hulk can do that.
Peter quickly moved on to his second objective.
If I have someone come and visit you, will you be nice to them?
Hulk raised his brow in question.
Hulk only smash bad guys.
He replied firmly.
I won't send any bad guys.
Peter shrugged.
All right, before I go.
Snapping his fingers, Peter pulled on the power of Reality Stone and got to work. Hulk's eyes widened in awe as he watched a big portion of the small island transform. The trees disappeared as a giant mansion-sized house appeared in their place. Although it was the size of a mansion, in fact, it was just a simple house. The only thing that made it so big was that it was made to fit the Hulk perfectly. Even the furniture and appliances inside are the perfect size for him as well.
That should last a while.
Peter muttered as he looked over at Hulk.
You can live there for the time being. Try not to break anything, okay? Okay.
Hulk nodded dumbly as he walked over to check out his new house.
I'll bring you food and water in a bit.
Peter called out as he waved his hand, opening a portal.
Don't cause any trouble while I'm gone.
Stepping out of his portal and into his office, Peter was immediately welcomed by Jarvis as usual. "Welcome back, sir," he spoke dutifully.
Hey Jarvis, I need you to order enough food and drinks to feed the Hulk for about a month. Make sure to get some good snacks as well. I'm sure he'll appreciate that.
Peter spoke as he took a seat at his desk.
Of course, sir.
Jarvis agreed with ease.
The order has been placed, and the groceries will arrive within an hour. Good, now call Banner to my office and notify the Avengers Council that a meeting will be taking place in half an hour.
Peter continued giving orders.
And if they complain about the time frame, then tell them that the Hulk is free. That should put some pep in their step.
The messages have been sent, Jarvis worked quickly.
Dr. Banner is currently rushing here as we speak. Good.
After waiting for about a minute, an out-of-breath Dr. Banner came barging in with a worried look on his face.
Is everything all right? Where is he?
Banner asked as he practically ran up to Peter's desk.
He's currently on an abandoned island, and he'll be staying there for a few weeks.
Peter explained as he motioned to the chair behind Banner.
Take a seat and relax. Relax? How could I possibly relax?
Banner shouts as he starts pacing back and forth in front of Peter's desk.
We just released a giant, angry monster on the world. I don't know where you're getting "we" from.
Peter rolled his eyes under his mask.
I did all of the work while you just stood there. That's not the point.
Banner wasn't in the mood for Peter's nonsense. Sigh.
What was that?
Banner stuttered in fear as he felt his mind rapidly calming.
A simple spell that relaxes the mind.
Peter explains as he looks Banner in the eyes.
You have nothing to worry about. Hulk has agreed to join the Avengers. Everything went as I expected. You recruited the Hulk.
A voice spoke from the door. Tilting his head to peek behind Banner, Peter found every council member standing outside his office.
Wow, if I knew using the Hulk's name would make you guys move this fast, then I would have done it a long time ago.
Peter comments as they all came walking in.
First Blonsky and now this.
Charles asks with a disapproving look on his face.
Are you trying to destroy everything we've built?
After taking all of Charles' complaints and explaining the situation fully, the majority of the council ended up agreeing with Peter's decision. Thankfully, Charles didn't fight too hard today, as his mind seemed to be somewhere else entirely. Even Magneto seemed to be focused on something else as well.
What's with them?
Peter made a mental note to check on them later.
The only problem is Hulk's social skills and childlike persona. Although we understand these things, the public doesn't. One small accident and the Hulk goes from the hero they vaguely remember from 3 years ago to a freak monster that wants to eat their children.
Tony voiced the main issue.
Which is why I'd like to have someone live with him for the next few weeks.
Peter said as everyone raised a brow in question.
He needs to learn how to fraternize with people and carry himself in public. I think it's best that we teach him these things early. Who would we send? We can't just hire a behavioral therapist. They'd be too afraid to work.
Fury spoke up.
I have the perfect candidate in mind.
Peter says knowingly. Stepping out of a portal and onto the warm sand of Hulk's island, Peter turned and motioned for his companion to follow along. Natasha Romanov hesitantly stepped through, feeling a quick wind from behind as the portal snapped shut.
Don't be so nervous. You're going to be fine.
Peter rolled his eyes at her behavior. After all, she was the one and only Hulk whisperer in the movies, so this should be easy work.
It's practically a vacation.
Peter thought as she would be spending a month relaxing on a tropical island.
Hulk, I'm back.
As soon as Peter called him, The door to the giant house swung open and a green head peeked out.
Puny friend.
Hulk asked as he found Peter standing alongside an unknown woman.
Yep, I have your food.
Peter says as he squeezed past Hulk and into the house.
I'll put it away while you get to know Natasha. She's an Avenger too.
Natasha looks at Peter, silently pleading with him not to leave her behind like this, but he simply ignored her and made his way to the oversized fridge in the kitchen. Hulk released the sharks, who immediately made a run for it while he was distracted. Hulk seemed annoyed that his toys were gone as he turned to Peter, wondering what he wanted. Come here, we need to talk about something important. Peter waved for Hulk to return to the island. Growling in annoyance, Hulk quickly swam back, creating large waves with his powerful arms and legs. What puny friend want? Hulk asks with a tilt of his head. Can you stay on this island for a few weeks while I get everything set up for you back in New York? Peter asked, as he didn't want to forcibly confine him again. Hulk looked over the island and the sea before shrugging his shoulders uncaringly. Hulk can do that.
Red Lady not afraid of Hulk.
Usually, everyone that he meets is terrified of him, so Hulk was surprised to see this weak-looking woman's calm demeanor. Of course, she was most definitely scared, but many years of honing her body and mind had allowed Natasha to bluff her way out of anything.
No, Spider-Man said that you were nice, so he wanted to introduce us.
Hulk released the sharks, who immediately made a run for it while he was distracted. Hulk seemed annoyed that his toys were gone as he turned to Peter, wondering what he wanted. Come here, we need to talk about something important. Peter waved for Hulk to return to the island. Growling in annoyance, Hulk quickly swam back, creating large waves with his powerful arms and legs. What puny friend want? Hulk asks with a tilt of his head. Can you stay on this island for a few weeks while I get everything set up for you back in New York? Peter asked, as he didn't want to forcibly confine him again. Hulk looked over the island and the sea before shrugging his shoulders uncaringly. Hulk can do that.
Hulk, nice.
Yeah, do you mind if I come inside?
Natasha asked, and Hulk quickly moved to make way for her, holding the door open like a true gentleman. They've barely met and he's already holding the door for her. Peter watched in interest from the kitchen. She truly is the Hulk Whisperer. Chapter 314, C319 Phoenix Awaken. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of now, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Dashing cigarette face insert smoking gifs here, most likes wins dashing cigarette. Trophy yesterday's GIF winner, S, Alien Warlord Trophy, AN, my sexy cat girl plan was a great success. All of you peasants better bow to your king prince. Stop sign /N, also Natasha doesn't know Peter's secret identity. That was a mistake in the last chapter, it's fixed now. X-Mansion. Jean Grey tossed and turned in her sleep, sweat beading on her forehead. Her mind was in absolute turmoil as her body began to shine in a faint fiery glow. Suddenly, Jean's eyes shot open as she bolted upright in her bed, drenched in sweat. She breathed heavily and felt the fiery energy coursing through her veins, stirring up the familiar fear and dread that had incessantly plagued her in recent years. And with this influx of energy came the voices.
I think I'll have bacon and eggs for breakfast today.
Why do I have to go to school so early? I just want to stay home and play Call of Duty.
Jean's telepathy was enhanced to an astronomical degree, sending her senses into overload as she heard the thoughts of everyone within a 50-mile radius. And it was still spreading even further with each passing second. Her eyes shot wide open as she began to hyperventilate all over again.
Go away.
Squinting her eyes shut and curling into a ball, Jean tried to control it as she hoped and wished for the voices to stop. As she lay there, she couldn't help but recall the repeated nightmare that's been haunting her recently. Nightmares weren't usually a problem for her, but they seemed to just spring up out of nowhere. In her most recent dream, Jean saw herself walking through the halls of the Xavier mansion, a cold and calculating look on her face. As she passed by the various rooms, she could hear the muffled sounds of children laughing and playing, unaware of the danger that was looming just outside their doors. She made her way to the principal's office, where Professor X was sitting at his desk, deep in thought. The moment he saw Jean, he stood up and moved towards her with a welcoming smile, happy to see his student visiting him. But before he could even utter a greeting, Jean's eyes turned red, and she unleashed a massive burst of energy that sent him flying across the room, crashing into the wall with a sickening thud. Jean stood there cloaked in fire, enjoying the look of betrayal that she was receiving. A wicked grin spread across her face. The professor tried to search Jean's mind to see what was wrong, but as soon as his mind made contact with hers, Charles' face morphed into an image of complete agony.
Arg!
He cradled his head and wailed in pain as blood leaked from his eyes, mouth, nose, and ears. Laughing at the man's cries, Jean waves her hand, tossing a ball of flames in her mentor's direction. Instantly, Charles lit up like a California forest, quickly burning him away until there was nothing but his skeleton remaining. Not sparing another glance at her former teacher, Jean walked out into the hallway, and with a flick of her wrist, she sent a wave of fire blasting through the building. The screams of the children echoed through the burning mansion, and Jean reveled in their terror. She watched as their bodies were consumed by the flames, begging for someone to save them. It was only when she heard a familiar voice calling out to her that Jean seemed to snap out of it. It was Scott, the boy that always chases after her, standing motionlessly in the burning hall across from her. She knew his feelings.
What's happening to me?
Jean asked as she cried in her bed, still glowing with fiery power. She instinctively knew that the dream was a warning, a sign of what was to come. Jean had to find a way to contain her power before it was too late, or else she would become the monster she'd seen in her nightmare.
Change.
Jean screamed and thrashed in her bed.
Professor!
It didn't take long for her cries to be heard and for help to arrive. Thankfully, Charles was able to access her mind and place his barriers, though the gossip quickly spread across the school, leaving everyone wondering what was wrong with Jean. On that same day, a special guest arrived at the X mansion.
Is that?
No way!
A portal opened in the middle of the driveway, and out came the one and only Spider-Man, who was immediately swarmed by excited, starstruck children.
Can I have your autograph? Can I touch your mask? What are you doing here?
The questions didn't seem to end, and none of them gave him a chance to answer either. But thankfully, someone swiftly rushed to Peter's rescue.
It's time for class.
Wolverine ran over and started ordering the kids around. The questions didn't seem to end, and none of them gave him a chance to answer either. But thankfully, someone swiftly rushed to Peter's rescue. It's time for class. Wolverine ran over and started ordering the kids around. Get moving, you gremlins, don't be late or else. Although they were very reluctant to leave, the kids gave Peter one last glance before rushing off to their classes. What are you doing here? Logan asks.
I came to see what's going on with Charles. He seemed out of it in our last council meeting.
Peter explained his concern.
Hi.
Logan grunted as if he knew something.
All right, start talking.
Peter crossed his arms and waited for him to speak.
Well,
while Peter and Wolverine were talking, news of Spider-Man's arrival quickly spread across the mansion.
Spider-Man.
Blob, a fat teenager, asked as he and his friends Pyro, Toad, and Avalanche walked menacingly through the halls. As former members of the Brotherhood of Mutants, the four of them tried to show their dominance over the other children, though sadly, that only ended with them becoming outcasts that bully some of the weaker children on a regular basis. Of course, this bullying didn't go unnoticed. In fact, they're punished almost constantly for it, but somehow, they never seem to learn their lesson.
It's true, I swear.
A little girl half their age nodded in fear as the four older kids towered over her.
Don't lie.
Pyro yells as he scares her with a bit of fire.
I am not.
The girl whispers in fear as her eyes moistened.
You gonna cry?
Toad asks condescendingly as his friends laughed. And just as the little girl started to cry, An angry voice echoed through the hall.
What the hell do you think you're doing?
Jean Grey, who only left her room to get some food, stood frozen in rage as she watched the same old group of idiots taunting a little girl.
Do these F** seekers never learn?
She thought in fury. Without a second thought, Jean glared in their direction and sent them to their knees.
Arg! Wait, we're sorry.
Pyro spoke as he and the others grasped their heads in agony. Scoffing in their direction, Jean used her telekinesis to push the bullies away from the little girl, and with a fierce determination, she stepped in front of her to protect her.
Wow.
The little girl wiped her tears away and watched in awe as the bullies were put in their place. But as Jean's rage intensified, something inside of her began to stir.
Stop, please.
Toad begged as he felt his moist frog-like skin begin to dry out. And as the wannabe villains tried to run away, they were met with an unstoppable force that quickly sent them crashing into the metal lockers. Jean's eyes blazed with a fiery glow as she unleashed the full power of the Phoenix, sending waves of telekinetic energy crashing down upon them, rattling and denting the lockers with their figures.
IOGGHH.
The four bullies screamed in agony.
Big sister.
The little girl called out as her awe slowly turned to fear.
I think they learned their lesson.
Back outside, Wolverine just finished explaining what happened this morning to Peter, whose frown deepened with every added detail.
Where is?
Peter spoke, though he froze as soon as he felt an enormous spike in energy from the mansion. And with the spike of energy came agonizing screams, which caused Logan to turn his head toward the building in concern as well.
What the?
Logan muttered as Peter dashed past him, making his way to the front door.
Hey, wait for me.
Chapter 315, C320 Dark Phoenix. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of now, the Patreon is 4 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Baby insert baby gifts here baby bottle most likes wins baby. Trophy yesterday's GIF winner S. Scarjustice Trophy AN Despicable Usurper.
Charles must have ordered the evacuation.
Peter thought, which was good as dealing with Jean would be tricky. Swiftly maneuvering through the crowd of children, Peter thought back on what Logan just told him.
I can't believe I'm dealing with a Dark Phoenix situation.
Peter thought in dread. Thanks to the knowledge from his past life and his time spent buried in books at Camertage, Peter had a pretty good idea of Jean's situation. Jean is the host of the Phoenix Force, one of the oldest known cosmic entities, representing life that has not yet been born, as well as the forces of creation and destruction. The Phoenix Force is said to predate darkness, and is stated to be the fire from which all things were born. It's an immortal, indestructible, and mutable manifestation of the prime universal force of life. Born of the void between states of being, it is the nexus of all psionic energy that does, has, and ever will exist in all realities. The Phoenix is the guardian of creation itself, making it one of the most feared beings in the entire universe. Signifying birth, death, and rebirth, the Phoenix not only creates but destroys as well, burning away what doesn't work. Some records in Camertage suggest that what doesn't work is anything that has become stagnant instead of naturally evolving. Meaning, planets, stars, civilizations, black holes, and just about anything that stagnates for a prolonged period of time will catch the Phoenix's eye and invite its destruction. This destruction is usually carried out by the Phoenix's host, as the Phoenix Force is more of a dimensional being than anything else. Although the library had nothing about Phoenix hosts going out of control, Peter's past life had some knowledge about this.
Dark Phoenix?
Peter thought. Due to the destructive nature of the Phoenix, a young and impressionable host can be easily influenced by the power it embodied, becoming a malevolent force of destruction known as the Dark Phoenix.
Especially when idiotic bald men exasperate the situation by angering the universe's incarnation of creation and destruction.
Peter made a mental note to yell at Charles as he arrived on the scene. Jean Grey, who is probably the most powerful mutant in the world due to her connection to the Phoenix, was most definitely falling into the trap of becoming a dark Phoenix. She stood in the center of the hall, glowing with fiery power, as a young girl cowered behind her. The sound of metal creaking and pained whimpers caught his attention as Peter turned to see the kids that used to work for Magneto pressed into the lockers.
Did these idiots P*SS her off?
Peter wondered as Logan caught up behind him.
Jean!
He called out, but she didn't seem to be listening. The telekinetic energy that flowed through her veins was turning her into a raging inferno, and the whole school seemed to be caught in the middle of it. Before Peter could step in and do anything, Professor X and Storm came rushing down the other side of the hall.
Jean, you have to calm down.
Charles said, using his telepathic powers to try and soothe her.
You're hurting people.
But Jean didn't seem to hear him. She was lost in a maelstrom of power, her eyes blazing with a fiery energy that seemed to be consuming her from the inside out. Storm stepped forward, her eyes locked onto Jean's.
Jean, we're here to help you, but you have to let us in.
Again, Jean didn't respond. She was too far gone, lost in the grip of the Phoenix Force. Wolverine pushed past Peter as he unsheathed his claws. He didn't want to hurt Jean, but he knew that if they didn't do something soon, she could kill those 4 problem children. And although they usually deserve a good beating, they didn't deserve anything this extreme.
Jean, listen to me.
Logan growled.
You're stronger than this. You can fight it.
Sadly, nothing that any of them said seemed to be getting through to her. She was lost in a sea of power, her body glowing with an otherworldly light. Suddenly, Jean turned her head, giving everyone hope that she may have heard them, though that hope was swiftly squashed soon after. Jean let out a powerful scream as a burst of energy exploded from her body in all directions. Everyone's eyes widened as they turned to the little girl who stood closest to Jean, paralyzed by fear. But before the wave of powerful energy could hit the poor girl, a golden portal opened under her feet.
Are you okay?
Peter asked as she fell safely into his arms. She froze in shock. Meanwhile, all she could think of was,
Spider-Man saved me.
Meanwhile, the 4 troublemakers who started all of this fell out of a separate portal and collapsed limply on the floor behind him. With the children out of the way, the force of Jean's outburst expanded and knocked Storm, Professor X, and Wolverine off their feet, sending them tumbling across the floor. But when it came to Peter, he merely swatted his hand in the air, canceling the attack with ease. He called out, but she didn't seem to be listening. The telekinetic energy that flowed through her veins was turning her into a raging inferno, and the whole school seemed to be caught in the middle of it. Before Peter could step in and do anything, Professor X and Storm came rushing down the other side of the hall. Jean, you have to calm down, Charles said, using his telepathic powers to try and soothe her. You're hurting people. But Jean didn't seem to hear him. She was lost in a maelstrom of power, her eyes blazing with a fiery energy that seemed to be consuming her from the inside out. Storm stepped forward, her eyes locked onto Jean's. Jean, we're here to help you, but you have to let us in. Again, Jean didn't respond. She was too far gone, lost in the grip of the Phoenix Force. Wolverine pushed past Peter as he unsheathed his claws. He didn't want to hurt Jean, but he knew that if they didn't do something soon, she could kill those 4 problem children. And although they usually deserve a good beating, they didn't deserve anything this extreme. Jean, listen to me, Logan growled. You're stronger than this, you can fight it. Sadly, nothing that any of them said seemed to be getting through to her. She was lost in a sea of power, her body glowing with an otherworldly light. Suddenly, Jean turned her head, giving everyone hope that she may have heard them, though that hope was swiftly squashed soon after. Jean let out a powerful scream as a burst of energy exploded from her body in all directions. Everyone's eyes widened as they turned to the little girl who stood closest to Jean, paralyzed by fear. But before the wave of powerful energy could hit the poor girl, a golden portal opened under her feet. Are you okay? Peter asked as she fell safely into his arms. She froze in shock. Meanwhile, all she could think of was, Spider-Man saved me. Meanwhile, the 4 troublemakers who started all of this fell out of a separate portal and collapsed limply on the floor behind him. With the children out of the way, the force of Jean's outburst expanded and knocked Storm, Professor X, and Wolverine off their feet, sending them tumbling across the floor. But when it came to Peter, he merely swatted his hand in the air, canceling the attack with ease. She isn't that powerful yet.
This is all my fault. Please come back to us.
But it was too late. The tantalizing power of the Phoenix Force had taken hold of her completely, and there was no turning back. And despite their best efforts, Jean's power would be far too much for them to handle. Suddenly, a red and blue blur shot past them, and Peter landed in front of Jean, his spider sense alerting him to the danger.
Take the kids out of here. I'll handle this.
Peter orders as he kept his eyes on Jean. Of course, he could have just portaled the kids out, but then he would have no reason to get rid of Charles. After all, it's very likely that he caused all of this.
You can't.
Charles tried to argue, but Peter wasn't having it.
I won't hurt her, just go. You'll only get in the way.
Peter speaks frankly. After a moment of hesitance, Charles ran to the kids and quickly rushed them out of the mansion alongside Storm and Logan. Once they were finally alone, Peter looked up at Jean.
Hey, it's me, your friendly neighborhood Spiderman.
He said with a wave but soon froze in realization.
Wait!
After all, he's famous in space too. Sadly, Jean didn't seem to appreciate his nonchalant behavior. Her eyes glowed with a fiery intensity as she lashed out at Peter with a powerful blast of telekinetic energy. Kicking off of the ground, Peter managed to dodge out of the way as he appeared in front of Jean.
Actually, let's go somewhere less crowded.
Peter muttered as he grabbed Jean by the face and shoved her backward. And as she was pushed back, a golden portal appeared, which swiftly snapped shut after swallowing both of them. Seconds after the portal closed, Charles came running back up the hall with Logan and Storm at his back. Mirror dimension.
Hopefully, the Phoenix doesn't shatter the mirror dimension.
Peter thought as Jean weaseled her way out of his grip and took some distance.
So, wanna try taking now?
In response to his peaceful words, Jean remained stoic as large balls of fire covered her hands.
Hey.
She grunted and launched a barrage of fireballs in Peter's direction. Sighing to himself as he easily sidestepped the attacks, Peter knew that he had to find a way to calm her down somehow, as he didn't want to kill the poor girl. Diving and dodging through the obstacle course of never-ending fireballs, Peter maneuvered his way up to Jean once again. A burst of energy erupted from his hand, which landed on Jean's shoulder, tightly enveloping her in a cocoon of golden magic.
That should hold you for long enough.
Peter muttered as he stood before her. She struggled against the bonds, but Peter's spell was just too powerful. After all, it was created in cooperation with the Reality Stone.
You'll be okay, Jean.
Spider-Man said, reaching out and resting his hand on her head.
I'll help you through this. Now, wait here while I pay respects to the Phoenix.
Chapter 316, C321 The Phoenix Appears. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of now, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Alien insert alien gifts here, most likes wins alien. Trophy yesterday's GIF winner, S. Scar Justice Trophy, AN, the usurper continues his reign unamused face. Focusing on the mental link that he just established with Jean, Peter visualized his mind as a small glowing orb, and Jean's mind as a vast, swirling mass of energy. He pushed his orb toward the center of the mass and felt himself being pulled in. And when he opened his eyes again, Peter was no longer in his own body. Jean's mind was extremely hectic at the moment, filled with nothing but flames and darkness. Peter could feel the raw power of the Phoenix coursing through every neuron and synapse of her brain.
Hello.
He called out tentatively.
Is anyone there?
Peter didn't expect to be meeting an entity like the Phoenix Force anytime soon.
Interesting.
The voice spoke with a soft interest.
I can feel the presence of an infinity stone. Who are you, mortal?
I'm
Peter turned in a circle, looking for the origin of the voice, but he couldn't find anyone in his surroundings. Does she sense the reality stone?
Your help is unneeded.
The phoenix said.
This isn't necessarily a bad thing.
What do you mean?
Peter asked in confusion. The phoenix force seemed pretty relaxed.
That telepath teacher of hers sealed my power and inadvertently turned my host into a dark phoenix, a being of pure destruction.
It said, its voice echoing across Jean's mind.
But a dark phoenix has its uses. Stagnation is rampant in this universe after all.
Peter kept a watchful eye on his surroundings, in case the phoenix tried to attack him.
I understand your point, but I can't just allow her to go mad like this.
Peter cuts in before the phoenix could continue.
Jean wouldn't want this. She's supposed to be your host. Don't you want to help her?
The area turns silent for a moment before Peter continues.
Based on what I understand from the situation, Jean's currently going mad with power while also being influenced by your destructive nature. The best way to solve this would be sealing your power too.
Before Peter could finish what he was going to say, the flames in his surroundings gravitated into one fiery being, which loomed over him with a fierce glare. The phoenix appeared in all of its fiery glory. Insert picture of the phoenix force here.
I will not be contained any longer.
It said, its voice menacing.
Can you let me finish?
Peter asked in annoyance.
This isn't going as I originally hoped.
Peter felt as though he was talking to some indifferent god who hasn't interacted with others in millennia.
Wait!
Peter thought with a sigh.
What I meant earlier was that you would have to seal a portion of your powers. Jean can't handle all of this right now. With a lower output from you, she can slowly grow accustomed to everything without going insane. This is the most peaceful resolution. Peaceful!
The phoenix asked uncaringly as its flames shined brightly.
This isn't about peace. It's about balance, creation and destruction. It just so happens that this host was set on a darker path.
Peter sighed in resignation. He knew where this conversation was headed. If the phoenix refused to reconcile the situation, then it can only escalate in one direction. Peter would try one last time before giving up hope at a peaceful resolution.
Please!
He pleaded, which was something he rarely ever did.
Think of your host. Jean doesn't want to turn into some angry destroyer. We can fix this before it gets any further out of hand. There's nothing to fix, mortal, and you are a fool to think otherwise.
The phoenix shook its head at him. And before Peter could react, the phoenix unleashed a blast of flames at him. He dodged as best he could, but the heat singed his skin and he felt himself being pushed back toward the edge of Jean's mind. He tried to reason with the phoenix to plead with it, but it was like talking to a haughty hurricane. In the end, he had no choice but to retreat, pulling his consciousness out of Jean's mind before the phoenix could destroy him completely. Opening his eyes and gasping for air, Peter felt the weight of his own body once more. Before him stood Jean, covered in searing hot flames, which slowly burned away the restraints that he placed on her. He had failed. He wasn't able to reason with the phoenix as he hoped. In fact, his interference seemed to have made matters worse.
Well, I guess now it's time for the hard way.
Peter thought as the easy route failed spectacularly. On a large floating asteroid in the deep reaches of space, a group of long-neck alien doctors crowded around a large floating figure. Thanos, the invincible Mad Titan. Though he didn't fit that image anymore. Unlike his usual strong and healthy presence, Thanos currently appeared weakened and frail due to his poisoning and subsequent coma. His once imposing physique appears shrunken and emaciated, his skin pale and dull, and his breathing rough and labored, giving the impression that he is barely clinging to life. The phoenix stared down at him, waiting for Peter to speak. What I meant earlier was that you would have to seal a portion of your powers. Jean can't handle all of this right now. With a lower output from you, she can slowly grow accustomed to everything without going insane. This is the most peaceful resolution. Peaceful? The phoenix asked uncaringly as its flames shined brightly. This isn't about peace, it's about balance, creation and destruction. It just so happens that this host was set on a darker path. Peter sighed in resignation. He knew where this conversation was headed. If the Phoenix refused to reconcile the situation, then it can only escalate in one direction. Peter would try one last time before giving up hope at a peaceful resolution. Please, he pleaded, which was something he rarely ever did. Think of your host. Jean doesn't want to turn into some angry destroyer. We can fix this before it gets any further out of hand. There's nothing to fix, mortal, and you are a fool to think otherwise. The Phoenix shook its head at him. And before Peter could react, the Phoenix unleashed a blast of flames at him. He dodged as best he could, but the heat singed his skin and he felt himself being pushed back toward the edge of Jean's mind. He tried to reason with the Phoenix, to plead with it, but it was like talking to a haughty hurricane. In the end, he had no choice but to retreat, pulling his consciousness out of Jean's mind before the Phoenix could destroy him completely. Opening his eyes and gasping for air, Peter felt the weight of his own body once more. Before him stood Jean, covered in searing hot flames, which slowly burned away the restraints that he placed on her. He had failed. He wasn't able to reason with the Phoenix as he hoped. In fact, his interference seemed to have made matters worse. Well, I guess now it's time for the hard way, Peter thought as the easy route failed spectacularly. On a large floating asteroid in the deep reaches of space, a group of long-neck alien doctors crowded around a large floating figure. Thanos, the invincible Mad Titan. Though he didn't fit that image anymore. Unlike his usual strong and healthy presence, Thanos currently appeared weakened and frail due to his poisoning and subsequent coma. His once imposing physique appears shrunken and emaciated, his skin pale and dull, and his breathing rough and labored, giving the impression that he is barely clinging to life. "Can you heal him or not?" a shrill, menacing voice asks. The poor doctors jumped in fright as they turned and bowed their heads. Across from them stood a tall, slender alien with pale skin and dark eyes. He has a bald head and a prominent nose, with sharp, angular features that give him a somewhat menacing appearance. He wears a long, flowing robe that drapes over his body and reaches down to the ground, made of a dark, silky material that seems to shimmer in the light. Insert picture of Ebony Maw here.
Useless.
He bellowed angrily as the doctor's head snapped backward like an owl, killing them in an instant. Although Ma was able to remove the poison from his father's body, thanks to his fine control in telekinesis, that didn't completely solve the problem. The poison may be gone, but the damage it did seem to be irreversible. No doctor, specialist, shaman, treasure, etc. could recover the Mad Titan's condition. He was at a complete loss. Despite his vast knowledge of the universe, Ma had been unable to find anything that could reverse the damage. But just when he thought all was lost, a massive humanoid figure, standing around 28 feet tall, appeared floating before him. This man possesses an incredibly muscular and imposing physique. His skin is a deep, metallic purple, and his eyes glow with an otherworldly intensity. Insert picture of Galactus here. It was Galactus, the Devourer of Worlds. Galactus wore a distinctive, silvery suit of armor that covers his entire body. The armor is made up of intricate plates, each one overlapping the other to create a seamless, impenetrable defense. Atop his head, Galactus wore a towering helmet that resembles a crown. The helmet has a pair of long horns that curve upwards and outwards, giving him a very intimidating appearance. Ebony Maw was taken aback by the sight of the cosmic entity, but he soon composed himself and greeted Galactus.
Galactus, what do you want?
Ebony Maw asked as he stood protectively in front of his father's motionless body.
I've come to offer you a deal.
Galactus replied.
A deal?
Ebony Maw asked, intrigued.
I can heal the Mad Titan, but there is a stipulation.
Galactus watched as Maw fidgeted under his gaze. After all, Galactus is someone that even his father wouldn't risk offending. At least not without a few Infinity Stones on hand.
What stipulation?
Maw tried not to get his hopes up.
Thanos must give me the Infinity Stones after he's completed his objective with them.
Galactus explained magnanimously. Maw hesitated. He knew that the Infinity Stones were a powerful tool, and he wasn't sure if he could trust Galactus.
What do you want with the infinity stones?
Ebony Maw asked in suspicion.
That's none of your business.
Galactus refused to answer.
Though I will promise not to undo your father's work.
Maw thought for a moment. He knew that Thanos valued the Infinity Stones above all else, and he wasn't sure if he could convince his father to part with them.
Very well, I accept your offer.
Maw ultimately gave in. If his father wanted to back out of the deal later on, then they would simply cross that bridge when they got to it. For now, his father needed healing.
Excellent.
Chapter 317, C322 V's Dark Gene. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of now, the Patreon is 4 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. United States insert presidential gifts here. Most likes wins United States. Trophy yesterday's GIF winner S. Munkraking Trophy AN. A new king has risen above the masses. Peter stood in the mirror dimension, his spider sense tingling as he sensed Jean's powers continue to grow with no end in sight.
Now, how should I handle this?
Peter wondered as he watched Jean slowly burn her way out of his reality stone-powered spell, her red hair glowing with fiery energy while her eyes burning with an otherworldly intensity. She turned to face him, her expression cold and unyielding.
Don't worry, Jean.
Peter spoke warmly, hoping the sane portion of her mind was listening.
I won't hurt you too badly, but I'll have to get a little rough nonetheless.
Jean didn't answer, instead lifting her now free hands and unleashing a wave of telekinetic energy at him. Peter dodged and weaved, narrowly avoiding the blast, and shot a web at her, hoping to immobilize her. Sadly, she easily burned it away with a flick of her wrist. Peter leaped forward, aiming a kick at her head. Jean, empowered by the Phoenix, tried to catch his leg, but he wouldn't allow that. Spinning midair, Peter kicked her hand away with one leg and kicked her head like a soccer ball with the other, sending her crashing into a nearby building, shattering its windows. Peter landed perfectly on his feet and watched as the entire building Jean was in exploded in red-hot flames. Jean's eyes flared with even more power as she stepped out of the burning building, eyeing Peter angrily.
What's with that look?
Peter asks tauntingly before giving her a shrug.
I tried to do things peacefully. If you can't handle the heat, then step out of the kitchen.
In response, Jean unleashed a barrage of telekinetic attacks at him, sending him sliding back across the street. Though thankfully, Peter was able to stay on his feet. He thought of counter with his web-slinging skills, but Jean would probably just burn them again. Finally, Peter saw an opening and charged forward, aiming a punch at Jean's face. But Jean was too quick, and she caught his fist in midair, crushing it with her rapidly increasing strength.
Oh,
Peter grunted in pain but didn't give up, jabbing with his other fist, surprising her.
that wasn't very nice.
Peter commented as Jean tumbled across the street and landed on her back. Of course, Jean wouldn't stay down for long, using her telekinesis to climb back to her feet, glaring at Peter with her brows furrowed. Though it wasn't just a simple glare. Since physically fighting wasn't producing the results that she was hoping for, Jean decided to unleash a massive blast of telepathic energy in his direction. Her goal was simple: destroy Peter's conscious and unconscious mind, turning him into a vegetable for the rest of his life. And although Peter was caught off guard by this form of attack, his many defenses weren't, easily deflecting everything right back at her.
OHGH.
Jean screamed as she collapsed to her knees, cradling her head.
Oops.
Peter muttered as his defenses acted on their own.
Hopefully, I didn't scramble her brains.
Pushing through the pain, Jean picked her head up and glared at her opponent, her eyes still burning with the power of the Phoenix Force.
You fought well, Jean.
Peter said, his voice calm and understanding.
But we should stop this now. I can help you learn control, but you have to take hold of it yourself first. Don't let it sweep you away like this.
Jean tried to get up, but her body wouldn't cooperate, stumbling to the ground once again. Summoning all her strength, Jean burned brightly as she rose to her feet once again, ignoring the throbbing pain in her head.
You don't give up easily, huh?
Peter commented with a sigh. Kicking off the ground, Peter used the opportunity of her hurt mind to unleash a final punch to the side of her head, hitting her with all the strength he could muster. After all, the phoenix should be able to keep her alive. Once again, Jean flew backward, her eyes flickering for a moment, returning to the old Jean before burning brightly once again. Peter seized the chance, grabbing her by the back of the head and slamming her into the concrete sidewalk, hoping to awaken her fully this time. But Jean wouldn't let that happen and used her telekinesis to fling him away, break her fall in the process.
That telekinesis of yours is really useful.
Peter said as he landed on his feet.
Maybe I should evolve with her blood next.
After all, telepathy and telekinesis would be good additions to his growing list of superpowers. And if he's lucky enough, he might even get some of her Phoenix host abilities as well. As the fight continued in the mirror dimension, Peter could see that Jean was completely consumed by the Phoenix force. He knew that reasoning with her was no longer an option, and that he had to find a way to subdue her and free her from the Phoenix force's influence.
That might work.
Peter thought as he dodged another telekinetic blast.
Hey, I'm going to try something new, so try not to die, okay?
Since the spell he used to bind her was burned away, Peter put his mystic arts on the back burner and pulled out his newest trump card. Of course, he could have tried a couple more advanced spells or even fall back on the reality stone, but he also wanted to test out a theory of his. Jean stilled as she wondered what he would do. She watched as her opponent swelled and grew, muscles bulging and expanding. Peter's spider suit stretched alongside him, perfectly containing his giant figure without a single tear in its fabric. The most menacing addition to his transformation was most definitely the glowing eyes. His mask's white eyes seemed to glow, signifying a bright light underneath.
Remember, don't die, okay?
Peter repeated as he kicked off the ground and disappeared. Jean's glowing eyes widened as he appeared before her in a burst of pure speed. How his huge body could move so quickly was truly a mystery. Swiping his hand at her, Peter easily swatted Jean away like a fly, but she quickly regained her sense, unleashing a barrage of psychic attacks while soaring through the air. Peter's spider sense tingled, warning him of each attack, but he didn't bother dodging this time around.
Oh, that tickled.
He commented as her attacks hit his body, doing absolutely nothing to his new hulking frame. Seeing this, Jean felt genuine fear for the first time since unlocking her Phoenix powers. Launching another telekinetic assault out of fear, Peter simply shook his head and stomped over, taking the attacks with ease. He swung his hand forward and grasped her entire body, binding her burning form. Picking her up and holding her at eye level, Peter felt the heat from her flaming figure warming his hand. Struggling to free herself, Jean continued to lash out with her telekinetic powers.
Oh, you'd make a good space heater.
Peter said as he gave her a quick squeeze.
Oida.
Jean screamed in pain as her bones creaked under the pressure. Jean stilled as she wondered what he would do. She watched as her opponent swelled and grew, muscles bulging and expanding. Peter's spider suit stretched alongside him, perfectly containing his giant figure without a single tear in its fabric. The most menacing addition to his transformation was most definitely the glowing eyes. His mask's white eyes seemed to glow, signifying a bright light underneath. Remember, don't die, okay? Peter repeated as he kicked off the ground and disappeared. Jean's glowing eyes widened as he appeared before her in a burst of pure speed. How his huge body could move so quickly was truly a mystery. Swiping his hand at her, Peter easily swatted Jean away like a fly, but she quickly regained her sense, unleashing a barrage of psychic attacks while soaring through the air. Peter's spider sense tingled, warning him of each attack, but he didn't bother dodging this time around. Huh, that tickled, he commented as her attacks hit his body, doing absolutely nothing to his new hulking frame. Seeing this, Jean felt genuine fear for the first time since unlocking her Phoenix powers. Launching another telekinetic assault out of fear, Peter simply shook his head and stomped over, taking the attacks with ease. He swung his hand forward and grasped her entire body, binding her burning form. Picking her up and holding her at eye level, Peter felt the heat from her flaming figure warming his hand. Struggling to free herself, Jean continued to lash out with her telekinetic powers. You'd make a good space heater," Peter said as he gave her a quick squeeze. "Ah!" Jean screamed in pain as her bones creaked under the pressure. "Stop struggling."
I should test it now.
Activating his most precious Red Hulk ability, Peter waited and hoped that his hunch was correct. Suddenly, just as Jean was about to escape his grasp, Peter felt a surge of hot energy rush into his hand and spread throughout the rest of his body.
Hee, it worked.
Jean's glowing eyes widened as he appeared before her in a burst of pure speed. How his huge body could move so quickly was truly a mystery. Swiping his hand at her, Peter easily swatted Jean away like a fly, but she quickly regained her sense, unleashing a barrage of psychic attacks while soaring through the air. Peter's spider sense tingled, warning him of each attack, but he didn't bother dodging this time around. That tickled," he commented as her attacks hit his body, doing absolutely nothing to his new hulking frame. Seeing this, Jean felt genuine fear for the first time since unlocking her Phoenix powers. Launching another telekinetic assault out of fear, Peter simply shook his head and stomped over, taking the attacks with ease. He swung his hand forward and grasped her entire body, binding her burning form. Picking her up and holding her at eye level, Peter felt the heat from her flaming figure warming his hand. Struggling to free herself, Jean continued to lash out with her telekinetic powers. You'd make a good space heater," Peter said as he gave her a quick squeeze. "Ah!" Jean screamed in pain as her bones creaked under the pressure. "Stop struggling."
Taking in all of that energy was exhausting.
Peter thought as his body glowed in a bright orange sheen.
As Spider-Man, is that you? What happened?
Jean stuttered in complete confusion as she grimaced in pain, wondering why Earth's favorite hero was so big.
That's a long story.
Peter sets her down and shrinks back to his normal form. Ignoring the confused and shocked look she was giving him, Peter waved his hand and opened a golden portal.
Come on, I have a bald idiot to yell at.
Chapter 318, C323 Dumb Baldy. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of now, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. United States insert Murica gifts here, most likes wins United States. Trophy yesterday's GIF winner, S. Darkslayer Trophy, AN. My throne grows further and further away with ever-passing day.
Big sister.
The bullied little girl who kept her mouth shut all this time rushed out of the crowd of students.
Are you okay?
The little girl stood in front of Jean and tilted her head questioningly.
Yeah.
Jean answered uncertainly. She couldn't remember anything after stepping in front of the girl, separating her from the school's known bullies. Tears started to form in the little girl's eyes as she smiled and jumped forward, wrapping her arms around her savior's waist. Jean's eyes widened as she hesitantly returned the hug.
What the hell happened?
Leaving Jean behind for the time being, Peter walked over to the front of the mansion. There, he saw Professor X standing near the entrance looking worried and guilty. Although he didn't fully understand the situation, Charles felt that this was somehow his fault. Of course, he was right. Storm, Wolverine, Beast, Nightcrawler, and a few other teachers stood alongside him, questioning him about today's incident. Even Magneto was among them. Jean's eyes widened as she hesitantly returned the hug. What the hell happened? Leaving Jean behind for the time being, Peter walked over to the front of the mansion. There, he saw Professor X standing near the entrance looking worried and guilty. Although he didn't fully understand the situation, Charles felt that this was somehow his fault. Of course, he was right. Storm, Wolverine, Beast, Nightcrawler, and a few other teachers stood alongside him, questioning him about today's incident. Even Magneto was among them. Professor, Peter called out as he walked over. Charles and every teacher beside him turned to Peter with hopeful looks in their eyes.
Where's Jean? Is she all right? Yeah, she's over there with the other students.
Peter points over his shoulder. Instantly, Storm paced past Peter without a single word, rushing to check on her student. As the head of the girls' dormitory, Storm is partially responsible for every female student's well-being, and she took that responsibility very seriously. Soon enough, every other teacher followed after her as well, leaving only Charles, Magneto, and Peter behind.
What happened?
Eric asks as he knew even less than Charles.
This idiot.
Peter gestures toward Professor X. Charles spoke up in defense of himself. Eric smirked as he found himself enjoying this conversation. It's not every day that the great magnanimous Professor X gets something wrong.
If I didn't come visit today, the whole school would have probably burned to the ground, and it's very likely that students would have died.
Peter says matter-of-factly.
This wasn't just some small F***ck up Charles. If left unhindered, Jean would have burned this entire planet to ash.
Professor X looked at Peter, his expression sad and regretful.
I know you're upset, but I had no choice. Jean's powers were too dangerous, and I couldn't risk letting them get out of control. I did what I thought was best for her and for everyone else. Yes, but you should have contacted the Avengers for this sort of thing.
Peter rolls his eyes under his mask.
You had no idea what you were dealing with. This isn't just some powerful X-gene. Jean is the host for the universe's embodiment of creation and destruction.
What?
Jean exclaimed as she walked over with her teachers following closely behind. Peter let out an exasperated sigh as he turned to see Jean's shocked and confused expression.
I might as well explain now that everyone is here.
Peter quickly explained Jean's situation. As soon as Peter was done speaking, everyone turned to Charles with a disapproving looks in their eyes. And God, Magneto was loving this. Jean spoke up, her voice weak but determined.
Wait.
Her nightmares almost came to fruition, leaving a self-deprecating frown on her face. Peter turned to Jean, his expression softening.
No, it's not your fault whatsoever. You're just a victim of something that's beyond your control. I'll help you control the Phoenix's powers, but it's going to take a lot of time and dedication.
Jean seemed eager to get her newfound powers under control, though she did feel a bit of hesitation as she didn't want to go crazy again. Turning back to Professor X, Peter's tone was less angry but still firm.
If you ever come across something that you don't understand, I expect a council meeting to be called immediately. Am I clear? Yes, this won't happen again. You have my word.
Professor X nodded, his eyes filled with determination.
Good.
Peter said as he turned back to Jean.
Go inside and pack your bags.
What?
Jean wasn't expecting that, nor did her teachers.
You'll be staying in the Avengers Tower until I'm confident that you can control yourself.
Peter explains, not taking no for an answer.
But what about school and my friends?
Jean argues as she turns to look over her shoulder. Standing across the yard, she could see Cyclops, Kitty Pryde, X-23, Angel, and a few others worriedly waiting for her.
You can still attend school as long as Nightcrawler is willing to ferry you back and forth.
Peter said, placating Charles before he could argue as well.
As for your friends, you can see them during school hours.
Jean was hesitant, though she ultimately gave in. Walked into the mansion alongside Storm, Jean went to pack her things, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. She knew it wouldn't be easy, but she also knew that she had Spider-Man at her side, which was a very big confidence booster.
Are you sure this is a good idea?
Charles asks hesitantly. Although he doesn't like that his student is basically being poached right in front of him, Charles also knows that he has no room to complain. After all, he is the cause for all of this, and still wouldn't know where to begin with her training. When it comes to metahumans and X-genes, the professor can be said to be a world-renowned expert, but this wasn't in either of these categories. This was an issue that only the mystic arts could solve. At least as far as he knew.
Yes, staying at the tower will be much safer, and I'll be able to set a strict training schedule for her.
Peter explains as Charles frowned, sad that his prized student was being taken away. Though he understood that it was in her best interest.
You're welcome to visit her whenever you want.
Peter added as he noticed the professor's predicament.
You can even continue to teach her outside of classes, but you'd have to do so at the tower. We can add a slot for you in her new training schedule.
Suddenly, a small bit of hope returned to the professor's face.
Thank you, I'd like that very much.
Charles said gratefully. He didn't expect Peter to trust him so much after his mistake. Minutes later, Storm and Jean returned with suitcases in hand.
Is that everything?
Peter asked and received a nod.
All right, then let's go and get you settled back at the tower.
As a portal appeared and Jean followed Peter inside, her friends couldn't help but frown as they watched her disappear along with her luggage, leaving them and every other student wondering if she was expelled. Sighing to himself, Charles looked over at his slightly burned mansion.
This is going to be expensive to fix.
Chapter 319, C324 Surprise Power-Up. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of now, the Patreon is 4 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Smiling face with horns, insert villain gifs here. Most likes wins angry face with horns. Trophy yesterday's GIF winner, S. Monklaking, trophy, AN. This king used underhanded means to climb to his position by posting 2 separate GIFs. Truly a villainous monarch. His actions will forever go down in history and he shall henceforth be known for his treachery. After settling Jean into an apartment and showing her around the tower, Peter portaled back to his empty bedroom, feeling drained and exhilarated at the same time. He had absorbed a lot of Phoenix Force energy, and now he felt a strange, pulsing power coursing through his veins.
Am I evolving?
Peter wondered as he quickly portaled into his Avengers penthouse, where Jeannie was cooking up some food, looking like a blue Gordon Ramsay. It's F** seeking raw.
Huh.
Jeannie grunted in confusion as Peter tumbled out of a portal and fell at his feet.
You all right, pals? Evolving?
Peter muttered in exhaustion. Based on how hot he was feeling right now, Peter half expecting to see flames or some other sign of his evolution. But everything looked normal, except for the fact that his body was beginning to glow in a red hue. Peter closed his eyes and tried to remain calm. After all, he's been through a couple of evolutions already. As his eyes closed, he felt a surge of energy, like 1,000 suns burning inside him, crisping his body from the inside out.
I wasn't cooking pork, was I?
Jeannie wondered as the smell of cooked meat filled the kitchen. Though he soon noticed where it was coming from.
Don't worry, Jeannie's got you.
Jeannie exclaimed as he summoned a giant block of ice under his master and about 10 floating air conditioners, which all blew chilled air in his direction.
Is that better?
Peter wasn't able to respond verbally, but the eased look on his face said it all. Hours later, once the heat in his body died down, Peter sighed in relief as he enjoyed the cold feeling on his reddened skin for a moment.
You okay, pal?
Jeannie asked worriedly.
Yeah.
Peter said as he melted into the ice.
Okay, I made some food if you're hungry.
Jeannie offered as he took off his chef's hat and transformed into a waiter.
Is it hot?
Peter asks as Jeannie gives him a nod.
Then no thanks, you got any ice cream?
Snapping his fingers, Jeannie summoned a giant tub of ice cream alongside a large spoon and handed them over. Still laying down on the ice, Peter quickly shoveled spoonfuls of deliciously chilled ice cream down his face hole.
Oh, that's so good.
Once he had enough of the cold and finished his ice cream, Peter hopped up to his feet and got right to work. He had new powers to test after all. He immediately realized that he could control fire, as that seemed like the easiest thing to test after his heated evolution. But that wasn't all. Cosmic fire manipulation. Peter tested his fire and found that it wasn't any ordinary flame. The fire that he could produce and control was on a whole other level. It was so strong that it could incinerate anything that it touched. Flight, shrouding himself in flames, Peter learned that he could fly at incredible speeds and even travel through space without the need for oxygen. Telepathy and telekinesis. Peter can read and control the thoughts of others, as well as move objects with his mind. Though these powers are incredibly weak at the moment. After a short amount of practice, Peter was able to control and read the minds of a few animals, and as for his telekinesis, he is only able to lift about a pound.
I'll have to make a new training plan for these.
Peter thought as he knew these powers were very useful. Healing and regeneration. Peter's healing factor increased yet again, allowing him to heal extremely quickly. Immortality, this one is just a guess, as Peter found that his cells are no longer aging. More testing would be needed to confirm this. If there were any other powers, then Peter didn't notice them, but he was more than happy with what he got. Even if he has to train them up to be usable in combat. For a moment, he was tempted to let himself go, to revel in this new, godlike power. After all, he just evolved using the Phoenix Force's energy, a being far above celestials and other puny godlike beings. And best of all, Peter wasn't actually a host of the Phoenix, so he didn't have to worry about some overpowered entity in his head, watching his every move or telling him what to do. Peter laughed madly. Bunk! Though before he could go too crazy, Genie snapped his fingers and dropped a cartoon-style anvil on his head.
Arg!
Peter grunted as it bashed him in the head and toppled to the floor by his feet.
What the hell was that for? You were going all Jafar on me, so I had to knock some sense into you.
Genie says as he summons a mirror in front of him, which showed him dressed as the villain from Aladdin.
You're really obsessed with that movie, aren't you?
Peter asked as Genie pretended not to hear him. Peter walked through the quiet corridors of the Avengers Tower, his mind focused and ready. It's been a week since he saved Jean from becoming a Dark Phoenix, and now he planned to meet the Phoenix Force for a second time. Throughout the week, Peter has been teaching her the basics of energy control that he learned in Camertage, but no matter how much she tried, Jean found it almost impossible to control even a speck of the Phoenix's flames. After only a week, Peter didn't expect any huge advancement from her, but he expected advancement nonetheless. And there was only one reason that he could think of for his new student's lack of progress.
The Phoenix is interfering.
Peter came to this conclusion yesterday. Either it wasn't happy with Peter's meddling, or it didn't approve of Jean anymore, as she couldn't produce a single spark of its power. Reaching her apartment, Peter knocked and waited patiently for her to answer. And as the door swung open, Jean couldn't keep the smile from forming on her face.
Hey.
She said softly. After a week of tutelage under Peter, Jean's hero worship deepened even further. She officially had a crush on Spiderman.
Hey Jean, can we talk?
Peter stepped inside, his mind focused on the task at hand.
Of course.
She nodded, locking the door shut as they made their way to the living room.
I'll get straight to the point.
Peter took a seat on the sofa and looked at her seriously.
I need to talk to the Phoenix.
Instantly, Jean's happy mood swiftly disappeared.
Okay, but are you sure it's still inside of me?
Jean asks hesitantly.
I've tried communicating with it like you taught me, but it feels like I'm talking to a brick wall.
I know,
Peter said.
but I think it's just playing hard to get. We need to convince it to help you control its powers.
Jean looked at him skeptically.
But if it's gone, can't we just forget about it and move on?
She asked hopefully. After all, the Phoenix has brought nothing good to her life whatsoever.
We don't know that.
Peter shook his head.
And we can't risk everyone's safety on a hopeful guess.
Jean looked at him, her hopeful eyes turning somber in an instant.
All right, let's do it.
Jean begrudgingly agrees.
Good, now let's see what's going on.
Peter stands from his seat and walks up to Jean, placing his hand on her forehead.
Ready?
Why, yeah.
Jean squeaks as her face turns a bright shade of red, matching her hair.
He's touching me.
Peter took a deep breath and closed his eyes, reaching out to Jean's mind as he did in the mirror dimension. Suddenly, Peter found himself back in Jean's mind, though this time it was much more normal. Instead of the former darkness and fire, he was met with a calm and sunny meadow.
Beautiful.
Peter thought. He looked around, taking in the surreal landscape of Jean Grey's unconscious mind, trying to figure out where he needed to go to find the Phoenix Force. And as if on cue, he felt the fiery presence of cosmic energy and walked in its direction. Soon enough, Peter found the source, an enormous lake of fire, surrounded by swirling flames that danced and crackled around the whole area. As he arrived, he heard a familiar voice calling out to him, echoing through the flames.
Spider-Man, I have been expecting you.
Peter turned to see a bird-shaped figure emerging from the fire, striding towards him with a regal air.
I sense a wisp of my power in you.
The Phoenix Force spoke to him, its voice echoing in the surroundings.
First an infinity stone and now my own energy. You are quite the anomaly, aren't you?
Chapter 320, C325 Destroyer. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of now, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Mail insert hero gifts here, most likes wins superhero mail. Trophy yesterday's GIF winner, S.complex trophy AN, I'll never see my throne again. Peter stood in front of the Phoenix Force, its energy crackling and pulsing in the air around him.
I sense a wisp of my power in you.
The Phoenix Force spoke to him in interest, its voice echoing in the surroundings.
First an infinity stone and now my own energy. You are quite the anomaly, aren't you? Well, I try.
Peter shrugged, taking her words as a compliment. Peering down at him, the phoenix began to shrink as its energy coalesced and took on a humanoid shape. Peter was surprised to find a beautiful, shining woman standing before him, cloaked in a fiery dress.
You seek my help.
She said, her voice like a chorus of flames. Peter nodded, taking a deep breath to steady himself. Usually, he had no fear when facing things like this, but when it comes to the Phoenix Force, he couldn't help but feel the pressure of her presence. After all, she could kill him at any moment. Reality stone or not, the Phoenix Force was far too high up on the food chain compared to likes of Peter, Thanos, and any other universal powerhouse.
Yeah.
He said with a nod, hiding his nerves behind a confident persona.
Jean is having trouble with your powers, and if my guess is correct, then you're the reason behind that, right?
The Phoenix tilted her head, studying Peter with her shining eyes that burned like the heart of a star.
I can help her,
She said, ignoring Peter's accusation completely.
but I require something in exchange.
What do you want?
Peter frowned as his hypothesis was proven correct.
She knew I would come.
It didn't take a genius to figure out that she orchestrated this whole meeting.
Since you caused me to lose a dark phoenix, you will become my destroyer in Jean's place.
The Phoenix said matter-of-factly.
You will eliminate the growing stagnation in this universe in my name, so that new seeds of creations may grow and rise from the ashes.
How?
Peter grunted in shock as he shook his head in disbelief.
I can't do that. I'm Spider-Man. I can't go around destroying the universe. I have a reputation to uphold, you know.
The Phoenix chuckled in amusement.
Don't play innocent with me. You know what it is to hunt, to kill, to eliminate. And most of all, you know what it means to do what must be done.
She stated.
All right, you got me there, but Spider-Man is nobody's lackey.
Peter says as his face hardened under the mask.
I won't do your bidding.
The Phoenix smiled as her eyes shined with interest.
Very well.
She said with a mocking hint in her voice.
You are free to go. But know this, if you refuse me, I will find another to take your place. And they may not be as morally sound as you.
Peter took a step back, his eyes locked on the Phoenix. He knew he couldn't defeat her, at least, not with what he currently had in his arsenal. Even Red Hulk's absorption wouldn't be able to do much. After all, this wasn't Jean he was dealing with. If he were to take in even 1% of the Phoenix's energy, Peter had a feeling that he would explode like a firework on the 4th of July. But he also knew that he couldn't betray his own principles.
Fine, I'll do it.
He said, surprising himself with his own words.
But I have a few stipulations. Go on.
The Phoenix arched an eyebrow, intrigued.
First,
Peter said.
I will not take innocent lives, and I won't be a mindless weapon for you to use as you please.
The phoenix nodded, seemingly satisfied with this condition.
And the second, I work on my own time.
Peter states clearly.
I have no intention to be bossed around, nor will I be given any timetables. All you have to do is give me a list and I'll get it done. Once that list is taken care of, then my side of the deal will be complete. I see.
The phoenix muttered to herself in thought.
And in exchange, I help Jean correct. Yes, Jean needs to learn how to control her phoenix powers.
Peter said with a nod.
I want her to be able to use it without being consumed by it, like last time.
The phoenix regarded him for a moment, considering his request. Finally, she nodded.
Very well, I agree to your terms.
Peter felt a weight lift off his shoulders, knowing that he had done the right thing.
Then I guess we have a deal.
Peter nodded.
Good.
The phoenix replied as she snaps her fingers, creating a puff of fire and smoke.
Then let us begin.
And out of that fire appeared a singed scroll, which quickly unraveled to the floor before rolling all the way to Peter's feet.
As you can see, I have a long list of planets, moons, black holes, ruins of forgotten civilizations, and other universal bodies that need to be destroyed. It is your task to carry out this destruction.
Seriously?
Peter looked at the list, feeling overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the task ahead of him.
How am I supposed to do all of this? I should have asked for more.
He thought, realizing that he may have gotten the short end of the stick in their deal.
You are Spider-Man, aren't you? Where did all of that confidence go?
The Phoenix Force chuckled in amusement.
Though if you want to back out, then that's fine. Perhaps Jean would be up for the challenge? After all, she's only one burst of power away from turning into a dark phoenix.
Peter sighed as his shoulders slumped.
I'll get it done.
With those words, Peter walked over and took the scroll before raveling it back up.
So it's settled then?
Peter asked, his voice tinged with uncertainty.
It is.
Replied the Phoenix, sounding very pleased with herself. But before leaving Jean's mind, Peter had one last thing to ask.
You said that my acts of destruction would allow for new creation or something, right? How does that work?
He asks. The Phoenix Force stood before Peter, her fiery aura casting a warm glow over him.
I am a being of creation and destruction.
She explained.
When I destroy, I also create. Every act of destruction allows space for new creation to emerge.
Peter thought about this for a moment and immediately started feeling much better about his new task.
So you're saying that when I destroy something, it's actually making room for something new to be created?
He clarifies.
Yes, exactly.
Replied the Phoenix Force.
And as my destroyer, you will be the catalyst for this process. Your acts of destruction will pave the way for new beginnings, new growth, and new life.
Peter nodded slowly. He had always known that the universe was full of mysteries and wonders, but he had never imagined that he would be a part of something so vast and profound.
Okay.
He said, taking a deep breath.
I think I understand. Do I get any powers or help for this? You want more powers?
The Phoenix asks incredulously.
You greedy little boy. I've already overlooked the fact that you've stolen my energy and possess an infinity stone. What more could you possibly need?
Instantly, Peter turned sheepish as he scratched the back of his head and turned to look the other way.
That's what I thought.
The Phoenix scoffs and vanishes, returning to the burning lake in Jean's mind. Opening his eyes, Peter awoke in the real world with a scroll in hand.
How did it go?
Jean's asked, noticing the scroll in his grasp as he stepped away from her.
What's that? Nothing that you need to worry about.
Peter quickly stashed the scroll into his pocket.
The Phoenix agreed to help you. Try pulling on its energy and create a flame as I taught you.
Peter stood patiently to the side as Jean squinted her eyes and held her hand at eye level, putting on a constipated look in the process.
I don't think this is.
Jean spoke waveringly as a tiny spark manifested in the palm of her hand.
It worked.
It wasn't much, but it was a start.
Good, at least she kept her end of the deal.
Peter muttered as he made his way to the door.
Meditate tonight as I taught you, and she should appear. Be respectful and diligent. And if there are any problems, contact me immediately.
Wait, what if?
Jean called out as Peter closed the door behind him, leaving her alone in her apartment.
I go crazy again.
Chapter 321, C326 Planetary Devastation. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of now, the Patreon is 4 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Collision insert destruction gifs here, most likes wins collision. Trophy yesterday's GIF winner S. Lightning God Wolf Trophy AN. What is life without power? A crown atop my head and enthroned cushioning my bottom? What is love? Baby don't hurt me.
Sue,
Genie peeks over his shoulder at the list.
you going grocery shopping or what?
No, I made a deal with the Phoenix Force.
Peter says as he continues to read down the list.
Huh, what for?
Genie asks fearfully, recalling some bad memories of his past encounters with the angry bird woman.
Well,
Peter gave him a brief synopsis of Jean's situation.
wow, you got ripped off.
Genie commented in amusement.
How is it that you made me sign a whole contract just so I couldn't rip you off? But some flaming beauty appears and you crumble like a house of cards.
Well, for one, she can erase my existence with a simple thought.
Peter admitted his fear without shame.
Compared to her, you're about as scary as a housefly. Hey, I can be scary too.
Genie floats into the air in front of Peter and turns red as he glares down at him, flames dancing along his body.
Are you shaking in your boots yet? Yeah, it's just not the same.
Peter looked unimpressed and unafraid. Seeing this, Genie shrouded his body in a cloud of black smoke before revealing himself once again. This time, he changed his appearance into a clown with a large head and a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth.
How about now?
He asked creepily.
Have you been watching it?
Peter asks curiously.
I can be scary.
Peter's unneeded words struck his blue friend like bullets, tearing through his fragile ego. Ignoring Genie's existential crisis, Peter leaned back into the couch and read over the many names and coordinates that it held. As he scanned the list, his eyes stopped on the name Morag. This planet was an abandoned wasteland that had once held an infinity stone. It was a familiar planet for Peter, as he was the one to take the power stone from it. It's also the planet where he met his vice captain, Peter Quill.
Morag is as good a place to start as any, I guess.
Peter thought as he found the first planet that he would destroy. Taking a deep breath, his heart pounding with anticipation, he knew that this would be a crazy experience, but he was ready for it. Rising from the couch and stepping around his dejected Genie, Peter waved his hand and opened a portal.
Wait!
Genie called out, his somber mood completely gone.
Are you going to destroy something? Can I tag along?
As he asked, all sorts of firepower appeared on Genie's body. From a giant alien bazooka to all sorts of bombs, Genie was ready for some mayhem.
Sure, let's go.
Peter nods as he shrouds himself in flames and steps through the portal, followed by an excited Genie. Of course, he had to use his flames as on the other side of the portal was nothing but open space, outside the atmosphere of Morag.
You know, you could wish for all of the names on that list to be destroyed and be done with it.
Genie offers as the portal snaps shut behind them. After all, Peter still had a single wish remaining. Using it would save him a whole hell of a lot of work, though it would also mean losing Genie.
What? Are you getting bored or something?
Peter asks, wondering why he would say that.
Ready to return to your lamp for a few millennia?
No, I quite like the life that I live now, but you do have the choice.
Genie shook his head.
Then nah, I'm good.
Peter refused easily.
After all, I can't have my newest friend disappearing on me. Besides, who knows what kind of nut job will get a hold of you next? The consequences could be rather fatal. How should I do this?
He wondered and quickly came up with a good idea.
That could work.
Pulling on the reality stone inside of him, Peter tried making the largest structure that he has ever made. Can anyone guess? Suddenly, as if being built right in front of him, a massive orb-shaped construct appeared. Its spherical shape measured over 160 kilometers in diameter, making it one of the largest things that he has ever constructed with the reality stone. The surface of it is covered in a matte gray metal, with large trenches and concave surfaces creating a labyrinthine maze. These surfaces are studded with thousands of laser turrets and tractor beam projectors, creating a formidable defensive network. At the center of the giant sphere is a huge concave dish, surrounded by multiple rings of docking bays and service ports. These provide access to the sphere's numerous levels and chambers, which house crew quarters, control rooms, detention cells, and other facilities. Though Peter wouldn't be using any of this. After all, the whole thing would disappear without the help of the Power Stone anyway. As for the thing that Peter would be using, the giant sphere had many weapons, but the main weapon happens to be a super laser, housed in a dish at the station's equator. This weapon is capable of destroying entire planets with a single blast, and its sheer power would make the sphere an object of fear and dread throughout any universe. Peter marveled at his latest creation.
Is that what I think it is?
Jeannie asked in shock.
Yup,
Peter nodded as he let out a tired breath.
my own personal Death Star. Does it work?
Jeannie asks in awe.
Let's find out.
Peter says as he shoots off toward one of the many docking entrances.
First one to the main control room gets to fire the laser. No teleporting or portals.
Jeannie's eyes widened as he swiftly shot after Peter, ready to play with their new toy. After entering the giant space station, Peter and Jeannie raced through the halls until they finally found the main control room, which looked exactly like the one in the Star Wars movies. And sadly for Jeannie, Peter was the first one through the automatic doors, leaving him completely in the dust.
It looks like I'm the winner.
Peter smirked as Jeannie's shoulders slumped.
Best 2 out of 3.
He asked hopefully.
Sure.
Peter smirked confidently.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Jeannie nodded as they squared each other up and moved their hands into place.
Rock, paper, scissors.
They kept their eyes on one another and spoke in unison. Peering down, Jeannie crumbled to the floor as Peter's smirk grew larger. Jeannie, rock. Peter, paper.
They always go rock on the first round.
Peter nods to himself as he leaves Jeannie behind and starts going over the controls. Soon enough, he was able to understand the foreign universe's controls and got straight to work. Flipping a few switches and inputting a bunch of coordinates, Peter aimed the planet-killing weapon perfectly. Now, all that was needed was to push a big red button.
It's always a big red button.
Peter thought as he turned to Jeannie, who was still sulking on the floor with a small rain cloud above him. Jeannie's eyes widened as he swiftly shot after Peter, ready to play with their new toy. After entering the giant space station, Peter and Jeannie raced through the halls until they finally found the main control room, which looked exactly like the one in the Star Wars movies. And sadly for Jeannie, Peter was the first one through the automatic doors, leaving him completely in the dust. It looks like I'm the winner, Peter smirked as Jeannie's shoulders slumped. Best 2 out of 3, he asked hopefully. Sure, Peter smirked confidently. Rock, paper, scissors. Jeannie nodded as they squared each other up and moved their hands into place. Rock, paper, scissors.
You know what?
Peter turns to Jeannie as he held his hand over the left side of the button.
We can both press it together. Hey.
Jeannie laughed as he followed Peter's lead.
Let's do this. 3.
Peter counted down as their hands descended, pushing the big button in unison. Outside, the giant satellite on the side of the Death Star charged as it began to glow in a bright green light. Quickly, that green light condensed into a single point, shining brightly before shooting out in a single line. The thick super laser moved with incredible speed before touching down on Morag's surface, drilling into the heart of the planet with ease. Seconds after the laser struck the planet, Peter and Jeannie watched through the large window of the control room as Morag cooked from the inside and began to swell. Its surface cracked and broke apart as what appeared to be hot magma could be seen bubbling from the inside. Though this didn't last long. Boom! Before either of them knew it, the planet exploded in a bright light, sending tiny bits of planetary dust in all directions. Marag had completely vanished, leaving nothing but open space in its place.
Damn!
Chapter 322, C327 Nope. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of now, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Globe showing America's insert creation gifts here. Most likes wins Globe showing America's. Trophy yesterday's GIF winner S. King of Cats Kun Trophy AN. A new king has arrived and my hope shrinks even further.
That girl can be weird sometimes.
Peter thought to himself. Of course, at this point, he completely understood that the girl had a crush on him, as thankfully, someone pointed it out a couple of months ago. As he swung through the many skyscrapers of New York City, Peter couldn't help but laugh as he remembered Jean and Silk's first meeting, which subsequently was the day that he realized Jean's feelings. Or rather, this was when her feelings were pointed out to him. Flashback. After taking on Jean as his student for a few weeks, Peter stood in the middle of a spare room in the tower, his hands moving in intricate patterns as he instructed her on the basics of the mystic arts. The young telepathic metahuman struggled to control the powerful phoenix force that resided within her, and Peter had taken it upon himself to teach her how to harness its energy. As Jean focused on her training, MJ, also known as Silk as she was currently in uniform, quietly entered the room, eager to meet her boyfriend's new student. Peter turned to greet her, but his attention quickly returned to Jean as she stumbled over a particularly difficult spell circle.
Let's try that again.
Peter said, his voice calm and reassuring.
That spell line is 3 inches out of place. Start again, and remember you need to focus the eldritch energy. Let it flow through you and into the spell.
As the lesson continued, MJ couldn't help but notice the way Jean kept stealing glances at Peter, blushing red like a tomato as she did so. It was obvious to her that the teenage metahuman had a crush on her boyfriend, and she couldn't believe that Peter hadn't noticed it yet. After the lesson ended, Jean awkwardly bid them farewell and left the room, leaving MJ alone with Peter. Of course, Jean knew the rumors floating around, saying that Spiderman and Silk were dating, which is why she could do nothing but leave the room as quickly as possible, hoping that her newfound nemesis in love didn't notice her odd behavior. And as soon as she left, MJ wasted no time in telling her boyfriend what she had observed.
Hey, were you patrolling?
Peter asks as he walks up and pulls MJ into his arms. Sadly for him, MJ wasn't having any of this right now.
Peter, did you notice the way Jean was looking at you?
She asked, separating from him and crossing her arms. Peter looked at her for a moment.
What do you mean?
He asked, confusion clear in his voice.
I mean, she has a crush on you.
MJ said, her voice tinged with annoyance. After all, Jean is only a year or 2 younger than them, so she actually had a chance if Peter was a big enough scumbag. Peter's eyes widened in surprise.
Really, I had no idea.
He said, scratching the back of his head. MJ rolled her eyes.
Well, maybe you should pay more attention to your students.
She said, a hint of playfulness in her voice. Peter chuckled at her choice of words.
Yeah, maybe I should pay more attention to her.
He said flirtatiously. MJ instantly swatted him across the side of the head.
Don't joke about that.
She exclaimed, her former playfulness disappearing.
I'm just joking.
Peter laughed as he grabbed her arm and pulled her into his chest.
You'll always be the first wife. She would only be a concubine at best.
MJ struggled in his hold, trying her best to hit him for a second or third time, hoping to vent her anger and knock some sense into her boyfriend.
Relax.
Peter pulled her close and whispered in her ear.
I'm just kidding. You're the only girl for me.
MJ smiled under her mask, satisfied with his response.
Good, now you need to talk to Jean and set things straight.
she said, looking at him intently. Peter sighed, knowing that this was going to be hard.
How am I supposed to do that?
You need to let her down easy.
MJ said.
She needs to understand that you aren't going to reciprocate her feelings, or else who knows how long she'll pine after you.
Peter hesitantly nodded.
I know, but do I have to be the one that does it?
Although he was very forward and quick with the way he asked MJ out in the beginning, Peter didn't have any other relationship experience. Not only that, but he has never been in a situation like this, where he has to turn down a very kind and beautiful girl's feelings. They both looked at each other, unsure of who should take the lead. Finally, MJ spoke up.
I think it should be you. I mean, she barely knows me, and she would probably take it better coming from you.
She explained. Peter nodded again, but he wasn't convinced.
I don't know,
Flashback end. And Peter, being the type of person to get things done rather quickly, found Jean the next day and had the most awkward and uncomfortable conversation of his entire life.
Is this how women feel when guys ask them out and they turn them down?
Peter wondered as Jean ran off upset. Of course, Jean avoided him for a few days after that, but that didn't last long. After getting her emotions under control, Jean seemed to bounce back rather quickly, which saved MJ a lot of trouble as she was about to talk with her next.
I'm just glad that the Phoenix agreed to help her, or else Jean might have gone all Dark Phoenix again.
Peter thought. And thankfully, after some awkward moments between the two, Peter found that he had grown closer to Jean in the process. As he landed on a rooftop, Peter took a moment to survey his surroundings. He could see the city sprawled out before him, a vibrant tapestry of light and sound, but beneath the surface he knew there was always danger lurking. Launching himself off the rooftop and back into the fray, Peter got straight to work. For the next few hours, Peter swung through the city, stopping muggings and robberies and helping those in need. It was a welcome break from his many responsibilities, and he relished every moment of it. Eventually, the sun began to rise over the city, and Peter knew it was time to head back to his own life. As he made his way home, he couldn't help but feel grateful for the experiences he had had over the past few months. He had grown stronger as both Spider-Man and Peter Parker, and even his relationship seemed to prosper. Especially after returning to school and hanging out with Ned more often.
Life is pretty good.
Chapter 323, C328 Ant-Man. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of now, the Patreon is 4 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. I insert spine-chilling gifs here, most likes wins I. Trophy yesterday's GIF winner, S. Moaning Frodo Trophy AN, congrats King Crown. An elderly man made his way through the bustling streets of San Francisco, his mind buzzing with curiosity and dread. He was dressed in casual clothes and prescription glasses, his gray thinning hair slicked back, feeling like a relic from another era amidst all the sleek suits and designer bags of those around him. As he approached the towering glass building before him, which housed Pym Technologies, he couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. This was his legacy, his life's work. Insert picture of Hank Pym here. Stepping through the sleek, modern lobby, Hank couldn't help but feel a bit out of place.
Dr. Pym.
An older security guard asked in shock. After all, Hank hadn't visited the company in a very long time.
Yes, I'm still alive.
Hank Pym smiles, remembering the security guard specifically.
John Wright.
The guard smiles and lets Pym enter the building without any trouble, though he didn't make it very far before he was stopped once again.
ID.
A much younger security guard stated as he stepped in Pym's way.
Is that old fossil just letting anyone through?
He had no idea who he was blocking. Hank smiled as he pointed to the massive painting of himself in his younger days hanging on the wall.
Perhaps that will suffice.
The young guard's eyes widened as he hurriedly stepped out of the way.
I'm very sorry, sir. Please come in.
Is that Hank Pym? It looks like it. He's much older than I thought he would be.
Ignoring the stares and whispers, Hank took an elevator up to one of the higher floors, where a professionally dressed woman stood, waiting for his arrival. She has a heart-shaped face, striking blue-green eyes, and straight shoulder-length brown hair. Insert picture of Hope Van Dyne here.
Good morning, Hank.
She spoke indifferently.
Hope, would it kill you to call me Dad?
Hank frowned sadly. Hank's daughter, Hope, was the main reason that he hasn't been to his own company in such a long time. Due to her anger toward him for abandoning her after her mother's heroic death, she eventually rose to a high level in the company and wound up casting the deciding vote that kicked him out of PIM Technologies.
Well, Dr. Cross will be so pleased that you could find the time to join us today.
Hope completely ignores his words and walks off, expecting her father to follow. And so he did. Hope led Hank to a hallway outside of a large boardroom, filled with all sorts of high-level people of not only PIM Technologies but other large companies as well. Even the military sent a few people.
I was surprised to receive any kind of invitation from you, Darren. What's the occasion?
PIM asked. The tension between the two of them was most certainly palpable.
Oh, you'll see, won't he, Hope?
Darren's smirk seemed to grow as he turns to Hank's daughter. Hope gives Pim one last cold look before entering the boardroom, leaving the two men behind.
We're ready for you inside.
Ouch, I guess some old wounds never heal, huh? Don't worry, she's in good hands now.
Darren comments as he follows after Hope. Sighing to himself, Hank reluctantly follows after them, wondering where he went wrong.
Now before we start, I'd like to introduce a very special guest, this company's founder and my mentor, Dr. Hank Pym.
Darren introduced as he walked in and everyone clapped. At the same time, Pym noticed a miniature building of Pym Technologies on the table, which now has the logo for Cross Technologies on it.
This power-hungry kid really wants to take everything from me.
Hank thought as he took a seat and the presentation began. Darren stood in front of the large group of executives, a charming smile on his face.
When I took over this company for Dr. Pym, I immediately started researching a particle that could change the distance between atoms while also increasing density and strength. Why this revolutionary idea remained buried beneath the dust and cobwebs of Hank's research, I couldn't tell you, but just imagine a soldier the size of an insect. The ultimate secret weapon.
Cross explained, instantly catching everyone's interest, especially those from the military. Next, a footage reel of soldiers getting killed by a tiny little speck of a man played on the TV behind him.
An Ant-Man.
Crow said as he pointed to Pym.
That's what they called you. Right, Hank? Silly, I know, maybe even propaganda, tales to astonish. Trumped up bullsh asterisk T to scare the USSR, perhaps.
Soon, every gaze turned to poor old Pym.
Hank, will you tell our guests what you told me every single time I asked you? Was the Ant-Man real?
Cross asks knowingly.
No, it's all fake.
Pym shook his head.
Right, because how could anything so miraculous possibly be real?
Cross smirks as he presses a button on the table. Suddenly, a small hole opened up on the table, revealing a tiny glass canister with a yellow insect-styled suit inside. Upon seeing the suit, Hank's eyes widened in alarm as he turned to his daughter, who merely turned her head away.
Well, I was inspired by the legend of the Ant-Man. And with my breakthrough in shrinking inorganic material, I thought, could it be possible to shrink a person? Could that be done? Well, it's not a legend anymore. Distinguished guests, I am proud to present the end of warfare as we know it.
Cross spoke grandly as he gestured to the insect-sized suit.
The Yellow Jacket is an all-purpose weapon of war capable of altering the size of the wearer for the ultimate combat advantage.
Cross explained and took a seat as an advertisement video for the suit played behind him.
We live in an era in which the weapons we use to protect ourselves are undermined by constant surveillance. It's time to return to a simpler age, one where the powers of freedom can once again operate openly to protect their interests. An all-purpose peacekeeping vessel, the Yellow Jacket can manage any conflict on the geopolitical landscape completely unseen.
The video showed an animation of the suit being used for things like spying, assassination, and even wiping out an entire army.
Practical applications include surveillance, industrial sabotage, and the elimination of obstructions on the road to peace. A single yellow jacket offers the user unlimited influence to carry out protective actions, and one day soon, an army of yellow jackets will create a sustainable environment of well-being around the world.
Just watching the end of the video, where an entire army filled with thousands and thousands of these yellow jackets were shown, sent a shiver up Pim's spine. This is exactly what he didn't want to happen. After all, he buried all of his research and hid the truth of his former heroism for a reason.
So it's a suit.
One man asks,
Like Stark in his Iron Man armor. Don't be crude, Frank. It's not a suit, it's a vessel.
Cross clarified,
What's the matter? Not impressed? I think that I can speak for everyone and say we're all impressed.
a man dressed in a high-level military uniform spoke.
But I'm also concerned. Imagine what our enemies could do with this.
Hank nodded, agreeing completely, though he didn't have a chance to speak.
We should have a longer conversation about that. I really value your opinion. Thank you for coming.
Cross spoke quickly as he turned to Hank's daughter.
Hope.
Understanding what he wanted, Hope stepped up and opened the doors.
I want to thank everyone for coming. I will escort you out now. Thank you.
She said as everyone left, leaving only Cross and Pim behind.
You seem a bit shocked.
Cross states, enjoying the look on his mentor's face.
Darren, there's a reason that I buried these secrets.
Pim tries to reason with him, though his words only seem to brighten Cross' mood.
So you finally admit it. We could have done this together, you know, but you ruined that. That's why you're the past and I'm the future.
Cross says as he turns and walks out of the room.
Don't do this.
Pim stands from his seat and practically begs, but Cross doesn't listen, leaving the old man alone in the boardroom. After personally escorting everyone out of the building, Hope bumps into her father on his way out.
We have to make our move, Hank.
Hope spoke in a hushed tone. Although she may hate her father for abandoning her when she needed him most, she most certainly didn't agree with Darren Cross stealing her parents' heroic legacy and selling it to the highest bidder.
How close is he?
Pim asks,
He still can't shrink a live subject. Just give me the suit and let me finish this once and for all.
Hope seemed ready to fill her father's shoes. Though he didn't agree.
No.
Pim flat out refused.
I have Cross complete trust. It's now or never.
She wasn't happy with her father's response.
It's too dangerous.
He shook his head, resolute in his answer.
We don't have a choice.
Hope said heatedly.
Well, that's not entirely true.
Pim said with a far-off look. Hope raised a brow in question.
I think I found a guy.
He cryptically revealed.
Who?
A prisoner in an orange jumpsuit sat on his bunk, staring at the calendar he had marked off with a crayon, as he wasn't allowed any sharper utensils, when suddenly his cell door swung open, revealing a familiar guard on the other side.
Lang, get up.
The guard shouted.
It's your big day. Time to grab your stuff and get out of here. Hold your horses, I'm coming.
Chapter 324, C329 Presidential Awakening. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of now, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Sweat droplets insert wet gifs here, most likes wins sweat droplets. Trophy yesterday's GIF winner, S. Munkaking Trophy. Police car light a /n to everyone who was commenting about last chapter being useless. I am sorry to hear you didn't like it. It was a setup chapter to introduce the Ant-Man characters and plot. Now the arc can begin with Peter getting involved. Hopefully you guys like the arc. Peter was sound asleep in his bed with MJ curled up next to him, resting her head on his shoulder as she slept peacefully. It's been a few months since school started again, and the two have been enjoying their senior year of high school to the fullest. Throughout the summer, Peter stayed on Earth and mainly spent time with his family, though of course, he had to check in on the Guardians every once in a while. Who knows what would happen to them otherwise? After all, they tend to p*SS off a lot of people, especially when it comes to money. While the couple slept soundly in their bed, Peter's phone suddenly started ringing. Groaning in annoyance, Peter reached over without looking and pulled the phone to his ear, answering the call. Peter asked groggily.
Good morning, Spiderman.
A very recognizable voice said.
Did I wake you up? What the?
Peter checked the caller ID and realized who it was.
Hello, Mr. President.
To Peter's complete surprise, it was the President of the United States, Barack Obama. Peter rubbed his eyes and sat up in bed, gently pushing MJ back onto her pillow, his mind still foggy from sleep.
I know.
The President answered hesitantly.
Is nuclear war breaking out?
Peter asked again and received a no. No matter what Peter asked, the answer was still the same.
Then why the hell are you calling me at 4 a.m. in the morning?
Peter asked as it was the weekend, and he had no business being up this early.
I apologize for waking you up, but I have some urgent news to share with you.
Peter sighed as he knew the sweet confront of his bed would disappear soon enough. If the President was calling him this early in the morning, it had to be important.
What's going on?
Peter asked.
I've received some disturbing information from some of my top military officials.
Obama explained.
It seems that PIM Technologies is working on a project that could be extremely dangerous.
Peter froze for a moment. He knew that name. Pym Technologies is a company founded by Hank Pym, the man responsible for creating the Ant-Man suit, which allowed the wearer to shrink to the size of an ant while retaining their full strength. It was an incredible piece of technology, and certainly something that shouldn't be allowed to fall into the wrong hands.
I completely forgot about the Ant-Man movie.
Peter thought.
What kind of project, sir?
Peter asked, his mind racing.
The Yellow Jacket suit.
Obama replied.
Its creator, Darren Cross, plans to mass-produce it and sell it to the highest bidder. If this technology falls into the wrong hands, it could be catastrophic. That's why I'm reaching out to you. You're one of the few people that I trust who can stop this from happening.
Peter nodded, his brain already working on a plan of action.
I'll look into it. Good.
Obama sighed in relief.
Contact me if you need anything and stay safe.
With that, the call ended. Peter sat there for a moment, trying to process the plan that was forming in his mind.
I should go meet with the old and new Ant-Mans.
Peter thought as he climbed out of bed and made his way to the bathroom.
But first, a nice warm shower.
After cleaning himself up and eating a filling breakfast, Peter managed to track down the soon-to-be new and improved Ant-Man, and boy was he in a sorry situation.
What are you doing here, Lang? You haven't paid a dime in child support. You know, if I wanted to, I could arrest you.
A middle-aged man crosses his arms and glares at Scott Lang, the soon-to-be Ant-Man. The man stood at the front door of his suburban house, blocking Scott from entering.
It's good to see you too, Paxton.
Lang smiles awkwardly, trying to be the bigger man in this situation, but it didn't seem to be working. Suddenly, a cute little brown-haired girl squeezed past Paxton's leg and stood between them with a smile on her face.
Mommy's so happy you're here that she choked on her drink.
The girl laughed happily, oblivious to the tense atmosphere between the two men.
Cassie, look what I have for you.
Scott ignores the man blocking his way and hands over a gift bag to the little girl.
Can I open it now, Daddy?
She asks Scott. But Paxton spoke before he could say anything.
Of course, sweetheart, it's your birthday.
Lang frowned uncomfortably as his daughter pulled out an ugly-looking rabbit plushie, unaware of the father versus stepfather battle that was going on around her.
What is that thing?
Paxton asks in distaste.
He's so ugly. I love him. I have to show my friends.
Cassie exclaimed as she rushed back inside, ugly bunny in hand.
Look, the child support is coming. All right, it's just hard finding a job when you have a record.
Scott explained his situation.
I'm sure you'll figure it out, but for now, I want you off of my property.
Paxton shooed him away uncaringly.
Wait, it's my daughter's birthday.
Scott didn't want to miss any more of her birthdays. After all, he's already missed a lot while in prison.
It's my house.
Paxton replied with a shrug.
So what, it's my kid.
Scott was finding it harder and harder to be the bigger person. Peter lay on the roof of the house across the street and watched the drama unfold. Soon enough, Cassie's mother showed up and some more arguing ensued before Scott was officially kicked out.
Get an apartment, get a job, and pay child support. Then we can talk about visitation.
She said as he was forced to leave.
This is messed up.
Peter thought. After all, they seem to be using this moment to punish or lay down some sort of law with Scott, but it's not his birthday that they're ruining. Today isn't about any of them. It's about their daughter, and having her father at her birthday party is probably something that she wanted.
What are they going to tell her when she asks where her dad went?
Peter thought sadly as he watched Scott drive off, looking devastated from the entire encounter.
Maybe I should give him some space.
As Scott drove further down the street, Peter could hear him dial a number on his phone.
What's up, Scotty?
A man answered.
Tell me about that job again.
Scott asked. And he definitely wasn't referring to a normal legal job, that's for sure. In the beginning, Peter planned to introduce himself, but now that he thought about it, maybe it would be better to meet with the old Ant-Man first. And as Peter was leaving, he heard an excited voice from inside the house.
Where'd Daddy go?
Cassie asked, tightly clutching her ugly bunny. Her mother answered hesitantly.
He had some work to do. Yo!
The shadow called out, causing the Pym to nearly fall out of his seat in fright.
As Spiderman.
Hank whipped his head around and stuttered in surprise. Peter waved in a friendly manner.
I'm here to talk about Darren Cross and the yellow jacket suit.
Hank's eyes narrowed.
I've been keeping tabs on Cross for a while now. How do you know about this? I have friends in high places.
Peter shrugged as he looked at the many monitors in the room.
What's with the crazy security? Is Cross trying to steal the original Ant-Man suit?
Pym seemed surprised by Peter's knowledge, though he soon shrugged it off. As he said, Spider-Man has friends in high places, so someone high up in the government must have told him everything.
No, though I wouldn't put it past him. I have someone else who can help us with Cross.
Hank admitted, finding no reason to lie to Peter. After all, this was Spider-Man that he was dealing with. Pym wasn't exactly happy about his arrival, but it technically wasn't a bad thing.
And who might that be?
Peter asked, though he already knew the answer.
His name is...
Hank stopped as he caught sight of some movement on the cameras. Before he knew it, the sun had set, and an unfamiliar car was parked outside the front of his house. Though it was certainly familiar to Peter.
Isn't that Scott's car?
Peter thought as he wondered if Scott was actually a good thief or not.
Who brings their own car to what's about to be a crime scene?
Chapter 325, C330 Man vs. Fly. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of now, the Patreon is 4 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Insert dry gifs here, most likes wins desert. Trophy yesterday's GIF winner, S. Monkmaking Trophy AN 2 in a row, congrats King Crown. In the executive bathroom of Pym Technologies, Darren Cross leaned against the wall as he stared fixedly at a high-level member of the board of directors, who was currently washing his hands in the sink.
I'm sorry you have such deep concerns about the yellow jacket, Frank.
Cross says with false sympathy in his voice. Frank turns back in surprise to find Cross standing there watching him creepily.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, we can't just do whatever we want. Would be nice though, right?
Frank laughed awkwardly as he shook his hands clean before drying them with a nearby towel.
Sadly, there are laws.
Cross didn't seem to agree as a mad gleam shined in his eyes.
What laws of man? The laws of nature transcend the laws of man, and I've transcended the laws of nature. Darren, I don't think you understand.
Frank turned to look at him weirdly. Suddenly, Cross pulled out a small handheld device from his suit jacket and turned it on Frank, vaporizing him into a blob of human goo in an instant. Cross sighed uncaringly as his eyes moved between his former coworker and the device.
We still haven't worked out all of the bugs.
Before leaving the bathroom, Cross used a tissue to wipe the goo off the floor and unceremoniously dumps it into one of the toilets.
Goodbye, Frank.
He says without pity as he flushes the toilet, watching the goo disappear down the drain.
Are you just going to let this guy rob you?
Peter asked as they watched the masked man, Scott, break into the house with ease.
I can stop him if you want. It's what I do after all. No!
Pym jumped as he realized that Peter could ruin all of his carefully laid plans.
Just stay here and don't mess anything up. Sure, if you want to get robbed so badly, then who am I to stop you?
Peter shrugged uncaringly as he smirked under his mask. Seeing as Pym had cameras for every angle in his house, the two of them were able to watch every step that Scott made. After easily bypassing the front door, Scott swiftly started searching the house and found exactly what he was looking for behind a painting in the living room. Scott had hoped for cash, jewels, or anything else that he could sell to pay for an apartment and a small chunk of his owed child support. But when he broke the safe open, all he found was a strange suit that looked like something out of a sci-fi movie. Confusion, disappointment, and anger swirled around in him all at once. He had risked everything for this heist, and now he had nothing to show for it. After all, he was currently on probation. If Scott was caught committing even the lowest level crime, then it was straight back to prison for him. And at that point, he can say goodbye to ever seeing his daughter again. Not because he would spend the rest of his life in prison, but because her mother wouldn't allow him anywhere near her. And the courts would easily agree. After all, why would they side with a felon?
What is it, cash, jewels?
A voice spoke to him over the earpiece he wore.
There's nothing here.
Lang replies dejectedly.
What do you say?
The voice asks in surprise. Scott notices some blueprints next to the suit when he took another look, but what the hell was he supposed to do with that?
It's just an old motorcycle suit and some papers.
He reiterated.
There's no cash, no jewelry, nothing.
The voice asks in shocked disappointment.
No, it's a bust.
Scott sighs in defeat.
I'm really sorry, Scotty. I know you needed this.
Remembering his daughter's radiant smile and his desperation to see her again, Scott started to consider the suit's worth and wondered if he could sell it for even a small amount of money. After all, he was desperate, and the rich owner of this house went through the trouble of locking it away, so the suit had to at least be worth something, right? As he stashed the suit into his duffel bag, an ant with a camera on its back climbed up his shoe and found a good spot on his laces to grab hold as Scott left the house and drove off.
So you let yourself get robbed? Why?
Peter asks as he has to pretend to be oblivious.
Who said I was robbed?
Pym smirked back at Peter.
My successor was merely picking up his uniform. I see.
Peter nodded as he noticed a few monitors that still had an image of Scott in his car.
Did you plant cameras on him too?
Peter asked in genuine confusion.
Wait, they're moving.
Pym revealed. Immediately, it dawned on him.
I forgot that he could control ants.
Peter remembered as he felt the urge to slap himself on the forehead. Back at his friend's *TTY apartment, which he was staying in until he had the money for his own place, Scott quickly said goodnight and locked himself in the tiny guest room that he was currently occupying.
Why would you lock this up?
He took out the suit and eyed the oddly shaped helmet curiously.
So weird.
Shrugging to himself, Scott tries the suit on, swatting away the annoying fly that was buzzing around his head in the process.
I thought flies were supposed to have extremely short lifespans.
He thought as he glared at the fly that's been haunting his room for the last few days, unable to ever land a clean hit on it. Ultimately deciding to ignore it, Scott dons the helmet and looks at himself in the mirror. Insert picture of Ant-Man's suit here.
I wonder what this is.
He looked down at his hands and found 2 red buttons, matching the red and black color scheme of the suit. Pressing the buttons at random, Scott suddenly shrunk down to the size of an ant, falling to the scuffed hardwood floor below.
What the?
In his tiny form, Scott stood up and looked around in shock. The small, shitty apartment bedroom somehow turned into a huge, towering open area, which could hold almost 1 million people with ease. Meanwhile, before shrinking, he couldn't walk 2 steps without hitting a wall. Out of nowhere, Scott heard an unfamiliar voice speaking into his ear through the helmet.
The world sure seems different from down here, doesn't it, Scott? What? Who?
He jumped and started looking around once again. Buzz. Suddenly, that familiar incessant buzzing returned, though it sounded much louder this time around.
Even now, this F***-seeking fly won't go away.
Scott said in anger, though that anger swiftly vanished as he peered upward and found a giant flying monster eyeing him dangerously.
What the hell is that? It's the size of an elephant.
It seems to be angry with you.
The voice from the helmet spoke again. Scott panicked for a moment, realizing that he was in grave danger as he saw the giant fly buzzing his way. The fly seemed to be attracted to him for some reason, and it started circling him, getting closer and closer with every passing moment. Scott knew he had to defend himself, or he would be killed in seconds. Dashing away as quickly as he could while avoiding the fly's aerial attacks, Scott could see a sharp pin in the distance. Seeing as that was the only weapon that he could find, Scott ran from the huge insect, making his way to his only hope of survival. After all, right now it was kill or be killed, and he's wanted to kill this fly for a few days now. Of course, the fly didn't give him much time as it kept buzzing around him, trying to bite him every time it passed. But Scott was determined and kept pushing forward. Finally, he arrived at the pin, though it was much bigger than he expected.
F***ck it.
He thought as he lifted the pin, which was more than 10 times larger than himself, and threw it at the fly. Catching the insect by surprise, the pin flew like a spear and pierced the fly right in its open mouth before continuing through the rest of its body. Suddenly, the fly started screeching in agony as its wings flapped erratically, sending it crashing to the ground directly in front of Scott. Scott watched in shock as the elephant-sized fly bled out and died before his very eyes.
Hi.
The voice from his helmet spoke again.
You know, you're a lot tougher than I thought.
Chapter 326, C331 Job Offer. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of now, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Insert arrogant gifs here, most likes wins smiling face with sunglasses. Trophy yesterday's GIF winner, S.complex trophy AN, welcome back King Crown. After finally figuring out how to grow back to normal size, Scott bent down and found a tiny dead fly on the floor with a small needle running through its entire body.
Not bad for a test drive. Keep the suit.
The same voice spoke over the helmet once again.
I'll be in touch soon. No, thank you.
Denied vehemently as he packed the suit up and rushed out of the apartment, surprising his friend with his odd behavior. But before he could say anything, Scott was already rushing down the stairs and headed to his car, where he would quickly peel out of the area, burning tire marks onto the street on his way out. Pim and Peter watched the entire battle with the fly, both shocked by the former criminal's ability to handle the situation.
Quite a show, isn't it?
Pim said with a small smile.
It seems that my choice for a successor was spot on.
Peter nodded, still a bit in awe of what he had just witnessed.
Yeah, I never thought I'd see something like that, but I don't think he plans on accepting the position.
Peter and Pim watched a few of the ant cameras, which showed Scott speeding through traffic, driving in their direction.
Yes, that is a valid concern.
Pim replied, turning to face the young superhero.
But of course, I have a backup plan.
Pim reached across his desk and pressed a button before relaxing back into his chair.
Now we wait.
Peter nodded slowly.
Okay, so how did you set him up to steal the suit?
Peter knew that Pim masterminded all of this, though he wasn't sure how exactly.
Well, there's very little that money can't buy, and it also helped that I could shrink myself down and go just about anywhere.
Pim answered with a shrug.
Well, I don't mean to be rude or anything, but I have to ask, Why Scott?
Peter asked curiously. After all, the man is a criminal.
I needed someone to take up the mantle of Ant-Man, and I saw something in him that made me believe he was the right person for the job. He may stumble a bit at first, but I have faith that he'll get the hang of it.
Pym answered, putting his hopes and expectations on one man. Pym sighed, knowing that this was a conversation he had been dreading, though he expected to have it with his daughter.
I understand your concerns. Scott has a criminal record, and he's not exactly the most trustworthy person. But I believe in him. I believe that he has the potential to be a great hero if he's given the chance.
Pym chose Scott Lang as his successor because of his skills as a former thief and his willingness to do the right thing. He was reluctant to let his daughter become the next Ant-Man because he was still grieving over the loss of his wife, who was also a superhero named the Wasp. Enter Scott Lang, a recently released ex-convict who had a daughter and was struggling to find work. He has a background in breaking into high-security facilities, which made him a valuable asset for Pym's plan to stop Darren Cross and his Ant-Man copy. Time would have to tell if Lang can truly prove his worth or not, but Pym seemed to be convinced already. Overall, Pym chose Scott Lang as his successor because he sees potential in him as both a skilled thief and a hero, and believes that he has the character to use the Ant-Man suit for good.
Okay, sounds good to me.
Peter shrugged in agreement, as he was never worried about Scott's criminal record to begin with.
And if he does well against Cross, I wouldn't mind recruiting him into the Avengers.
After all, Scott needs a job, and who would turn down a high-paying position in the world's first and foremost superhero organization? Peter grinned under his mask at the idea. Pym wasn't sure how Peter was so easily convinced, but he didn't care. As long as his plan was in motion, then he was happy. With that, the two of them watched as Scott parked outside the house, still clutching the bag with the Ant-Man suit inside. Sneaking back into the house, Scott returned the suit to the broken safe and sighed in relief as he washed his hands of this whole situation.
I don't know what the hell is going on, but I want no part in it.
He thought as he walked out of the living room and made his way to the front door. But before he could make his second getaway of the night, flashing red and blue lights could be seen approaching the front of the house.
This is the NYPD. Put your hands above your head and exit the home immediately. You are under arrest.
One cop spoke over a megaphone. Knowing that he didn't take anything this time, Scott exited the house and tried to explain himself.
Wait, I didn't steal anything. I was returning something I stole.
Of course, he instantly regretted saying anything, as he inadvertently admitted to stealing. Watching the police arrive, Peter wondered whether he should step in or not. Although Scott shouldn't have reverted back to thieving, he did it in hopes of making enough money to see his daughter again. Peter could definitely sympathize with his situation.
*CK it, I might as well help him out.
Peter shrugged as he portaled out of the room, unnoticed. Pym was far too busy watching the monitors with a victorious smirk on his face. After all, his carefully made plan was working perfectly. And once Scott was in police custody, he could use that as leverage to make him officially become his successor.
I love it when a plan comes together.
Scott stood nervously on the front porch of Hank Pym's house, staring at the police cars in front of him. As he saw uniformed figures approaching him, Scott's heart sank. He knew he was about to be arrested and charged with theft, and he couldn't bear the thought of it. After all, this could cause him to lose his daughter forever, not to mention the time that he would spend behind bars.
Does the universe hate me?
He couldn't help but curse his luck. Just then, a red and blue figure swooped down from the sky and landed between him and the police officers.
Spider-Man.
One of the policemen stuttered in surprise.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Peter asked the approaching police officers.
We received a report of a breaking and entering.
One of the higher-ranked officers replied. Once we arrived on scene, the front door was open and this man came walking out.
I see.
Peter nodded as he turned to Scott, who looked even more depressed than before. After all, what would his daughter think when his name is plastered all over the news as a thief caught by Spider-Man himself?
Look.
Peter scratched the back of his head awkwardly as he turned back to the cops.
I need this guy for a separate investigation. Can you guys just leave him to me?
Pim wasn't sure how Peter was so easily convinced, but he didn't care. As long as his plan was in motion, then he was happy. With that, the two of them watched as Scott parked outside the house, still clutching the bag with the Ant-Man suit inside. Sneaking back into the house, Scott returned the suit to the broken safe and sighed in relief as he washed his hands of this whole situation. I don't know what the hell is going on, but I want no part in it, he thought as he walked out of the living room and made his way to the front door. But before he could make his second getaway of the night, flashing red and blue lights could be seen approaching the front of the house. This is the NYPD. Put your hands above your head and exit the home immediately. You are under arrest, one cop spoke over a megaphone. Knowing that he didn't take anything this time, Scott exited the house and tried to explain himself. Wait, I didn't steal anything, I was returning something I stole. Of course, he instantly regretted saying anything, as he inadvertently admitted to stealing. Watching the police arrive, Peter wondered whether he should step in or not. Although Scott shouldn't have reverted back to thieving, he did it in hopes of making enough money to see his daughter again. Peter could definitely sympathize with his situation. *CK it, I might as well help him out, Peter shrugged as he portaled out of the room, unnoticed. Pim was far too busy watching the monitors with a victorious smirk on his face. After all, his carefully made plan was working perfectly. And once Scott was in police custody, he could use that as leverage to make him officially become his successor. I love it when a plan comes together.
Of course.
One of the more overzealous officers agreed excitedly.
We'd be happy to help. Do you need anything from us?
No.
Peter shook his head.
Just return to your normal patrol. Thanks for understanding.
Another officer hesitantly asked as she pulled out her phone.
Sure, no problem.
After taking a few selfies with the one and only Spider-Man, they all got back in their cars and drove off, leaving Peter and Scott behind. And once the police were out of sight, Peter turned to Scott.
Hey man, you okay?
Scott stood frozen in front of the house, wondering what the hell Spider-Man could possibly want with him.
Oh yeah. Good.
Peter nodded with a grin.
Follow me.
Peter walked back into the house and took a seat in the living room. Of course, Scott followed closely behind, as he had no way of escaping someone like Spider-Man.
Sorry about the police,
Peter said as he leaned back into the couch. Pim wasn't sure how Peter was so easily convinced, but he didn't care. As long as his plan was in motion, then he was happy. With that, the two of them watched as Scott parked outside the house, still clutching the bag with the Ant-Man suit inside. Sneaking back into the house, Scott returned the suit to the broken safe and sighed in relief as he washed his hands of this whole situation. I don't know what the hell is going on, but I want no part in it, he thought as he walked out of the living room and made his way to the front door. But before he could make his second getaway of the night, flashing red and blue lights could be seen approaching the front of the house. This is the NYPD. Put your hands above your head and exit the home immediately. You are under arrest, one cop spoke over a megaphone. Knowing that he didn't take anything this time, Scott exited the house and tried to explain himself. Wait, I didn't steal anything, I was returning something I stole. Of course, he instantly regretted saying anything, as he inadvertently admitted to stealing. Watching the police arrive, Peter wondered whether he should step in or not. Although Scott shouldn't have reverted back to thieving, he did it in hopes of making enough money to see his daughter again. Peter could definitely sympathize with his situation. *CK it, I might as well help him out, Peter shrugged as he portaled out of the room, unnoticed. Pim was far too busy watching the monitors with a victorious smirk on his face. After all, his carefully made plan was working perfectly. And once Scott was in police custody, he could use that as leverage to make him officially become his successor. I love it when a plan comes together.
Well, how about I offer you a job?
Peter offered.
I can also assist with your legal troubles. With my help, it should be easy to get joint custody of your daughter.
Scott was taken aback by the offer. He had no idea what was happening and even less of an idea as to why Spider-Man was helping him. More than anything else, he wondered why Spider-Man knew so much about him, a no-named criminal.
Why are you doing this?
He asked hesitantly.
Do we know each other or something?
Spider-Man chuckled.
No, but the man who owns that suit you took seems to like you. He thinks you have what it takes to become his successor. Successor to who?
Scott asked in confusion. The more Peter talked, the more questions Scott had for him. Suddenly, footsteps could be heard as a new yet familiar voice filled the room.
Successor to me.
Chapter 327, C332. Welcome to the team. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of now, the Patreon is 4 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Relieved face. Insert humble gifs here. Most likes wins relieved face. Trophy. Yesterday's GIF winner, S. Moaning Frodo trophy, AN person crown. As Pym entered the room, he made sure to glare at Peter, showing his annoyance at his interference. But rather than complaining, Pym turned to Scott and smiled.
I told you I'd be in touch, Scott.
He sat across from Peter, leaving Scott to stand in confusion.
OSH*T.
Scott instantly realized why this old man's voice sounded so familiar.
You're the guy from the helmet.
Pym merely nodded as he settled into the couch, resting his old tired body.
Look, I'm sorry that I stole the suit. I won't ask any questions, so let's just go our separate ways, okay?
Scott offers as he eyes the exit, hoping to get the hell out of this place. Looking at him for a moment, Pym shook his head in disappointment.
You know, your ex-wife was right about you.
Scott froze as his eyes went wide. Peter wondered as his impression of Pym changed a bit.
This guy is one hell of a spy.
As he thought this, Peter couldn't help but wonder whether the old man had ordered some ants to spy on him as well.
I need to be careful on my way home.
He thought as he eyed his body, looking for any stowaway insects.
I understand why she's trying to keep you away from Cassie. After all, the moment things get tough, you turn right back to crime.
Pym's correct assessment hit Scott right where it hurt.
The way I see it, you have 2 choices. You can either waste the rest of your life as a criminal, watching your daughter grow from a distance, or you can take this opportunity. What opportunity?
Scott needed some time to process everything.
I don't understand.
Pym revealed.
What?
Scott asked in shock as he realized that all of this might have been a complete setup.
Scott, we need a new Ant-Man, and we think you're the man for the job.
Peter said, confusing him even more.
What the hell is an Ant-Man?
Scott asked skeptically.
I've never heard of it.
Although Ant-Man was a well-known legend among spies and those with enough power and money to acquire the information, the normal population have never heard this name before. Hank sighed, knowing this wouldn't be easy.
Well, Ant-Man was the alias I'd use back in the day.
A reminiscent smile formed on Pym's face.
I created a suit that allowed me to shrink down to the size of an ant while maintaining my full strength. With this suit, I was able to fight crime, serve the country, and perform miracles.
He explained.
So you're saying you were like an old version of him?
Scott raised a brow as he turned to Peter. Hank nodded.
Yes, but it wasn't just about stopping crime or stopping war. My work as Ant-Man allowed me to do something even more important.
Scott looked intrigued as he inched forward in interest. Pym continued.
It allowed me to help people on a microscopic level. I was able to explore the world of atoms and molecules, and I discovered things that no one else had ever seen before. I used this knowledge to help develop new technologies and medicines that could save lives.
Scott looked impressed.
So what happened? Why aren't you still Ant-Man?
Pym's expression darkened.
I don't know if you've noticed, Scott, but I'm a bit past my prime these days.
Of course, that wasn't the real reason. Whenever Pym even looked at his suit, let alone wore it, he couldn't help but think of his beautiful wife. His wife, Janet Van Dyne, disappeared during a mission in the 1980s. Her husband was the Ant-Man, making her the Wasp, a team that battled everything together on a miniature scale. During a mission to disarm a Soviet missile, Janet had to shrink down to a subatomic level to disable the missile's trigger mechanism. However, in the process, she became trapped in the quantum realm, a dimension that exists at a subatomic level, and was presumed dead. Hank was devastated by Janet's loss and blamed himself for not being able to save her, leading him to subsequently retire from his superhero duties and refuse to let anyone else take up the mantle of Ant-Man or Wasp, out of fear of losing them as well.
Maybe I should drop some hints about her survival.
Peter wondered. Scott nodded, understanding now.
So that's where I come in. You want me to take your place as Ant-Man?
Hank smiled.
Yes, exactly. I believe that you have what it takes to be a great Ant-Man, and I want to train you to use the suit safely and effectively.
Scott blinked.
But I'm just a petty thief. Exactly.
Hank said, his eyes twinkling.
You have the skills we need, and we're willing to offer you the opportunity of a lifetime.
Scott looked at them skeptically.
Why me? Why not someone else?
Hank leaned forward.
Because I think you're the only one who can handle it. And I'm willing to sweeten the deal.
Peter cut into the conversation, piquing Scott and Pym's interest.
As I said, if you impress me enough, I'll hire you as an official Avenger. And let me tell you, the pay and perks that every Avenger enjoys are very generous.
Scott seemed interested, as he needed a job and no one else was hiring ex-cons. But most of all, this was a very well-respected legal job that he wouldn't be ashamed of.
And secondly, I can help with getting joint custody of your daughter, Cassie.
Peter threw out the real bait. Instantly, Scott's heart skipped a beat. This was everything that he ever wanted.
How?
He stammered. Peter grinned.
Let's just say I have some connections, but most of all, the Avengers have some very good lawyers on retainer.
With Nelson and Murdoch on the case, Scott can rest assured. Though he would probably have to call in a few favors as well. After all, with Scott's record, it'll be an uphill custody battle. Scott stared at Peter, unable to believe what he was hearing, his eyes slightly misty. Hank smiled.
Say yes.
Scott hesitated. He didn't know what it meant to be a superhero or the responsibilities that came with it. He wasn't sure if he had what it took, but then he recalled the perks of the deal and thought of his daughter, knowing that he had to take this chance.
Yes.
He said, looking between Hank and Peter.
I'll do it.
Hank grinned.
Excellent, welcome to the team, Scott.
Peter stood up and clapped him on the back.
We're gonna have some fun, you and me.
Scott smiled, feeling like a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Maybe things were finally starting to look up for him. In a very expensive restaurant, Cross and Hope sat across from one another, enjoying their meal in silence. Though that silence didn't last long. Cross looked up from his plate.
You know, I've been thinking a lot about gratitude lately, and today during my morning meditation, an interesting thought occurred to me, and I think it might apply to you as well.
How's that?
Hope asked, hoping that this dinner would end quickly. Although she didn't want to be here, it was necessary in order to keep her cover as Cross' loyal supporter. If she had things her way, Hope would already be wearing her father's suit, thwarting Cross' plans and sending him to prison. But sadly, her father refused her request over and over.
Gratitude can be forgiveness.
Cross says as if he were some Buddhist monk.
I spent years carrying around my anger for Hank Pym. I devoted my genius to him. I could have worked anywhere, and I chose my mentor poorly.
He turns a sympathetic look toward Hope, though she couldn't tell if it was genuine or not.
You, on the other hand, didn't even have a choice. He never believed in you. It's a shame what we had to do, but he forced us to do it, didn't he? But we shouldn't be angry. Instead, we should be grateful. Because of his failures as a mentor and a father, Pym forced us to spread our wings on our own.
Although his words were meant to be comforting, Hope couldn't help but feel an odd air to them, as if she were talking to a sociopath who only spoke what he thought others wanted to hear.
You deserve everything coming your way, Darren.
Chapter 328, C333 Breakfast. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of now, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Dizzy face insert dead gifs here, most likes wins dizzy face. Trophy yesterday's GIF winner, S. Low End Trophy AN, Author's Log, Chapter 333. It's been 5 years since my nobility was taken from me. In this time, my hopes, dreams, and ambitions have slowly withered away, leaving me a broken and hollow shell of my former majestic self. Today, like every other day, a new usurper wears my family's heritage upon his head, prances around my castle, and sits upon my throne. What more can these peasants possibly take from me? Scott Lang groaned and rubbed his eyes as he slowly awoke from a good night's sleep. He was disoriented and confused for a moment, unsure of where he was when he was met with an unfamiliar ceiling. After agreeing to spend the night at Hank Pym's house, in order to start his training bright and early, Scott retired to a guest room and awoke to the sun's rays beating down on him.
Oh,
Scott grunted as he found an unknown figure leaning against the wall by the door, staring at him.
who the hell are you?
Scott's sleep-dazed eyes adjusted to see an unfamiliar woman. She was wearing a sleek black suit and had a stern look on her face. Scott couldn't help but feel intimidated by her.
Have you been standing there watching me sleep this whole time?
He asked, creeped out.
Yes.
She replies uncaringly.
Why?
Scott couldn't help but ask.
Because the last time you were here, you stole something.
She answered, eyeing him as if he were a kleptomaniac who would steal everything her family owned if she wasn't keeping watch.
Who are you?
Scott asked groggily. The woman's expression turned even colder.
I'm Hope Van Dyne.
She said curtly. Hope continued to glare at him.
And you're the man my father chose over me to become Ant-Man.
Scott blinked in surprise. He had no idea that Hank Pym had a daughter, let alone that she was upset with him.
I'm sorry.
He said tentatively. Hope shook her head, clearly not interested in hearing his apologies.
You shouldn't be here.
She said pointedly.
My father made a mistake in choosing you. You're not fit for the job.
Scott bristled at her words, feeling defensive.
I did what I had to do to see my daughter again.
He said firmly.
And I'll prove myself one way or another.
Hope turned to face him.
Proving yourself to my father is one thing.
She said icily.
But proving yourself as Ant-Man is another. And you haven't done that yet.
Scott opened his mouth to argue, but before he could say anything, he noticed something odd and terrifying that he didn't notice earlier.
Oh, what the F***CK?
As Scott was about to get out of bed, he recoiled in fright when he saw large insects crawling all over the floor.
Whoa!
Hope continued to stand calmly among the bugs.
Paraponera clavata, giant tropical bullet ants, ranked highest on the Schmidt Pain Index. They're here to keep an eye on you when I can't.
Without another word, she turns and walks out of the room, leaving Scott alone among the insects.
How am I supposed to get out of here?
Scott called out but received no reply. Looking down at the floor full of giant ants, Scott swallowed a mouthful of saliva as he eyed them warily. Although he was never afraid of bugs, being surrounded by so many of them was a lot different than dealing with a few flies or other household annoyances. Even spiders weren't a problem for him, that is, as long as they weren't poisonous.
Ugh, you don't bite me and I don't step on you deal.
Scott negotiated as he tentatively puts his foot down on the floor, carefully maneuvering his way out of the room. Downstairs, Hank sat happily in his kitchen, enjoying a warm cup of coffee with Peter sitting across from him, dressed in his usual spider suit.
You arrived earlier than I thought you would.
Hank comments as Peter didn't spend the night like Scott. After Scott accepted his offer, Peter left immediately so that he could make it back in time for dinner with his family.
Well, I was excited to start Scott's training.
Peter shrugged as he seemed to remember something and opened a portal above his outstretched hand.
Here, I think these belong to you.
Pym watched as a corked glass vial fell into Peter's hand. Inside this vial were 6 tiny ants, all with even tinier cameras strapped to their backs.
I.
Pym had no excuse to speak, as Peter places the vial down in front of him. Obviously, he tried to spy on Spider-Man, but what is he supposed to say now that he was caught? Tense silence filled the room as Peter watched the elderly man squirm in amusement. But thankfully, before Pym could say anything, his daughter Hope came walking in, followed by Scott, who looked weirded out by the colony of giant ants marching behind him.
Scott, good you're awake.
Hank said, glad that he could find something to change the subject.
Are you ready for your first day of training?
Hope rolled her eyes and crossed her arms.
I've already told him he shouldn't be here.
She said, glaring at her father.
All we have to do is take down the company's servers, and Cross wouldn't even know what happened.
Hank sighed and rubbed his forehead.
I assume that you've already met my daughter, Hope. Yeah, she's great, by the way.
Scott held back his real thoughts, though the sarcastic tilt to his tone surely made his feelings known.
She doesn't think that we need you.
Pym says.
We don't. We can do this ourselves.
Hope said as she turned to the world-famous superhero, who she still couldn't believe was in her father's kitchen.
And even if we couldn't, Spider-Man is involved now, so I see zero reasons why we need this thief.
Hope, please, we can discuss this later. Right now, Scott needs to train.
Pym says in a lecturing manner. Hope didn't look happy about it, but she didn't protest any further. With one last scowl in Scott's direction, she turned and sat at the table across from Peter. Pym shook his head at his daughter's behavior.
Don't mind her.
He said with a small smile.
She's just a little bit anxious. It has to do with this job, which, judging by the fact that you're still here, I take it that you're interested in. What job?
Scott asked in confusion. Based on last night's conversation, he only knew that he would be training to become Pym's successor as Ant-Man. After Pym explained the situation with Darren Cross and the yellow jacket suit, Scott had a full grip on the situation.
So this guy stole your company and is recreating your suit.
He summed it up simply.
Yes, and we need you to break into the company and destroy the suit alongside all of his research.
Pym nodded.
Is that why you chose me? Because I have experience in this?
Scott asked, as breaking into companies was a specialty of his.
It's one of the main reasons, yes.
Pym nodded his head. Scott frowned. It might have been wishful thinking, but last night when they were convincing him to become Ant-Man and join the Avengers, he couldn't help but feel as if they saw something in him. Some kind of heroic quality that no one else could see, but now he found out that they only needed a good thief.
I just want to make it clear that I'm not recruiting you into the Avengers because of your criminal skills.
Scott turned to him doubtfully.
We already have many agents who are far more skilled than you when it comes to theft.
Peter says, thinking of the top-level SHIELD agents in his employ.
I'm recruiting you because I think you have what it takes to be an Avenger. It may sound a bit cringe, but I think that you have what it takes to be a hero, Scott.
But you don't even know me.
Scott replied hesitantly.
I don't.
Peter asks as he whips out his phone and taps it a few times.
Scott Lang, 35 years old. Date of birth Roman 20/Roman 20/19XX. Social security number ends in 5124. An ex-con who has already been fired from 2 separate jobs since his release 4 days ago. Ex-wife Maggie Lang and daughter Cassie Lang.
Peter says as he gives everyone a brief glimpse of Scott's profile and records before getting to the good stuff.
Before prison, you had a high-paying job at a company called VistaCorp, though you were fired when you tried to expose their unethical and illegal practices. Desperate to support your wife and daughter as well as find proof to take down the company that wronged you and so many others, you turned to burglary and were caught stealing from the company's CEO.
Peter explains. Scott's mouth dropped open in shock. Although he tried to explain all of this in court, everyone simply wrote him off as a lying criminal.
Did I miss anything?
Peter asks.
No, that's all correct.
Scott nodded dumbly.
Wait.
Hope cut into the conversation with a deep frown.
I looked him up, and his records say nothing about any of that.
Well, the Avengers have access to a lot more information than you.
Peter answered with a shrug. Meanwhile, Pym simply smiled as he watched his daughter's impression of his chosen successor slowly change. Of course, he knew everything that Peter just said was 100% true, as he personally investigated using his Ant-Man suit, which is why he was so dead set on Scott taking his place.
Now that we're all on the same page, I believe it's time to start Scott's training.
Chapter 329, C334 Training begins. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of now, the Patreon is 4 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Woman singer insert Karen gifts here, most likes wins woman singer. Trophy yesterday's GIF winner S, King of Cats Kun Trophy AN, middle I crown I middle. After eating breakfast, Pym and Hope led Peter and Scott to the basement, where everything they needed to train a new Ant-Man was waiting, including the suit.
Hey Earth to Scott.
Peter waved his hand in front of Scott's dazed face.
Hey.
Scott replied, trying to hide his anxiety. He looked at the Ant-Man suit, which was placed on a nearby table. It looked harmless, but he knew better.
Are you ready to get started?
Hope asked him, her arms crossed. Scott nodded, not sure if he was ready but willing to give it a shot.
All right, let's start with the basics.
Hank said, picking up the suit.
The first thing you need to know is that it works with Pym particles, which allow you to change your size.
He explained the mechanics of the suit to Scott, who listened intently, focused on the suit that scared him half to death.
Okay, let's try it out.
Hank said, handing Scott the suit.
Put it on.
Scott put on the suit, which was surprisingly comfortable. He looked down at himself and couldn't help but feel that at least he looked cool. Pym steps forward and begins instructing him.
Now, in the right hands, the relationship between man and suit is symbiotic. The suit has power, the man harnesses that power. You need to be skillful, agile, and above all, you need to be fast. You should be able to shrink and grow on a dime so your size always suits your needs.
Walking over to a nearby door, Hope closes it and motions toward the keyhole.
Dive through the keyhole. You charge big, you dive small, then you emerge big.
She may not like that her father chose someone else, but she would at least give him a chance. Especially after learning that his criminal record wasn't as black and white as she originally thought. Nodding, Scott puts on the helmet and takes a few deep breaths before charging at the door. Bang!
Ow!
Due to his nervousness, Scott forgot to hit the shrink button, which immediately caused him to smack into the door, breaking it off of its hinges.
Useless.
Hope commented under her breath.
Scott, just relax and watch.
Peter says as he waves his hand, instantly reverting the door back to its original state. Everyone in the room watched in awe, as they had no idea that Spider-Man had this sort of power.
Now watch carefully.
Peter says as he jumps forward, aiming himself at the keyhole of the door. Now everyone was even more shocked, as they wondered how he was going to shrink himself without the Ant-Man suit. Suddenly, Peter's body lit up in a faint red light as he activated the reality stone and shrunk himself down, mimicking the function of the Ant-Man suit. And with Peter's pinpoint precision, his now tiny pin-sized body slipped right through the door's keyhole and flew out the other side.
What the?
Hope uttered with her eyebrows extended upwards. Seconds later, the door swung open and a normal-sized Peter walked out, smirking under his mask at their shocked faces.
See, it's not that hard.
How?
Pym asks, flabbergasted by what he just witnessed. After all, he spent all of his life keeping his precious Pym particles out of the hands of others, and now someone he barely knew either stole them, discovered them on his own, or had some sort of metahuman ability that allowed him to mimic their use.
I have many powers that the public doesn't know about.
Peter shrugged as he closed the door again and patted Scott on the shoulder.
Give it another try.
Feeling a sense of competition, Scott stepped up to the door once again and prepared himself for another try. After all, he can't fall too far behind Spider-Man. His manly pride wouldn't allow it. While listening to Scott continue to fail several times, bashing himself against the door as he tries to shrink and dive through the keyhole, Hope and Pim stared at Peter questioningly.
No, I didn't steal or use any PIM particles just now.
Peter explains, making them wonder if he can also read their minds.
It's just an ability of mine, that's all.
With their minds set at ease, everyone returned their attention to Scott's training. And just as they started paying attention, Scott leaped at the door and shrunk, flailing his arms and legs as he flew through the keyhole.
Whoa,
Scott breathed heavily, back to his normal size.
that was weird. Just focus on your breathing.
Pim said calmingly.
Are you all right? Yeah, I think so.
Scott nodded as he regained his breath.
Good, you'll get used to switching back and forth like that soon enough.
Pim said reassuringly. And when Scott could finally breathe normally again, Hope stepped up.
All right, let's move on with the lesson. When you're small, energy is compressed, so you have the force of a 200-pound man behind a fist 1/100th of an inch wide. You're like a bullet. You punch too hard, you kill someone too soft, it's a love tap. In other words, you have to know how to punch.
Scott scoffed.
I was in prison for 3 years. Of course I know how to punch.
Show me.
She says as she puts up her hands.
Oh, this is going to be fun.
Peter comments as he materializes a bucket of popcorn in his hands and turned to Pim.
You want some?
Hesitantly taking a handful of the food and studying it to see if it was real, Pim couldn't help but be amazed by Spider-Man's spectacular powers.
Just how far do his abilities actually go?
He wondered in awe as he ate a piece of buttery popcorn. While the two spectators were munching on their snacks, Scott wound his arm back, balled his fist, and hit Hope's hand.
Seriously.
She raised a questioning brow as his limp fist hit her outstretched hand.
That was terrible. Your daughter can probably hit harder than that.
You want to show me how to punch?
Scott asks as if she couldn't do any better.
Go ahead, show me.
Just as she did, he puts up his open hand, waiting for her to hit it. Suddenly, Hope smirks as she steps forward and punches him in the face, knocking him off of his feet.
That's how you punch.
She comments as she stared triumphantly down at him.
She's been looking forward to this.
Pim comments with a shake of his head.
I can tell.
Peter nodded beside him.
Hope trained in martial arts at a...
Pim reveals.
By a difficult time, he means when my mother died.
Hope corrects her father.
We lost her in a plane crash.
Pim says, eyeing Peter as if to say.
Keep quiet.
After all, if Peter had a high enough clearance in the government to learn about him, then he most likely knows what really happened to his wife. And of course, this look didn't go unnoticed by his daughter, though she decided to pretend otherwise, as she can ask her questions later when her overprotective father wasn't around.
It's bad enough you won't tell me how she died. Could you please stop telling me that lie? We're working here.
She scoffs as Scott is still recovering from her punch.
All right, princess, let's get back to work. Were you even going for the hand?
Scott asks in exasperation.
You know what?
Peter vanishes the popcorn and steps up.
I should probably handle his hand-to-hand training.
Why? You don't want a girl teaching your future Avenger.
Hope asks sarcastically.
No, in fact, he'll probably receive basic training from a girl, Natasha. But as an Avenger, we have to go through a bunch of specific high-level training, so it's best if I get him started on the basics early.
Peter says as he reaches a hand out and helps Scott back to his feet.
Thank you.
Scott whispered as he knew Peter was saving him from getting used as a punching bag to release all of Hope's bottled-up anger.
I got you.
Peter says as he waves his hand and heals Scott's bruising face.
Now let's start with the basics.
And so they trained for hours, practicing shrinking and growing, dodging obstacles and sparring. Scott made mistakes and stumbled more times than he could count, but he never gave up. Hank and Peter encouraged him and gave him tips, and by the end of the day, he had improved a lot. He wasn't exactly ready to go out into the field, but he would be soon enough.
Good job, Scott.
Pim said, patting him on the back.
You're a natural.
Scott smiled, feeling grateful for their help. He knew he still had a lot to learn, but he was excited to keep going. He was finally starting to understand the power of the Ant-Man suit, and he was ready to use it.
Let's not praise him too much.
Peter cut in before the old man could feed Scott's ego any further.
He had a very productive day, and after a few more productive days, he might just be ready.
Pim nodded in understanding. Peter turned to Scott seriously.
Remember, confidence is good, but overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
AN Darkest Dungeon.
All right.
Scott nodded jerkily.
Good, now let's retire for the night and start again in the morning.
Pim nodded as well, wishing somebody would have taught him that crucial lesson in his youth.
Maybe Janet would still be alive.
Chapter 330, C335 Heist begins. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of now, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Smiling face with Halo. Insert heartwarming gifs here. Most likes wins smiling face with Halo. Trophy yesterday's GIF winner, S. Moaning Frodo Trophy AN, I am forever a peasant.
You know, I think this regulator is holding me back.
Scott fiddles with the regulator on his suit.
Do not screw with the regulator.
Hank snapped in warning.
If it's compromised, you go subatomic.
Instantly, Scott stopped what he was doing and held his hands in the air.
What does that mean? It means that you'd enter the quantum realm.
Hank explains vaguely. Scott continued to look at him, waiting for an answer that he could actually understand.
It means that you'd enter a reality where all concepts of time and space become irrelevant as you shrink for all eternity.
Pim explains in a grave tone.
Everything that you know and love gone forever. All right.
Scott nodded dumbly as he kept his hands far away from the regulator.
Don't touch the regulator, got it?
Basically, the regulator controls the degree of size reduction, giving the wearer of the suit a sort of safety net from any accidents.
All right, that's enough of that.
Peter steps up.
It's time for your hand-to-hand training.
Nodding with a bit of dread clear on his face, Scott followed Peter to an open space and prepared himself for the beating that was coming his way.
Remember to go easy, okay? I'm old, you know.
Scott asked hopefully.
I always go easy on you.
Peter shrugs as he motions for Scott to come forward.
Now quit talking nonsense and start.
Gulping anxiously, Scott let out a resigned sigh as he rushed forward and threw a fist at Peter's face. And before he knew what happened, Scott's fist hit nothing but air as he suddenly found himself flipped upside down, crashing face up on the padded floor. Peter ordered as Scott's daily beating officially began. At first, Scott was happy with his training, as he knew Peter wouldn't just beat him for fun, like a certain woman in the room, but he was soon served a big helping of reality. As a man who would be an Avenger and go out into the field before his basic training was finished, Peter decided that he would take Scott's training very seriously. Of course, he didn't like that Scott would be going into the field so early, but he also knew that this was needed for Scott to officially become Ant-Man. Which is why Peter isn't going to do Scott's job for him. After all, he could easily handle Cross and the yellow jacket suit right now and still be back in time for lunch. Especially since Peter can easily shrink and grow himself with the reality stone. But sadly, this is a challenge that Scott needed to overcome on his own. Though Peter would be sure to watch carefully and provide assistance when needed.
Once Darren Cross is taken care of, I'll make sure Scott's benched until basic training is finished.
Peter reasoned to himself. Once Scott was beaten black and blue and healed back to brand new with a wave of Peter's hand, it was now Hank and Hope's turn to teach.
You've learned about the suit, but you've yet to learn about your greatest allies, the ants. Loyal, brave, and your partners for every situation.
Hank explains as various ant colonies crawled across the floor, each with their own unique characteristics. Hope stepped forward and pointed to a colony of ants that were crawling around in a frenzied manner.
This is the crazy ant, also known as Paratrechina longicornis. They're called crazy ants because they move so quickly and erratically.
Scott observed the ants for a moment before turning to Hank.
What can they do for me? They're lightning fast, making them good mounts, but most of all, they can conduct electricity, which makes them useful to fry out enemy electronics.
Pym explained. Hope then walked over to another colony and pointed to a large ant with a menacing-looking stinger.
This is the bullet ant, or Paraponera clavata.
Yeah, we've met.
Scott comments as he woke up to them surrounding him only a few days ago. Hope continues.
They're known to have the most painful sting of any insect.
Scott nodded as he already knew this.
The venom from these ants can be used as a powerful sedative.
Said Hank.
If you need to take someone out quickly, just release a few of these ants near them. The sting will knock them out cold and even kill depending on how many there are.
Hope then moved on to the third colony.
These are carpenter ants, Camponotus pennsylvanicus. They're known for their strength and ability to tunnel through wood.
Scott nodded like the good student he currently was.
They can help you create tunnels and pathways through wood.
Explained Hank.
I mainly used them for their flight ability, though not all of them have wings.
Finally, Hope walked over to the last colony and pointed to a group of ants that were scurrying around in a frenzy.
These are fire ants, Solnopsis geminata. They're called fire ants because their sting feels like you're being burned.
Scott raised an eyebrow.
What can I use them for? These ants can be used for defensive purposes.
Said Hank.
If you need to create a barrier around yourself, just release a few of these ants. Their stings will deter anyone from getting too close. Maybe I should make some poke balls for him.
Peter thought as he pictured Scott throwing a ball at his enemies and screaming. Scott continued to look at him, waiting for an answer that he could actually understand. It means that you'd enter a reality where all concepts of time and space become irrelevant as you shrink for all eternity. Pym explains in a grave tone. Everything that you know and love gone forever. All right. Peter hummed as he saw movement on one of the cameras upstairs.
Isn't that your bad guy?
Pym's eyes go wide.
Wait here and keep quiet,
He said and rushes away to deal with their resident villain. Pym emerged upstairs and paced to his living room to find Darren Cross standing there, admiring an old picture of them together, looking like a proud father and his son.
Darren, how the hell did you get in here?
Pym asked in annoyance.
You left the front door open, Hank. It's official, you're old.
Darren smirks.
Well, to what do I owe this pleasure?
Pym said, though with his tone of voice, Cross could tell that it was more of a displeasure.
I have good news.
Cross smiles happily. Pym raised a brow, waiting for him to spit it out already.
Pym Tech, the company you created, is about to officially launch the first line of Yellow Jacket suits. Soon enough, every global power will be outfitted with at least one of its very own Yellow Jackets. We're anticipating 15 billion in sales tomorrow alone.
He says, but Pym still didn't reply.
You're welcome, by the way.
Pym refused to give him any satisfaction and kept his mouth shut. I should have shredded this little **tease resume the second I saw it. Cross smiled, enjoying the situation.
The buyers will arrive tonight and I know this is odd, but I'd like you to be there. This is my moment and I want you to see it.
Pym couldn't help but roll his eyes at his former assistant's sadistic attitude.
Sure, I'll be there.
After some more small talk, which consisted of Cross continuously rubbing dirt in his former mentor's face, Cross swaggered out of the house, happy with his visit. And when he was gone, Scott and Hope rushed up the stairs followed by Peter.
He knows he's baiting you.
Hope paces up to her father in worry.
We have to be careful.
Realization suddenly flashed over Hope's face.
Do you think he knows I was here?
After all, her position as a double agent was very important.
There's no way.
Pym shook his head back and forth.
It's possible.
Peter added.
It's better to be safe than sorry, so if I were you, I'd avoid being alone with him from now on. I don't believe we have the luxury of training anymore.
Pym said.
I agree.
Peter nodded as he took a seat on the nearby sofa.
So what's the plan? Well,
hours later, as the sun began to set, a tiny ant-sized golden portal opened on the rooftop of Pym Technologies. As the portal formed, a red and black helmet poked out, cautiously surveying the area before stepping out onto the roof.
All right, I'm on the roof of the target building.
Chapter 331, C336 Unintended Defenses. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of now, the Patreon is 4 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Smiling face with horns, insert sadistic gifs here. Most likes wins smiling face with horns. Trophy yesterday's GIF winner, S. Complex trophy AN. I was so close this time.
Welcome, Hank.
Darren said, stepping forward to greet him with a smirk.
We're ready to begin the meeting.
Hank nodded curtly and followed them to the conference room where the high-profile buyers were waiting. As they walked, Darren couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction knowing that he was selling the yellow jacket suit right under Hank's nose. Once they arrived, Hank was met with representatives from all over the world. Whether it be governments, companies, or organizations, everyone was interested in owning a yellow jacket.
Welcome, everyone.
Darren smiled charmingly toward his esteemed customers. As Hope and Pim took their seats, a familiar voice echoed in both of their ears.
All right, I'm on the roof of the target building.
Instantly, the father and daughter exchanged a knowing glance with one another, both hoping that their plan would go smoothly. Cross seemed to notice this odd behavior. But thankfully, he had many buyers to deal with right now, so he saved his suspicions for later.
Why don't we just skip the formalities and go straight to the product?
Cross offers and receives nods all around.
Good, then please follow me. The yellow jacket suits are too precious to bring out of the vault after all.
Meanwhile, Scott crouched on the rooftop of Pim Technologies, studying the building below. Behind him stood a battalion of ants that followed him through the portal, obediently awaiting his command.
Okay, Scott, you ready?
A voice crackled in Ant-Man's helmet. It was Peter, who was stationed back at Pim's security room. With his ghost laptop, he was able to easily hack into the building's security and act as Scott's eyes and ears.
Ready as I'll ever be.
He replied,
What am I looking for? There should be a small exhaust vent on the south side of the roof.
Peter answered readily.
Munch!
Scott asks in disbelief.
Yeah.
Peter answered between bites.
Seriously?
Scott sighed in exasperation as he hopped on Ant Thony and went searching for the vent alongside his ant army. As Cross led the group of buyers toward the vault, he turned to Pim, a smug smile permanently gracing his lips.
You know, I'm really enjoying myself.
He says tauntingly.
You tried to hide your technology from me, and now it's gonna blow up in your face. How great is that?
Pim merely scoffed and ignored him as they drew closer to the vault.
Found it.
Scott called out as he spotted the pipe-sized vent. Scurrying over, Scott swiftly rode his ants inside. It was dark and dusty, and Scott had to rely on Peter to guide him through the maze of ductwork.
Good, follow this vent down as far as it goes, and then make a right.
Peter's voice echoed in his ears, giving him directions and shutting down any sensors or defenses along the way. As they made their way through the maze of vents, they started finding signs of old spider webs here and there.
Ugh.
Scott grunts as he watches the webs cautiously.
Spidey, we may have a problem. What's up?
Peter answered as he turned to watch the camera on Scott's helmet.
Oh, that's not good.
Scott agreed.
I haven't seen one yet, but you don't happen to control spiders, do you? No, I can't.
Peter answered negatively.
Well, I might be able to, but I've never tried.
Scott commented sarcastically.
Some Spider-Man you are. Hey, I can do a lot of other.
Peter complained, though he stopped as he caught sight of something in Scott's camera.
That doesn't look good.
Scott blurted out as he saw what was at the end of the vent. Across from him stood a spider. The spider was an enormous behemoth, towering over everything in its path. Its body was the size of a few elephants, with springy, jagged legs that seemed to stretch on forever. Its exoskeleton was a deep, glossy black, shimmering in the dim light, while its eyes were beady and menacing, glowing an eerie red in the darkness. As it moved, the spider emitted a low, guttural growl, which sent shivers down the spines of Scott and his army of ants. Its legs made a crunching sound as they hit the metal floor, and its sharp, jagged fangs were visible, dripping with discolored venom. Though that wasn't even the scariest part. As soon as the spider noticed their arrival, it fidgeted in surprise, which wasn't good, as it immediately released its offspring. That's right, it pretty much gave birth in an instant. Google spider gives birth, it's freaky. Scott couldn't believe his eyes as he watched the spider give birth, releasing countless smaller spiders that were still twice the size of his ants. The swarm of spiders immediately rushed towards Scott and his battalion of ants, followed by their much larger mother.
Scott,
Peter called out over the comms,
you may want to use what I gave you.
snapping out of his shock as the herd of newborn spiderlings stampedes his way. Scott reached down and grasped a Kree blaster pistol on his hip. Knowing that the Yellow Jacket suit had built-in lasers, Peter thought it best to give Scott his own blaster in order to even the odds. Without a word, as he didn't have the time, Scott pulled his sleek blaster from its holster, turned it to fully automatic, and opened fire. Pew 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 pew.
This feels wrong.
Peter commented as his fellow spiders were slaughtered. Of course, the ants alongside Scott weren't ones to back down from a fight either. Avoiding the area with the most lasers, they bravely charged toward the spiderlings, biting and stinging them with all their might. The ants' fierce attacks were enough to slow down the swarm, giving Scott enough time to pick them off from a distance. But the mother of these depleting spiders wasn't going down without a fight either. Although she didn't care about their deaths, as she truthfully planned to eat many of them when they hatched, that didn't mean she wouldn't avenge her children. Seeing that the mother was about to make her move, Scott left the few remaining spiderlings to his ants and ran forward, shooting in the giant spider's direction as they grew closer to one another. Maneuvering his way through the battlefield, Scott was protected by his ants as he arrived face to ugly giant spider face with the mother. And when he was within range, she stomped her spiky front legs down at him, hoping to end the fight with one simple move. Of course, Scott wasn't stupid enough to remain still. No, he continued forward under the pitch-black spider's body and held his blaster upward, opening fire toward its underbelly. Pew 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 pew.
Great job, team.
He said, smiling warmly at them.
Now let's go finish the job.
Back in the security room, Peter felt a little jealous.
Maybe I should build a loyal spider army too.
Outside of PIM Technologies' high-security vault,
This is a little over the top, don't you think, Darren?
Pim commented as he watched his former assistant go through a dozen different security hurdles to open the imposing vault door. Confirming authorization.
No.
Cross answered as the vault's computer scanned his eyes and hands at the same time.
You can never be too safe these days.
Access granted. Suddenly, the vault door swung open, revealing a high-tech bank-style vault. At the back of the vault stood a sealed set of shelves filled with dozens of tiny capsules, and each capsule contained its own tiny action figure-sized Yellow Jacket suit.
Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce the first line of Yellow Jacket suits.
Cross spoke grandly.
Feel free to take a closer look.
Instantly, the buyers eagerly rushed inside and inspected the Yellow Jacket suits, nodding in approval as they admired the capsules. Darren was all smiles, enjoying the success of his creation. Meanwhile, Hank watched with a scowl on his face.
Is this it?
Scott asked as he and his ants stood above an especially thin vent pipe.
Yup, that should lead to the vault.
Peter's voice answered in his ear, alongside the clacking of fingers on a keyboard.
You can jump down whenever you're ready. I already disabled the defenses.
Scott turned to his army of ants and gave them a quick salute.
Well, here goes nothing.
Chapter 332, C337 Peter's Heist. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of now, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Flushed face insert masochistic gifs here, most likes wins flushed face. Trophy yesterday's GIF winner, S. Scar Justice Trophy, AN. I knows medium light eye I have no more tears to shed.
Will it be a trap like in the movie?
Peter wondered as he watched through the monitors. The wind whistled past Scott as he plummeted through the darkness. Suddenly, he saw a glimmer of light ahead and he braced himself for impact. He shot out of the bottom of the pipe and performed a perfect superhero landing. His heart raced as he looked around, though he didn't like what he saw. Immediately, Scott realized he had been caught in a sealed glass box at the center of the vault with everyone inside staring at him, including Darren Cross, who had his face rather close to the glass.
Hi there, little guy.
Cross said, a wicked grin on his face.
I knew you would come.
Scott tried to bang on the glass, hoping to break it open, but it seemed to be bulletproof. He looked around for a way out and noticed that the pipe up above was still open, though it was supposed to have closed by now.
Don't worry, I won't leave you trapped.
Peter's reassuring voice echoed in his ear.
He tried to reactivate the lasers, but I kept them off. Does he know?
Scott asks in a hushed whisper.
He shouldn't.
Peter replies. As Scott was whispering to himself in the miniature cell, Cross turned to his former mentor.
I always suspected that you stashed away a suit somewhere, which begs the question, who is the new Ant-Man? Who is the man that my beloved teacher trusted even more than me?
Cross pauses for a moment and looks expectantly toward the glass cell. Seeing the bad guy call him out, Scott reached up to open his helmet.
Stop!
Peter called out over the helmet.
Huh, what?
Scott whispered as everyone around watched him in interest.
He doesn't know who you are, so why are you about to reveal yourself?
Peter was shocked that he had to explain this.
First rule of being a hero, keep your identity a secret. Huh, what about Stark? He doesn't hide.
Scott asks in confusion.
Does Stark have a daughter that he has to protect?
Peter asked as if Scott were a blubbering idiot.
You do know that revealing yourself could put her in danger, right?
In the movie, Cross managed to figure out that it was Scott who was in the Ant-Man suit, which subsequently put his daughter, Cassie, in danger, but luckily, that didn't seem to be the case anymore.
It's probably because I saved him from getting arrested.
Peter thought.
Oh, right.
Scott muttered as he quickly removed his hand from the button that opens his mask.
What, feeling shy?
Cross asked sinisterly.
Well, that doesn't matter. I'll just have to look you up after peeling that suit off your rotting corpse. Darren, don't do this. If you sell to these men, it's going to be chaos.
Pym spoke, eliciting cold glares from the many buyers.
I already have.
Cross scoffed with a smirk.
This was all just a show to draw you out. The money was already transferred, and all that's left is for them to take their property.
He motioned to the wall filled with yellow jacket suits. But before that, Cross reached into his pocket and pulled out a small capsule full of a luminescent yellow liquid, showing it off to the buyers.
But I'll be keeping the particle to myself. After all, they don't run on diesel. If you want the fuel, you'll have to come to me.
Cross says as he turns to Pym.
What do you call the only man who can arm the most powerful weapon in the world? The most powerful man in the world.
Pym answered in dread. While Peter was watching all of this happen from the safety of Pym's security room, he couldn't help but eye the shelves filled with yellow jacket suits, as well as the fuel which was on display next to them.
I'm sure he won't miss a suit or two.
Peter thought as he waved his hand. Instantly, 4 tiny portals opened in front of him, depositing 4 capsules into his lap. 2 sets of yellow jacket suits, and the fuel to go along with it. With the goods in hand, Peter pulled out a flash drive and opened yet another portal, this time leading to Darren Cross' personal lab workshop. Reaching his hand in, Peter plugged the drive into Cross' workstation and watched as the screens lit up, bypassing every bit of security before downloading a copy of everything that he wanted. Minutes later, Peter's theft was finished and he took the drive back before closing the portal, leaving the lab exactly as he found it.
I'll have to study the fuel and make some alterations to the suit before finding 2 people worthy enough to use them.
Peter thought as some ideas came to mind. One of which is Natasha, who would make good use of this type of tech, especially after he alters the suit to fit the Black Widow aesthetic. Hiding his spoils in a portal, Peter turned his attention back to the monitors, where chaos was starting to ensue.
Darren, what are you doing?
Hope exclaimed as she watched cross men pull their guns and take aim at her father.
It's too late for him, Hope. Your father sealed his fate when he lied and refused to pass down his research to me. Now he's going to pay for his mistake.
Cross said indifferently. Hank stood his ground, determined not to show any weakness.
Of course, I wouldn't give you my research, and it seems that I made the right decision. The only regret I have is taking you in. I should have wiped my *S with your resume as soon as I saw it. Kill him!
And just as they were about to pull the trigger, two bright golden portals opened up beneath both Hank and Hope, sending the two of them falling as they disappeared from the vault, leaving Darren and his men bewildered as the portals snapped shut soon after.
What the hell just happened?
One of the buyers exclaimed. Boom, but before they could think properly about what they witnessed, a loud explosion was heard from behind.
Hey!
Hank grunted as he fell onto the padded training mat in his basement, his daughter beside him. As they landed on the ground, Hank looked around, trying to figure out where they were.
We're back home.
Hope muttered in confusion.
Yeah, you're welcome, by the way.
A voice calls out from across the room. Turning their heads, the father and daughter found Peter peeking his head out from the security room. Instantly, they realized that they were saved by Spider-Man.
If you can just open portals like that, why didn't we use that to steal the suits?
Pym asked incredulously. If it was so easy to get into the vault, then they could have ended this days ago.
Well, this is Scott's admission trial for the Avengers. If I helped him too much, then that would be cheating.
Peter shrugs uncaringly.
This is serious.
Hope spoke up in anger.
Scott's still trapped there.
Yes, and those suits are about to be sold. This isn't a time for trials.
Pym lectured.
Well, to me this is a rather tame situation. As for Scott,
Peter peeks over at the monitors.
who said he was still trapped?
As Hope and Pym disappeared from the vault, Scott didn't seem to notice as he was too busy preparing his escape. Although the pipe leading to the glass cell was still open, going that way wasn't exactly viable, so he decided to do something rather dangerous. Pulling a small disc with a blue shine from his belt, Scott didn't think much as he tossed it at the glass wall. As he did so, Scott recalled Pym's earlier words.
Here, use these if you need them. Just throw them at your target. Red shrinks and blue expands. Careful not to damage them. The outcome could be rather explosive.
Scott repeated as he pulled his Kree blaster and opened fire. As the blue expansion disc hit the wall, it was immediately struck by a bright laser bolt, breaking it in half. Boom! A loud explosion rocked the cell, shattering the thick bulletproof glass and breaking it open.
What the?
Cross muttered as he turned just in time to see Ant-Man dive out of the destroyed trap, growing back to his normal size in an instant.
Hey, mother of asterisk seeker.
Chapter 333, C338 Battle of the Bugs. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of now, the Patreon is 4 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. ZZZ insert sleepy gift here, most likes wins ZZZ. Trophy yesterday's GIF winner, S. Hazer 508 Trophy AN, a new king rises to the throne crown. Suddenly, as Cross collapsed to the floor, holding his bleeding nose, his armed henchmen raised their guns once again, surrounding his attacker.
What are you waiting for?
Cross berated them as he picked himself off of the vault floor.
F***seeking, kill him already.
Without hesitation, the henchmen gripped their guns tightly and pulled the trigger, but Scott was too quick for them. He shrunk down to the size of a pinhead and watched as a barrage of bullets flew past his tiny body. Scrambling to search the vault, none of the gunmen noticed a small figure dashing between their legs, punching and kicking their lower bodies, which caused them to trip and stumble over.
He. F***CK. Where is he?
Some simply tripped due to the blow they took, but others wailed in pain as their legs broke in random places. And as they tried to regroup, Scott surprised them by growing to his full size, appearing out of nowhere and launching a quick punch before shrinking again, disappearing from view. Over and over, this continued as the highly trained PIM Technologies security team was made to look like inexperienced newbies in front of the power and abilities of Ant-Man. Meanwhile, Cross watched from the shadows, gritting his teeth in frustration as Ant-Man made quick work of his men. Realizing he needed to even the odds, Cross reached into his pocket and pulled out a capsule, which held his own personal yellow jacket suit. Cross scowled as he looked between the capsule and his diminishing security team.
If you want something done right, you have to do it yourself.
Rushing out of the vault, followed by his many buyers who didn't want to be Ant-Man's next target when the henchmen were finished, Cross quickly opened the capsule, enlarged the suit, and threw it on over his very expensive slim-fit business suit. All whilst listening to the many complaints of his customers. Of course, they wanted to take what they'd purchased and leave, but the case that held the first line of Yellow Jacket suits was locked up tight. So they could only lodge their complaints and hope that Cross wasn't beaten, or else their trip and payment would be all for nothing. And as his helmet locked into place, Cross stood menacingly in front of the crowd of clients, his two bug-like blasters arched on his back.
Shut up.
He yelled.
Leave, I'll take care of it.
Of course, they wouldn't argue with a man in a high-tech killing machine, so the group turned and left. But as they rushed out of the building, one giant golden portal opened up under their feet, dropping them into a big cell back at the Avengers Tower. Back in the security room of Pym Manor, where Peter, Hope, and Pym were watching the whole situation.
Did you just do that?
Hope asked in shock as they all watched the buyers get swallowed by a giant portal.
Yup.
Peter shrugged nonchalantly.
Anyone who wants to buy something like this is probably up to no good. I'll have some agents at the tower check their backgrounds and interrogate them. There you are.
Cross said.
Are you ready to die all alone?
The two antenna-style blasters on his back glowed dangerously. Without waiting for a reply, he started firing towards Scott, though his target managed to dodge with a few sidesteps, each laser burning a tiny hole in the unconscious guard's pants, zapping his butt cheek underneath. Dodging one last laser, Scott turns to his enemy.
Who said I was alone?
Suddenly, a swarm of countless ants climb up the guard's body, surrounding the two of them completely.
Oh.
Cross mutters, realizing that the fight might end up being more challenging than he originally thought.
Get him!
Scott ordered and the ants rushed forward.
Go, go, go!
Cross tried to make a break for it, but the ants blocked his path, swarming over him like a living wave. Jumping all over the place, Cross did his best to run from the swarm as he unloaded his blasters on them, but they just kept coming, biting and crawling all over him. Even when he left the ground, hoping to get a moment of reprieve, Cross was surprised to find some of the ants taking to the sky, following him like fighter jets. Soon enough, Scott joined the fray among his insect allies. Riding Anthony, Scott joined his air team in the sky, chasing after their target in a V formation with Scott at the front.
Where are you running?
Scott asks as he pulls his Kree blaster and starts firing in cross direction.
I thought you were going to kill me. Is it just me, or is this a bit comical?
Peter muttered.
I mean, when they're so tiny it feels like it's not even real. It's like I'm watching a battle between the world's smallest action figures. Where the hell did he get that thing?
He wondered. Landing quickly, Cross understood that he was probably better off on the ground. Watching as a herd of ants rushed his way, whilst Scott and his air unit were a bit farther behind, Cross waited for the perfect moment before growing back to his normal size. And as he did, it just so happened that the army of flightless ants was only a step away.
Take this, you little pests.
Cross swiftly raised his leg, hovering over the ants.
No!
Scott screamed as he nudged Anthony forward.
Hit the gas, buddy.
As the bottom of Cross' boot descended on his army, Scott kicked off of Anthony's back, launching himself forward. Cross smirked victoriously, thinking he had won, though just as he was about to crush the weak little ants beneath his feet, Scott came flying over, grew to normal size in an instant, and used all of his momentum to send his boot into Darren's helmeted face. Pow, the hit connected, and Cross was sent flying across the vault. Acting quickly, Scott reshrunk himself again so that his fall wouldn't cause any sort of friendly fire. Hitting the floor, Scott frantically climbed to his feet.
Are you guys okay?
He asked and turned to find his army in perfect shape. Letting out a sigh of relief, Scott turned to Cross, who was picking himself back up off the floor.
It's time to end this. You guys can leave the rest to me.
The ants seemed reluctant as Scott kicked off of the ground, launching himself at his opponent. And before Cross could fully balance himself on his feet, Scott crashed into the front of his knee with all his strength. Crunch, instantly, Darren's knee caved backward as his leg bent in a very wrong direction. After all, if Scott used all of his strength at this size, then his attacks would have the in strength as a fired bullet.
Arg!
Cross screamed in pain as the weight on his mangled knee sent him tumbling to the ground once again. Growing back to normal size, Scott looked down at his enemy.
You know, our suits may have their differences, but one thing is the same. The armor on them is practically non-existent. You mother-f.
Cross yelled as he cradled his contorted leg, though he couldn't finish speaking as he felt little legs climbing up his suit, seeping in through the cracks.
Arg, get them off. I told you guys to leave it to me.
Scott shook his head, though a fond smile graced his lips. As the ants started doing their work, especially the bullet ants, whose venom could sedate their victims, Scott noticed Cross reaching for something. In a last-ditch effort, Darren tried to shrink down, hoping to somehow escape while crushing the ants inside his suit in the process. But sadly, Scott was too quick. He darted to the floor and grasped Cross' hands, stopping him from hitting the button.
Get off me!
Darren screamed at the top of his lungs as he thrashed against his enemy's hold. Though it didn't last long.
Okay, boys.
Scott called out to his army.
Bite him a few more times for good measure, then come out. He's finished.
As he spoke, a golden portal opened in the center of the room, and out came the spectators, Peter, Hope, and Pim.
Well done, Scott.
Peter congratulated him as he stepped over a few of the unconscious henchmen.
You passed the test. Welcome to the Avengers.
Chapter 334, C339 Recruitment. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of now, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Zany face insert crackhead gifs here, most likes wins zany face. Trophy yesterday's GIF winner, S Dark Slayer Trophy AN.
What is the world coming to?
Pim thought at the time. As for Hope, thankfully, she wasn't as pessimistic as her father, though she wasn't overly excited either.
Hey guys, welcome to the Avengers Tower.
Peter greeted them.
Come on, I'll show you around.
Scott takes in the splendor of the tower, his voice filled with wonder.
Whoa, this place is amazing. What's is that?
He eyed an odd-looking checkpoint that everyone had to go through in order to enter the rest of the building. People in business suits walked into pods, which sealed shut and seemed to scan them before opening on the other end, allowing them into the building.
Just some needed security.
Peter shrugs. Hank, however, remained skeptical. He casts a discerning gaze around the lobby, his voice tinged with doubt.
Let's see if this place lives up to the hype, shall we?
He knew that the whole building was built and owned by the Starks, and he refused to allow any of it to impress him, no matter what. Undeterred, Peter led the group through the bustling lobby, maneuvering through the security while admiring the cutting-edge technology displays that adorn the walls. After showing them around, Peter brought Scott to his new apartment.
And finally, we have your apartment.
Peter opened the door, enjoying the shocked look on Scott's face.
Am my apartment?
Scott asked as they walked inside, eyeing the place in awe.
Yes, your apartment.
Peter smirked under his mask.
Didn't I say that becoming an Avenger had many perks?
Scott couldn't keep the smile off his face. With this, he completed one more of his goals. Now, all that was left to do was to pay off his owed child support. Then he should be able to at least spend a little time with his daughter.
Thank you.
Scott turned to Peter and said wholeheartedly.
You're very welcome.
Peter nods.
But we're not done yet.
Leaving the three of them in the living room, Peter walked over to the front door and came back with two other people. Matt Murdock, better known as Daredevil, and Foggy Nelson, his loyal partner. Both of them carried a pile of legal documents looking ready for business.
Scott, this is Matt Murdock and Foggy Nelson.
Peter introduced them.
They'll be representing you in court.
They exchanged glances.
Aren't they a bit young?
Pym asked, as he had experience when it came to lawyers. In his experience, when choosing a lawyer, it's best to pick someone with more time under their belt.
Yes, but I assure you, Nelson and Murdock are the best lawyers in New York.
Peter vouched for them. Scott nods, attempting to steady his nerves. There was nothing more he desired than to get joint custody of his daughter. After all, this was his chance to rectify the many mistakes he's made over the years.
So what's the plan?
Scott asks eagerly. Foggy took a seat.
Well, if we're going to reopen your criminal case, then we'll need solid evidence to prove your innocence. And not just for the theft charges, but for your intentions as well.
He said, as Peter already explained the situation to them.
Wait!
Scott exclaimed in confusion.
I thought this was about Cassie. Yes, but don't you think it would look better in court if you've been proven innocent?
Matt spoke from the side, leaning on his walking cane.
Yeah, but how long is that going to take?
Scott asks worriedly. After all, he didn't care about his criminal record. All that Scott wanted was custody of his daughter. Peter stepped forward.
You don't have to worry. I'll call in some favors to speed the whole thing along.
Opening a small portal, Peter reached inside and pulled out a flash drive.
I've gathered all the information that you'll need.
Peter says as he hands the drive to Foggy.
I've compiled evidence of the corruption within the company Scott was trying to expose. We can show that Scott was driven to commit those acts for the greater good.
Matt's lips curved into a small smile as he enjoys fighting corruption. Meanwhile, Foggy leans forward, his eyes locked on Peter.
And if his ex-wife refuses to share custody even after he's acquitted and his record is cleared?
He asks, his voice tinged with concern. Peter's face hardens under his mask.
Then we'll have to take it to court.
Peter says, his tone resolute.
We'll fight for Scott's rights as a father and show all of the evidence of his changed circumstances and his commitment to his daughter's well-being. And if it comes down to it, we can invite some high-profile character witnesses to help things along.
After all, what would the judge decide when Spider-Man comes walking into court? Silence filled the room as everyone absorbed Peter's words. Once Nelson and Murdock took their leave after some necessary documents were signed, Peter introduced yet another member of the Avengers. Entering the apartment, Natasha Romanoff, the formidable Black Widow, approaches, dressed in her tactical gear.
Hello.
Natasha greets everyone with a nod.
Ready to hand off our newest recruit.
Peter turns to Scott, offering him a reassuring smile.
Scott, this is Natasha Romanoff. She's going to take over your basic training from now on.
Scott's nervousness becomes palpable as he addresses Natasha.
Hi.
Natasha returns the greeting, her smile warm and comforting.
Don't worry, you're in good hands. We'll get you up to speed in no time.
Natasha is the best trainer that we have. She even taught me.
Peter steps aside, allowing Natasha to take the lead.
Why don't you show Scott the training facilities? After all, he'll be using them from now on.
Natasha nods as she motions for Scott to follow along. Before they leave, Peter pats Scott gently on the back.
Good luck.
He says, his voice filled with pity.
You're gonna need it.
As Peter watched Natasha guide a nervous-looking Ant-Man away, he couldn't help but smile.
The Avengers keeps growing.
Peter thought pridefully. At this point, he was the official Avengers recruiter. Almost every member was recruited by him, which was an accomplishment that he was very proud of, to say the least. Speaking of recruitment, once Scott and Natasha were gone, Peter turned to Hank and Hope.
Dr. Pym, Hope,
Peter began, drawing their attention.
I've been meaning to ask, would you two like to join the Avengers as well? As scientists, of course, your help would be invaluable, especially you, Hank.
Hank raised his head, his eyes meeting Peter's, his expression tinged with a mixture of curiosity and skepticism.
I appreciate the sentiment.
Hank replied, his tone carrying the weight of his many years of experience.
But I'm afraid my time has long passed. I'm too old for this anymore.
Peter's face fell slightly, disappointment etching itself upon his masked features. He had hoped to convince Hank of the importance of his contributions, but he understood nonetheless. Hope, on the other hand, regarded Peter with a contemplative gaze. Though she shared her father's concerns, an undercurrent of secret desires and aspirations pulsed within her. Peter's eyes met Hope's, and he couldn't help but notice a glimmer of something hidden in her gaze. It was a mixture of determination and longing. Though it wasn't toward him. Hope took a step forward, her voice filled with resolve and determination.
I'll join.
She declared, her eyes darting briefly toward her father before returning to meet Peter's gaze.
I want to be closer to Scott, and this is an opportunity I can't ignore.
Peter's eyebrows rose in surprise, a flicker of understanding lighting up his face. He had suspected that Hope's feelings for Scott were deeper than they appeared, and now her small admission confirmed his suspicions. Although he knew this from the movies in his past life, he wasn't sure if they would still get together or not. And thankfully, her father remained silent, neither approving nor disapproving of her choice.
Good, welcome to the team.
Peter was happy to hire at least one of them.
I'll have a private lab and apartment assigned to you by the end of the day.
Chapter 335, C340 The Truth. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of now, the Patreon is 4 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Code insert pervert gifts here, most likes wins code. Trophy yesterday's GIF winner, S, Lightning God Wolf Trophy, AN, face with symbols on mouth. After talking for a bit longer, Hank was done with his visit and was ready to go. And of course, they escorted him out, as Hope would be staying to deal with the employment process. On their way out, Pym's eyes widened as a carbon copy of a young Howard Stark appeared before him.
Oog!
Pym grunted in annoyance as he glared in Tony's direction.
Hey, Webhead!
Tony greeted with his trademark smirk.
What's with the grumpy old man? I see that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
Hank deeply frowned as he walked past Tony, groaning to himself about self-absorbed egotistic Starks.
You don't have to show me out. I'll leave on my own.
Entering the elevator alone, Pym ignored Tony and turned to his daughter.
Be sure to call and keep away from any Starks. What the hell did I do to him?
Tony asked as the elevator closed and Hank disappeared.
Don't tell me I slept with his wife. No, but your father might have.
Peter shrugs.
Oh!
After seeing Pym off and separating from Tony, Peter led Hope to a private laboratory within the Avengers' headquarters. As they entered the large workshop lab, Hope's eyes widened with awe at the sight before her. The lab was a technological marvel, equipped with cutting-edge tools and machinery. Hope took hesitant steps forward, her fingers gently brushing against the sleek surface of a workstation. She turned to Peter, a mix of gratitude and anticipation on her face.
This.
She asked hesitantly. Peter nodded with a smile under his mask.
Yes, this lab is all yours. You're part of the Avengers now, and we treat our brainiacs very well.
Hope's eyes gleamed with excitement as Peter continued.
And speaking of everything you need, here's something to sweeten the deal.
He handed her a folder containing documents. Hope opened the folder, her eyes widening further as she skimmed through the papers. It was a detailed breakdown of a generous research budget.
A budget.
She asked in shock.
but that's just a copy of Dr. Banner's budget. I need to draw up yours and allocate the money. Though yours will be similar to his, of course. Hopefully, anything you research or create will help us in one way or another.
Hope couldn't contain her joy, a wide smile gracing her face.
Thank you,
She said. Suddenly, a mischievous grin appeared under Peter's mask, a playful glimmer in his eyes.
Oh, and one more thing.
Hope tilted her head, curious about what Peter was about to reveal.
I checked and the apartment directly across the hall from Scott is open. How convenient, huh?
Peter spoke teasingly.
After all, you want to be with him, right?
Hope's cheeks flushed, a mixture of embarrassment and denial evident in her reaction.
It's not like that. Scott and I are just friends, nothing more.
She stuttered out her denial unconvincingly. Peter's playful smirk grew wider.
Are you sure about that? Those red cheeks of yours tell a different story.
Hope's attempts to hide her feelings only made her blush deepen, giving away more than she intended.
Mind your own business.
She tried to sound intimidating, but it just wasn't working. Peter chuckled, patting her shoulder reassuringly.
Hey, take your time. Love is a tricky thing.
Once the topic of romance was officially put aside, Hope turned to Peter with a serious look on her face.
What's up?
He asked, wondering why she suddenly became so serious out of nowhere. Hope took a deep breath, gathering her thoughts before she spoke. She had long suspected that her father, Hank Pym, had lied about her mother's fate, and now was the perfect opportunity to ask. The plane crash story never quite added up, and she knew there was more than he let on. With Peter being a high-ranking member of the Avengers and well-connected with the government, he seemed like the best person to approach for answers. Especially after seeing how him and Hank interacted, Hope felt that Peter knew something and her father didn't want him to say.
I need to.
She began, her voice barely above a whisper.
I need to ask you something important.
Peter's expression softened, realizing where this was going. He set aside his joking manner, giving Hope his full attention. Hope continued, her voice filled with a mix of vulnerability and determination.
Hank always told me that my mom died in a plane crash, but I could never shake the feeling that he was hiding something.
Silence enveloped them for a moment as Peter considered his response.
I know what happened to your mother, Hope.
Peter said softly.
And I'm more than willing to explain everything to you. You deserve to know the truth.
Hope's eyes widened with a mix of anticipation and trepidation. She had carried this burden of uncertainty for far too long, and now, standing before her was someone who held the key to unveiling the secrets that had haunted her for years. Taking a deep breath, Peter began.
I understand how important it is for you to know what happened to your mother, so I'll do my best not to leave anything out. During a mission with your father, your mother was forced to shrink herself to a subatomic level to disarm a Soviet nuclear missile.
Peter explains, utterly shocking Hope.
Wait,
She exclaimed.
are you telling me that it wasn't just my father?
She always thought that her father did his Ant-Man work alone.
Yup, she was a hero too, just like your father. She was called the Wasp. They worked as a team.
Peter explained.
What happened next?
She asked, her breath hitched, a mix of pride and grief washing over her. Peter pressed on, wanting to provide her with the closure she had sought for so long.
Nothing.
Peter answered with a shrug.
She disappeared into the quantum realm, never to be seen again. She could be dead, or she could be stuck, waiting for someone to save her. Or she could be continuously shrinking, but that's probably the worst-case scenario. Not including death, of course.
My mother could be alive.
She asked. Peter nodded.
Yes, it's one of the more likely possibilities.
Instantly, Hope hopped to her feet and began pacing back and forth.
Then we have to find her, but how the hell am I supposed to do that? Well, I'm almost positive that your father has been looking for a way to save her ever since the incident.
Peter explains.
So it might be best to work with him.
Hope froze as she thought it over.
No, he won't let me. And if I bring it up, he'll most likely try to stop me from finding her myself.
She shook her head negatively. Hank Pym has been shielding his daughter from anything Ant-Man related for a very long time, so she didn't trust him to actually let her help in any meaningful way that mattered. Maybe if he was the one to tell her, then some of that lost trust would have been regained, but sadly, that didn't happen.
If that's the case, then we could try something else.
Peter offered as he pulled out a flash drive.
What's that?
She asks.
This is a copy of Darren Cross research data. Everything that you would need to make your own working Yellow Jacket suit.
Peter explained as he held out the drive.
You could finally make your own Ant-Man suit. No more asking Daddy for his.
Of course, Peter already copied all of Cross data onto his laptop, so the drive was useless to him now. Hope stared at the drive in shock. After all, she watched her father destroy all of the data in Darren's workstation, alongside his many Yellow Jacket suits, so she didn't know when Peter swiped a copy of it for himself. Though she didn't care, this was her golden opportunity. Hope says, barely over a whisper as she takes the drive.
It'll be a wasp suit.
She would follow in her mother's footsteps.
Good, but I just want to make one thing clear.
Peter says, his voice turning deadly serious.
What?
She asks curiously.
You must be extremely careful with the regulator and anything to do with entering the quantum realm. Actually, let me be even more clear.
Peter says as he stares her straight in the eyes.
I don't want you entering the quantum realm without a sh*T ton, and I mean a $T ton of research and testing. I will not be responsible for any idiocy. If you want your mother back, then do things correctly. Am I clear?
The room turned silent as Hope froze like a deer in headlights, unable to move a single inch under Peter's glare.
Why, yes, I swear.
Chapter 336, C341 Nosy Old Man. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of now, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Smiling face with Halo insert pure innocent gifs here. Most likes wins smiling face with Halo. Trophy yesterday's GIF winner S. King of Cats Kun Trophy AN. This is Bullsh asterisk T face with symbols on mouth. Peter stood alone in the spacious laboratory, the hum of machinery and the faint glow of futuristic technology surrounding him. Hope had just left after their conversation, her mind brimming with possibilities and newfound purpose as the newest member of the Avengers. And with the Yellow Jacket data, she wouldn't just be a scientist. No, she would be a real member of the Avengers, like Scott. But more than any of that, she was ready to get to work and find her mother. The weight of responsibility settled on her shoulders, but she would do her best to rise to the occasion. Leaning against a nearby wall, Peter let out a sigh, his thoughts drifting towards the enigmatic and no doubt furious figure who had been silently eavesdropping on their conversation.
I know you're here, come on out, we need to talk.
Peter called out, his voice reverberating through the empty room. A sudden tremor rippled through the air, accompanied by a faint buzzing sound. Peter watched in anticipation as a man in an old, worn-looking Ant-Man suit appeared in front of him. And as the mask swung open, Hank Pym's grumpy face stared back at him. Hank had been watching their entire conversation like a fly on the wall. But now, with Hope gone, it was time for the blowback from everything he just witnessed. He never planned on leaving the building in the first place. Hank simply needed to make sure that his daughter was settling in okay, like the extremely overprotective parent he is. So when Tony appeared earlier, that gave him the perfect opportunity to start an argument and slip away. The aging scientist appeared stern and serious, his eyes fixated on the young Spider-Man.
That wasn't your secret to tell, nor was it your data to give away either.
Hank's voice carried a mix of disappointment, anger, and concern.
You've crossed a line today, revealing the truth about Janet's disappearance to Hope.
Peter straightened himself, meeting Hank's gaze unwaveringly.
I know, and I'm sorry, but Hope deserved to know the truth to have closure, and she needed to understand the risks involved, because I don't doubt that she would have gone down this path either way. I only gave her a head start.
Hank's brows furrowed and his tone hardened.
You don't understand the pain and guilt I carry for what happened to Janet.
Peter's resolve didn't waver as he countered.
I get it, but she's a grown woman, capable of making her own choices. And she has the potential to do great things just like you. You can't keep coddling her forever.
Hank's expression softened slightly, a mix of paternal concern and lingering regret etched across his face.
You're naive. Hope is my daughter, and I've lost too much already. The consequences of tampering with the fabric of reality.
Peter took a step forward, his voice steady.
Then be there for her, you old fool. Join the Avengers. Protect her and guide her while you still can. You're the only one who can teach her how to navigate all of this to make the right choices. You don't have to shield her from it or leave her to figure it out alone. There's always a middle ground.
There was a moment of silence, the air heavy with unresolved tension. Hank studied Peter intently, his gaze flickering between determination and doubt. Slowly he exhaled, his shoulders sagging ever so slightly.
You truly believe in her, don't you?
Hank's voice held a mixture of resignation and hope. Peter nodded, his eyes unwavering.
I think if you didn't coddle her for so long, then she would have been much more than Darren Cross' assistant. She's strong, intelligent, and she wants to find her mother. With your guidance, she can accomplish incredible things.
A brief, contemplative silence enveloped the room, broken only by the hum of technology. Soon, Hank's expression softened as he realized what he's done. Years of his protection have encumbered his daughter, stopping her from reaching her full potential. After all, she graduated top of her class at Harvard with a master's degree in physics, engineering, and molecular biology, yet that led her to be nothing more than Darren Cross' assistant. It's laughable. The genius daughter of two outstanding minds reverted to an errand girl for some megalomaniac.
Fine.
Hank muttered as he collapsed into a nearby chair.
You're right, I should have told her the truth long ago. My coddling has only made matters worse. It's good that you've realized that.
Peter nods.
So, how about it? Do you want to join the Avengers? You can work alongside your daughter.
Hank remained silent, unsure as to what he should do. Tilda 1 day later, Tilda. Hope Van Dyne stood in the center of her new state-of-the-art lab, the culmination of her dreams and aspirations. The Avengers welcomed her into their ranks, recognizing her exceptional skills and her unwavering determination to find her long-lost mother. Now, with access to their vast resources, she felt a renewed sense of purpose and a burning desire to make progress.
So this is your lab, huh?
Scott asked as he walked around, poking everything in curiosity.
Yes, and don't touch that.
Hope exclaimed as she carefully placed some of her personal belongings around the room, family photos, fidget toys, figurines, etc.
If you break anything, then I'm banning you from this room forever.
Yes, ma'am.
Scott muttered as he held his hands up and stepped away from the equipment. Hope knew that every detail mattered in her quest to recreate her mother's wasp suit. The flash drive Peter had handed her yesterday contained invaluable data, and she couldn't wait to delve into it and improve it, making it her own. As she reached for the flash drive, her fingers tingled with anticipation. This was the key that could unlock the secrets to her mother's whereabouts, the missing piece that could bring Janet back to their family. Plugging it into her workstation, which held a top-of-the-line Stark brand computer, she watched as the system recognized the device, and a multitude of files appeared on the screen. But just as Hope prepared to delve into the data, the imposing double doors to her lab swung open with a gust of air. Startled, the two turned around to find Spiderman, entering the room, followed closely by her father, Hank Pym. The sight of her father in the Avengers headquarters was nothing short of a surprise. Just yesterday, he had declined the invitation to join them, stating his old age and reluctance to involve himself in their affairs. Hope's eyes widened as confusion mixed with curiosity.
Hank, what are you doing here?
She asked, her voice filled with genuine surprise. Peter smirked mischievously under his mask, stepping forward to answer on her father's behalf.
Well, I figured you could use some extra help, and who better than your dad?
He extended a hand toward the silver-haired scientist.
May I present your new assistant, Dr. Hank Pym?
Hope's gaze shifted from Peter to her father, her astonishment mounting with every passing moment. Hank Pym, the brilliant inventor and founder of Pym Technologies, was now standing before her, wearing a faint smile. Hope knew her father had his own reasons for declining the Avengers' invitation, yet here he was, offering his assistance with a smile. Her voice filled with a mix of surprise and skepticism, she addressed her father.
Dad, why are you really here? I thought you wanted to distance yourself from all this.
Hank's smile widened as he crossed the room to stand beside his daughter.
Hope, my dear, I may have declined to be an Avenger, but that doesn't mean I'm willing to abandon you or your goals. Besides, I never agreed to be your assistant.
He chuckled softly, his eyes shimmering with fatherly affection.
Consider me your partner, your collaborator. Together we'll find your mother.
A surprised look flushed on her face.
How do you know?
She spoke but soon noticed Peter, waving at her from the doorway.
I see.
Fine.
Hank muttered as he collapsed into a nearby chair. You're right, I should have told her the truth long ago. My coddling has only made matters worse. It's good that you've realized that, Peter nods. So how about it? Do you want to join the Avengers? You can work alongside your daughter.
Let's get to work.
As Peter watched the exchange between the father and daughter, he couldn't help but smile, knowing that a formidable team was now assembled.
Should we leave?
Scott walked over to Peter and asked, as he didn't want to intrude on the family moment.
Yeah, probably.
Chapter 337, C342, A Father's Loving Teachings. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of now, the Patreon is 4 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Bug insert creepy bugs images gifs here, most likes wins, AN. This prompt is in honor of the spider that I killed after it crawled on my leg and scared the sh*t out of me while I was writing. Rest in peace, Victory Peter Parker. Trophy yesterday's GIF winner, S. Moaning Frodo Trophy, AN. All rise and moan for the returning king crown. Peter swung through the New York City skyline, his red and blue suit blending seamlessly with the evening sky. The cool breeze caressed his masked face as he navigated through the bustling streets, his heart pounding with anticipation. Tonight, he was returning home after finally settling Hank and Hope into the tower, eager to see Lily and the rest of his family. As he found a secure spot to open a portal, Peter stepped into his bedroom, his senses tingling as the portal closed behind him. Something was different, something made him feel an undeniable surge of pride. With swift movements, Peter pulled off his mask and turned to see Lily, his beloved daughter, standing in the center of the room, her eyes gleaming with pride and accomplishment.
Lily!
Peter called out, his voice filled with a mix of surprise and delight.
What's going on? Are you up to something?
He wondered if May or Graves sent her to get revenge for their last prank. Lily beamed, her petite frame brimming with confidence beyond her years.
Dad,
She exclaimed, bounding toward him.
I did it. I finished the job you gave me.
Peter's eyebrows arched in surprise, his curiosity piqued.
Job? What job?
With a triumphant grin, Lily began to recount her tale, her words pouring out with infectious enthusiasm. She spoke of how her father had tasked her with an incredible mission: to utilize the hand, the very ninjas he had subdued, to carry out the orders of their princess. Despite her young age, Lily had been the mastermind behind an intricate plan to uncover a hidden dragon graveyard nestled beneath Hell's Kitchen. Her bedroom had become her command center, a place where she strategized and guided the hand from the safety of her sanctuary. Through careful instruction, Lily had orchestrated the secret excavation of the dragon bones, the burial ground hidden away from the world. Peter listened intently, remembering exactly what she was talking about, his heart swelling with pride for his daughter. He loved the cute, prideful smile that graced her lips as she vibrated with excitement. Truthfully, he thought it might take her longer, as he didn't know how big or deep the burial ground was, but but an AI is just too overpowered. As Lily finished her recount of events, she looked up at Peter, her eyes sparkling with anticipation.
Dad,
She said, her voice filled with excitement.
the hand is waiting for you. They've excavated all the dragon bones. They did it just like I told them.
Peter smiled warmly as he patted her head, his heart bursting with paternal pride. He took a moment to gather his thoughts. His daughter had not only completed the task he had assigned to her, but had done it so quickly. After all, it's not easy to securely and secretly dig up the underground of a major city.
Lily, I am so proud of you.
Peter said. Lily's grin grew even wider, and she threw her arms around Peter in a tight embrace.
Thanks, Dad. I couldn't have done it without you.
Well, he did make her and tell the hand to follow her orders, so Lily isn't wrong, but without her involvement, it would have most likely taken far longer than this. Peter held his daughter close, savoring the moment before reluctantly separating from her.
I should probably go pick up the bones.
Peter said, excited to see how much elixir he would be able to make now. But before he could leave, Lily grabbed a hold of his arm.
What's up?
Peter turned back and asked.
Dad,
She began, her voice tinged with excitement.
can we go collect the dragon bones together? I want to see them.
Peter's expression softened as he looked down at his daughter. He understood her curiosity and eagerness to see what was left of an extinct species.
Well, technically they're endangered.
Peter thought as there is a dragon in Kunlun.
I wouldn't be surprised if there were a few more hiding out somewhere as well.
With a nod, he motioned for her to follow him.
Come here.
He replied, his voice filled with affection.
I've got something for you first.
Intrigued, Lily followed her father to his desk, where he reached into a drawer and pulled out a folded piece of clothing, gleaming with red and blue hues.
It's a custom-made spider suit, like mine and your mom's.
Peter explained, unfolding it for her to see.
I thought it was about time you had one of your own, especially if we're going to meet the hand. Try it on.
Lily's eyes widened with delight as she took the suit from her father's hands. And just like his, it disappeared upon contact, but she wasn't surprised. Seconds later, the suit appeared on her body, replacing her normal clothes. It was a perfect fit, tailored to her small frame, adorned with spiderweb patterns and the iconic spider emblem. Insert picture of Spider-Girl here. And just like her parents, Lily's suit came with a hood, which she could pull on whenever she wanted. Turning around, Lily stared in awe at herself in the mirror.
It's so cool.
She muttered in shock at how good she looked. She couldn't believe her luck, feeling an incredible surge of excitement coursing through her veins. After suiting up, Lily stood before her father, her heart pounding with anticipation. Peter's eyes met hers, and he smiled, a mixture of love and confidence radiating from his face.
Now, my little spider girl.
He said as he pulled his mask back on.
Let's go collect those dragon bones, shall we?
Lily's eyes lit up with joy as she grasped her father's hand, and with a wave of his free hand, Peter opened a portal to a tall skyscraper. Together, they stepped through the portal, but as they did, the bedroom door opened behind them, revealing Lily's grandmother, Grace.
Lily, are you in?
Grace poked her head in and froze on the spot, catching a glimpse of the two before the portal snapped shut, leaving the room empty. Instantly, Grace turned around and rushed down the stairs, a fearful and worried look on her face.
MJ, May.
She screamed. Peter stood atop the edge of a towering skyscraper, the bustling city spread out beneath him. A gentle breeze rustled his sleek red and blue suit as he glanced over his shoulder, a warm smile forming on his face as he looked at his daughter, Lily. She stood beside him, her small frame adorned in her brand new spider suit, specially made by her father with all the bells and whistles. Lily's wide eyes reflected a mix of excitement and nervousness as she fidgeted with her clothes. This was a defining moment, a rite of passage for all spider heroes.
Are you ready, Lily?
Peter asked, his voice laced with a blend of encouragement and paternal pride.
Because if we're going to pick up the dragon bones, then you're going to need to learn how to swing.
His own heart raced with anticipation, mirroring the adrenaline he had felt during his own first time. Lily nodded, her voice barely above a whisper.
I think so, Daddy.
The daddies always come out at times like this.
With a gentle hand, Peter rested it on her small shoulder reassuringly.
Remember, Lily, you have all the spider powers I have, including the organic web shooters. I know that I've been keeping you from using your powers too much, but now's the time to finally let loose. Trust yourself and your instincts.
Her father's words brought a glimmer of determination to Lily's eyes. She took a deep breath and her posture straightened as though a newfound confidence began to blossom within her. Though that confidence couldn't fully erase the fear and nervousness she felt as she peered off the edge of the very tall building they were on. Peter's gaze shifted to the city, his eyes scanning for the perfect spot to initiate her training. He spotted a sturdy-looking fire escape in the distance, an ideal target for her first swing.
See that fire escape over there? I want you to land on it okay.
He said, pointing with a gloved finger. Lily's eyes followed his gesture, and she nodded resolutely.
Got it.
Peter took a step back, allowing his daughter some space to prepare. He watched as she raised her arm, the sound of her organic web shooters firing into the air. Thin strands of webbing shot out, attaching themselves to the edge of the building, creating a sturdy line for her to start swinging from.
Now remember, it's all about timing and control.
Peter advised, his voice calm.
As you swing, keep your body loose and relaxed, just like you're floating on air.
Lily nodded once again, her face a picture of determination, her eyes fixed on the fire escape in the distance. Taking a deep calming breath, Lily prepared herself. And with a swift motion, she propelled herself forward, her small body soaring through the open air. A mixture of fear and exhilaration coursed through her veins as she trusted her instincts, just as her father had instructed. Of course, Peter didn't sit still either. No, he rushed to follow after her, his heart pounding with a mixture of pride and concern. If she couldn't do it for one reason or another, then he would be right behind her, ready to catch her at any moment. He saw her adjust mid-swing, her movements becoming smoother, more controlled. Lily's expression transformed into one of pure joy as she arced through the sky, her laughter carried on the wind for him to hear. With a final twist and a graceful landing on the targeted fire escape, Lily came to a stop. Her chest heaved with exertion, a wide grin hidden under her mask. She had done it, she had swung like a true Spider-Man. Or rather, Spider-Girl. Peter's heart swelled with a mixture of emotions as he landed next to his daughter. He wrapped his arms around her in a tight embrace, pride radiating from his very being.
You did it!
Lily beamed up at him, her eyes sparkling with a newfound confidence.
Hee, of course I did it.
Separating for a moment, Peter looked down at his daughter in amusement.
Feeling confident, are we? Then I guess you're ready to go again.
He says as he shoves her off the fire escape.
Oh, that!
Lily screamed as she scrambled to shoot a web toward a nearby building.
Daddy, I hate you. I love you too.
Chapter 338, C343. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of now, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. First place medal insert winner gifts here. Most likes wins first place medal. Trophy yesterday's GIF winner S Alien Mother F Seeking Warlord B TCH Trophy AN ha 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 I'm back. Peter and Lily soared through the air, their bodies gracefully gliding across the New York City skyline. Their vibrant red and blue spider suits caught the attention of pedestrians below, eliciting awe and whispers of admiration. But as they approached their destination, a closed-off construction site in Hell's Kitchen, their suits swiftly morphed, the colors fading into a sleek, dark black. The transformation signaled a shift in their purpose, an imminent covert mission. After all, Spider-Man couldn't be seen with the hand, even if they've been a force for good for a few years now. The duo landed silently within the confines of the construction site, their feet touching the cold concrete with barely a sound. The area was shrouded in darkness, broken only by the dim light of a few industrial light posts. Peter's keen senses detected a presence lurking in the shadows, and before long, they found themselves surrounded by a circle of masked figures. Each one donned the traditional garb of the hand ninja, their eyes piercing through the darkness as they knelt before the father and daughter. Years ago, Peter had subdued these very ninjas and emerged as their leader. A title he hadn't sought, but one he had embraced to ensure that the hand would never cause him any trouble again. The ninjas, bowing their heads, addressed him.
Black Sky.
They spoke the name they bestowed upon him. As the ninjas knelt, a familiar figure emerged from the shadows. Unmasked, his piercing gaze met Peter's, and he knelt before him, paying homage to the man who had reshaped the hand. This was Scythe, one of the fingers. Individuals whom Peter had strategically placed in positions of leadership within the hand to reshape the organization into something more than a ruthless killing machine. Scythe rose from his kneeling position, his gaze shifting from Peter to the young girl at his side.
Princess.
He addressed Lily, a note of reverence in his voice. Though this was the first time they had met in person, her invaluable aid and instruction helped in things like securing permits and acquiring the land for the excavation they were about to witness. Her remarkable hacking skills had proven instrumental to the hand's endeavors. With pleasantries exchanged, Scythe extended an arm toward the construction site.
Allow me to guide you.
He invited, his voice showing a mixture of excitement and respect.
We've unearthed the dragon graveyard thanks to the princess's efforts. It is a sight to behold.
Curiosity flickered in Peter's eyes, but he turned to his daughter, offering her the choice. Lily's face lit up with anticipation, her young heart brimming with the same adventurous spirit that had driven her father ever since he arrived in this world. With a nod, she accepted Scythe's invitation, and the trio ventured deeper into the construction site, their steps echoing faintly in the night. Following Scythe, the father and daughter duo arrived at the entrance of a tunnel, which was illuminated by rows of wired lights. Lily stood beside her father, her entire being vibrating with excitement and wonder. With each step guided by Scythe, the duo ventured deep into the tunnel. Soon enough, the sounds of bustling city life faded away. The air grew cooler, carrying a faint scent of earth and mystery. Lily's small hand gripped her father's gloved fingers tightly, her anticipation reaching a whole new level. Finally, after walking for a few minutes, the tunnel opened up, revealing a vast and awe-inspiring cave. It seemed to stretch into infinity, adorned with ancient stalactites that hung from the tall ceilings. But it was not the cavern that captured their attention, it was what lay within. Peter's eyes widened, his breath hitching in his throat. There, strewn across the floor and partially hidden within the visible walls, lay the petrified remains of immense dragons. Their skeletal structures, though frozen in time, maintained an astonishing level of detail. It was as if these magnificent creatures had been waiting patiently for this moment to be discovered. Lily's infectious excitement bubbled over, and she darted off, her feet echoing softly on the cavern floor, weaving between the giant bones. She marveled at the massive ribcage that sprawled across the ground, the elongated spines that seemed to go on for miles, and the delicate wings that lay gracefully folded by their sides. Scythe smiled.
Welcome to the Dragon Bone Graveyard, Princess.
He said. Peter watched his daughter with a smile as well. He had known this discovery would captivate her, but he hadn't expected her enthusiasm to reach this level. He moved forward cautiously, his fingertips grazing the smooth surface of an enormous dragon skull. With a simple touch, Peter could feel the latent energy, Kai, left behind in each bone. As Lily's exploration continued, Peter's gaze shifted to the surrounding walls, where even more dragons peeked out, as if they stood on their own 2 feet. Time seemed to stand still within the dragon-filled cave as the two marveled at their discovery. As Lily's laughter echoed through the cavern, Peter couldn't help but smile. His daughter looked like a little archaeologist who just uncovered some dinosaur bones.
Good work, Scythe.
Peter said to the man standing beside him.
Thank you, sir.
Scythe replied dutifully.
But we couldn't have done all of this without your daughter's help. Her assistance was invaluable. Either way, good job.
Peter patted the man on the shoulder as he walked over to Lily, wondering what he should do to reward her.
This is so cool.
Lily exclaimed as he stood next to her.
I know, right?
Peter nodded in agreement as he doted on his excited daughter.
Why don't we explore a bit more before packing up the bones?
He asked.
Okay, follow me.
Lily leads the way, rushing around the cave with her father following close behind. After spending an hour oohing and awing at the many dragon skeletons, Peter got straight to work. With a few simple spells, he was able to pack up the bones and safely send them through a portal, where they'll be stored for the time being. It didn't take more than half an hour. And by the time he was finished, the entire cave seemed to lose every ounce of wonder that it once held, leaving it completely empty. After emptying the cave, Peter and Lily bid farewell to Scythe and the Hand Ninja, leaving Hell's Kitchen behind. As they swung through the towering city, enjoying the moment for a little while longer, a piercing scream echoed through the air. Peter and Lily abruptly landed on a rooftop, their heads turning in unison toward the source of the sound. Wordlessly, their eyes locked, a silent understanding passing between them. Without a moment's hesitation, Lily dashed off in the direction of the anguished cries. Peter froze for a moment, unsure if he should allow his daughter to get involved in this. After all, this was only supposed to be a night out together, not some crime-stopping adventure. Shaking his head and taking a long breath, Peter pursued his spirited daughter. He knew she was still learning the ropes, quite literally, but he decided to let her do as she pleased. He wouldn't stop her, at least not yet. Instead, he would keep close and safeguard her from the shadows, ensuring her safety. Moments later, the duo arrived at a modest family-owned restaurant, its windows shimmering with warm, golden light. Above it lay a small apartment, an unsuspecting residence for the family who owned the restaurant below. Taking a more detailed look, Lily found a team of masked figures clad in ominous black attire, their every movement precise and deliberate. After breaking into the family home, the unknown team came storming out with a thrashing child in hand.
Is this a kidnapping?
Peter's eyes narrowed, his senses heightened. He absorbed every detail, noting the terror etched on the faces of the parents as they valiantly resisted their attackers. But these kidnappers possessed a cold, calculated efficiency that overwhelmed the desperate efforts of the innocent parents, rendering them defenseless. It was then that Lily sprang into action, her small frame ablaze with determination. Swift and nimble, she utilized her acrobatic skills to outmaneuver the masked criminals. With each well-placed strike, she subdued her opponents, her spider-like abilities lending her a formidable advantage.
Damn!
Peter watched with a mix of awe and apprehension, positioned at a vantage point that allowed him to intervene if the situation spiraled out of control.
AIs are just too overpowered.
It just wasn't fair. In a flurry of movement, Lily managed to incapacitate the kidnappers, rescuing the frightened child in a matter of seconds. The parents, battered but relieved, rushed forward to grab their little girl, their gratitude evident from the tears in their eyes. They embraced their daughter tightly, grateful for the mini Spider-Man's intervention.
Thank you.
The mother cried. As the commotion subsided, Peter dropped down beside his triumphant daughter, a warm smile hidden under his mask. He patted her head affectionately, a blend of pride and concern radiating off of him.
Good work!
He praised softly in admiration.
I don't think that I could find a single fault in the way you handled that situation even if I wanted to.
Lily beamed up at him, happy to see that her father was impressed. As Lily was preoccupied with her father's words, Peter looked over at the kidnapper's target, wondering why these masked men would want to take her. Though he wasn't left wondering for long. Just with a simple look, Peter instantly understood.
She's a metahuman.
His eyebrows raised in surprise.
Which dumb mother of asterisk seeker thinks that they can kidnap metahumans in my city?
Achoo! Across the city, in an abandoned laboratory, a tall, athletic man with a menacing demeanor sneezed, his shaved head shining under the room's lights. Insert picture of Ajax Francis here.
Ooh, my spider senses are tingling.
A handsome yet disheveled man spoke, strapped to a hospital gurney.
Someone must be talking about you, Francis.
Chapter 339, C344 Ugly Awakening. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of now, the Patreon is 4 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Third place medal insert loser gifts here. Most likes wins third place medal. Trophy yesterday's GIF winner S. Lightning God Wolf Trophy AN. I've become a loser peasant once again.
Cute.
She muttered. As far as physical mutations go, the little girl was pretty lucky for a metahuman. Peter wasn't sure if it would give her any useful powers, but the girl had 2 furry ears atop her head as well as a bushy fox tail behind her back.
Maybe some Wolverine-type powers.
He wondered. After listening to the parents thank them over and over again, Peter handed them the contact information for Xavier's school. Though they didn't look very interested in sending their daughter there. After all, she didn't seem to have any uncontrollable powers, nor does she face any sort of bullying in school since Spider-Man literally endorsed all metahumans. In fact, her mutation made her the most popular kid in school. So why send their child to a boarding school, where they would only get to see her during breaks? Peter shrugged uncaringly. If they wanted to raise their daughter as they should, then he wouldn't get in their way. Actually, he would help. Once the small family returned to their apartment, Peter turned to the downed kidnappers.
Lily!
He said, his voice drawing her attention.
Yeah.
She looked up at him, tilting her head to the side.
I need you to access their phones. We need to track where they've been. Access the GPS and mark their pathing for the past month.
Peter instructed.
Once you're done, find the location that they all have in common. They would most likely arrive at this location at a specific time, like clocking in for a job.
Lily's eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement as she nodded, her youthful face reflecting an air of confidence beyond her years. Walking over to the defeated criminals, she effortlessly collected their smartphones. Laying them out in front of her, Lily quickly accessed their devices without touching them. Instantly, the screens lit up as the GPS app on each phone opened in tandem. And as the apps opened, lines quickly appeared, showing exactly where they've been. Completing her task with ease, Lily turned to face her father, her expression radiating accomplishment.
Got it.
She declared, her voice tinged with a touch of pride.
Each of these guys has one location in common. It's most likely their base, probably some kind of lab for experimenting on metahumans.
Peter's mind raced as he processed the information, piecing together the puzzle with his seasoned instincts.
That's what I thought as well.
He muttered, his voice laced with concern. Not only was he concerned, but also annoyed. It's been a while since any large-scale crime has taken place in New York City. After all, this city is the birthplace of Spider-Man and the Avengers, so it quickly turned into a bit of a safe haven. Although crime didn't just disappear, crazy schemes like metahuman experimentation completely did, making him wonder why these people would even choose to operate here.
Are they F***seeking crazy?
Peter waved his hand, portaling the unconscious kidnappers to the tower's detention center.
Lily, you should head home. You're still a bit too young to be dealing with stuff like this, no matter how extraordinary you are.
Although she liked the compliment, Lily didn't agree with her father at all. Lily's eyes met her father's, determination burning within them.
But I can handle it.
She argued, her voice filled with conviction.
I want to help.
A mixture of pride and apprehension washed over Peter as he considered it. He knew her abilities surpassed those of a normal child or adult for that matter, but he also understood the importance of protecting her innocence. After all, almost every facility that kidnaps or experiments on metahumans is usually a bit of a horror show. After a moment's hesitation, he relented.
All right, Lily.
He said, his voice filled with a mix of resignation and trust.
You can come along, but you have to stay outside. Your job is simple. Watch the perimeter and detain anyone that's coming or going. Agreed.
It wouldn't hurt to allow her some leeway, while simultaneously keeping her away from the gruesome stuff. Lily's face beamed with a radiant smile. It may not be exactly what she wanted, but it was a start.
Agreed.
She replied, ready to head out.
I'll do everything you say, and I won't let you down.
Peter nodded.
Good, now lead the way.
He said as they took off into the night. In a dimly lit, not-so-sterile room, Wade Wilson, haggard from weeks of continued torture, found himself trapped inside an open glass chamber. Stood above him, Francis, also known as Ajax, smiled cruelly down at him.
If this doesn't unlock your mutation, well,
He shrugged uncaringly.
these straps are a bit itchy.
Wade spoke in his usual infuriating manner.
Do you mind loosening them for me?
Ignoring the loud-mouthed lab rat, Francis continued.
Now, what we're going to do is lower the oxygen concentration in there to the exact point you feel like you're suffocating. If your brain waves slow, meaning you're about to pass out, then we'll turn up the O2. If your heart rate slows, meaning you're able to catch your breath, we'll turn it back down. And that's where we'll leave you for the next few days. Come on, Francis, you can do better than this, right?
Wade taunted, his body straining against the straps that held him down.
What's the matter? Can't handle a little name-calling? Did all the kids on the playground make fun of poor little Francis? Wait, they didn't call you Franny, did they?
Ajax's eyes narrowed, his patience wearing thin.
I told you, Wade, my name is Ajax. You will address me accordingly.
He replied, his voice cold and devoid of mercy. Wade's eyes sparkled with mischief, even in the face of imminent danger.
Oh, come on, Francis, don't be like that. It's such a lovely name. I mean, it sounds like the name of a cat.
You know the funniest part of all this?
Francis asked, ignoring Wade's sharp tongue.
You still think we're making you a superhero? You, a dishonorable discharge hook deep in some hooker whore. Did you really think you'd have a life with her?
For the first time since his torture started, Wade's face lost its taunting air, hardening into a killer's glare. Francis continues, enjoying the new look he was receiving.
You're nothing. This workshop doesn't make superheroes. We make super slaves. We're gonna fit you with a little collar and auction you off to the highest bidder. Who knows what they'll have you do? Slaughter freedom fighters, assassinate political rivals, set fire to a few orphanages. Maybe just mow the occasional lawn or perhaps wash the dishes.
Without warning, the glass chamber began to close in on Wade, compressing the air around him. Panic surged through his veins as his chest constricted and he struggled to catch his breath. The walls seemed to press against him as he suffocated in the enclosed chamber.
Can't.
Wade gasped, his voice strained, his face contorted with pain. He fought against the inevitable, desperate to escape the tightening grip of the chamber. Ajax watched from outside, his expression devoid of compassion.
Well, I'm heading home.
He said, his voice filled with sadistic anticipation.
I have a long day of fun all planned out tomorrow. Just for you, so I need my rest. Have a good night, Wade.
As Ajax turned and walked off, leaving Wade to his torturous fate, Wade's eyes locked onto his retreating figure. Fear mingled with defiance as he refused to let despair consume him. He mustered every ounce of willpower, refusing to give in to the suffocating darkness that threatened to claim him. The night wore on and Wade remained trapped, his body racked with torment. Each gasp for air grew weaker, each moment of ease shorter as the glass chamber mercilessly repeated its suffocating cycle. But Wade's spirit remained unbroken, his determination unwavering. What felt like hours turned into an eternity as Wade fought to stay alive. His thoughts wandered to the woman he loves.
Vanessa!
Her image flashed deep within his mind, replaying their time together. As he relived these beautiful and sometimes R-rated moments, Wade's will to live and see the love of his life once again grew to astronomical levels. And suddenly, something changed. An intense wave of burning pain shot through his entire body. His muscles spasmed and contorted as if they were fighting against an invisible force. His once handsome features contorted and morphed, taking on a grotesque and diseased appearance. Wade's smooth skin quickly changed into a patchwork of scar tissue, resembling the mottled flesh of a burn victim. As his body convulsed, his eyes caught sight of his reflection in the glass surrounding him. He couldn't tear his gaze away, even though he despised what stared back at him. A monster born of pain and suffering. Insert picture of Deadpool without suit here. And just as he stared in shock at his new self, a loud, ear-piercing alarm filled the entire facility, followed by the sound of automatic gunfire. Although a commotion like this would usually spark hope in any captive's mind, Wade could only think of one thing.
Vanessa will never love me like this.
Chapter 340, C345 Meeting. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of now, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Nail polish insert beautiful gifs here, most likes wins nail polish. Trophy yesterday's GIF winner S, FR1 Day Trophy AN, a contender has emerged.
Stay safe and don't do anything stupid.
Peter said softly, his voice laced with concern.
Remember, if you have any problems, call for me and I'll rush back out, okay?
Lily nodded once more, determination shining in her young eyes.
Yes, sir.
She gave him a mock salute. An amused smile played on Peter's lips as he watched his daughter take her position, her small frame disappearing into the shadows. He couldn't help but feel both proud and worried, knowing she was growing up in a manner far different from normal children.
Though most children would probably kill to have Spider-Man as their father, especially since it comes with the added bonus of superpowers.
Peter thought to himself. With Lily settled outside, Peter took a deep breath, steeling himself for what lay ahead. With his experience and power, this would most likely be a piece of cake. The only thing that he was worried about was the gruesome sights he may or may not find inside.
No dead kids.
He repeated in his mind, not in the mood to see something like that. Launching himself into action, Peter bounded toward the building with acrobatic grace, his every movement a testament to his years of training and experience. Without wasting a single second, Peter stealthily rushed to each hidden guard, knocking them unconscious with a single hit before rushing to the next and doing the same. Repeating this, he managed to incapacitate every armed guard that protected the hospital's perimeter. Meanwhile, just beyond the hospital's walls, Lily watched in awe as her father dispatched the guards with an effortless skill that didn't cease to amaze her. She watched as her father stepped out into the light of a street lamp and gave her a quick wave before rushing to the now unprotected building. Peter soared through the air and latched onto the hospital's walls, allowing him to scale its exterior with remarkable speed. As he reached the rooftop, he peered down through a shattered skylight, surveying the interior of the building. The scene below was a maze of dimly lit hallways, discarded medical equipment, and shattered glass, far from the facility that he expected to see.
Maybe they used the lower floors.
He guessed. Nonetheless, it was clear that nefarious activities were taking place within the supposed abandoned hospital. Determined to uncover the truth and put an end to whatever this was, Peter slipped inside unnoticed, blending with the shadows like a ghost. His enhanced agility and training in stealth allowed him to navigate the labyrinthine corridors without setting off any alarms or attracting unwanted attention. As Peter prowled through the shadows, he utilized his enhanced senses to detect the faintest of sounds, relying on his spider sense to alert him to any danger that might lie ahead. Soon enough, he encountered a group of armed guards patrolling one of the lower-level corridors, their weapons in hand. Without hesitation, Peter got to work, his lightning-fast reflexes and expertly shot webs rendering the guards incapacitated within seconds. Not wasting any time, Peter left these guards where they fell and moved swiftly through the dimly lit corridors, navigating the shadows with practiced ease as he made his way toward the lower floors, where he began to notice a new addition to each of the hallways. Security cameras appeared around every corner, watching for any anomalies, though Peter ensured he remained undetected them. After all, his suit made him invisible to any and all recording devices. As Peter descended into the sublevels below the basement, the absence of radio chatter seemed to catch the attention of the guards stationed in the security room. They grew suspicious, their senses heightened by the unnerving silence. Something was amiss. Realizing that their comrades had gone dark without any explanation, nor did any of them appear on the countless cameras, they knew something had to be wrong. With no other option, the guards activated the alarm system, the blaring sirens shattering the previously eerie silence. The sound reverberated throughout the halls, bouncing off the peeling wallpaper and broken equipment. Peter, unfazed by the sudden alarm, merely shook his head and shrugged. He had anticipated this turn of events. It was only a matter of time before his presence was discovered. Seeing as he didn't need to be stealthy anymore, Peter abandoned that approach, opting for a more direct and decisive strategy. He moved with unparalleled agility and reflexes, dodging bullets with ease as he incapacitated the guards one by one, making his way lower and lower into the facility. The abandoned hospital instantly erupted into chaos as armed guards scrambled to secure their positions. The echoing shots of gunfire filled the air, bringing fear to every guard who hadn't seen the enemy yet. And as he kept moving, Peter started to see signs of some seriously F***CKed up sh#t. One entire floor was filled with old worn hospital beds, and many of these beds were occupied by bound men and women, who looked absolutely exhausted with clear signs of extreme torture visible on each of their bodies. And as soon as they saw him arrive in his iconic red and blue suit, their dead eyes instantly sparkled with signs of hope. Seeing this, Peter sighed in relief. Yes, they were in a horrible state, but so far it didn't seem like there were any children in this facility.
Maybe that girl was their first underage target.
Peter wondered as he turned to the many captives.
Wait here while I clear the place out.
As he disappeared from the captives' view, the gunshots returned once again, though they soon grew distant as Peter made his way deeper into the abandoned hospital. They could only wait in anticipation, hoping that this wasn't some delusion brought on by the weeks and weeks of nonstop torture. Finally, after clearing out 2 more floors where he found all sorts of sickening torture rooms, Peter arrived at a small room tucked away in the corner of the floor. And inside, trapped in a pod-like chamber of reinforced glass, a figure writhed in agony. His disfigured body filled the scars of immense suffering. He looked like a burned ballsack.
F***CK me.
Peter exclaimed in his mind, shocked that Wade Wilson actually existed in this world. Well, he did meet Doppender a while back, so it made sense. Deadpool's lungs strained against the confines of his chest, struggling for every breath. Though he seemed to be acclimating to his torturous situation rather quickly, as the strain on Wade's face started to slowly ease up with each passing second.
He must have just unlocked his powers.
Peter surmised as he rushed up to the chamber, pulling it open.
Good morning, sunshine. Did you have a good nap?
Of course, since this was Deadpool he was dealing with, Peter decided to skip the normal pleasantries and went straight to the banter. Gasping for that sweet, precious air that now filled his surroundings, Wade looked up at Peter, instantly realizing who he was.
Heavy breathing, it was all right.
Peter nodded understandingly as he reached over and tore the straps off of Wade's body.
The second I walked into this place, the staff started shooting at me. Can you believe it? It's like they don't want any new customers.
Smirking as he rose from his former torture device, Wade dropped the act.
You know, I told Francis my spidey senses were tingling, but he just didn't believe me.
He said with a shake of his head. Peter's eyes instantly widened as he heard this.
Holy **T.
Chapter 341, C346 Teamwork. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of now, the Patreon is 4 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Insert ugly gifs here, most likes wins. Trophy yesterday's GIF winner, Monklaking Trophy AN Crown. In the dimly lit room of the abandoned hospital, Peter, clad in his iconic red and blue Spider-Man suit, stared cautiously at his newest acquaintance. Though thanks to his mask, Wade couldn't tell.
Does he actually have 4th wall-breaking powers?
Peter wondered, hoping that Deadpool didn't know too much about him.
You knew I was coming.
He asked, playing it cool. Wade smirked as if he knew something that Peter didn't.
No, how could I? It was just a feeling. I call it my Wade tingle. Cool name, right?
Just to be clear, Wade's fourth wall breaking powers aren't something he can control and use at will. Think of it like a seer that has visions on occasion. Sort of. Also, his wall breaks won't happen all of the time. Moderation is key in my opinion. It makes it more funny interesting when it does happen. Okay,
So,
Wade asks, his mood instantly dampening.
I feel like we're gonna be fast friends, so I'll give it to you straight.
Peter says as he places a comforting hand on Wade's shoulder.
You look like the child of man who had sex with a rotten avocado.
And to emphasize his point, Peter waved his hand and conjured a mirror in front of Wade so that he could take a close look at himself. His voice hitched in his throat.
My face, my handsome dashing face, my flawless clear skin, I'm.
Peter consoled him as he vanished the mirror before Wade could spiral even further into depression.
But look on the bright side, you can easily get a starring role in any horror film.
Wade instantly turned to glare in his direction, as he could feel the smirk hidden under Peter's mask.
Okay, sorry, that was too far.
Peter raised his hands and apologized.
But seriously, you do look like Freddy Krueger.
He couldn't help himself. With a snap of his fingers, Peter swapped out Wade's shabby hospital gown and replaced it with a complete Freddy Krueger hollowed costume, including the finger knives.
I really hate you right now.
Wade said with a dead look in his eyes.
Okay, I'll stop.
Peter said as he switched his clothes to a normal shirt and jeans.
So, can you give me a rundown on what's been going on here?
Seeing that the conversation was heading away from his horrid appearance, Wade was more than happy to explain everything.
It all started in 1985.
After listening to Wade's brief yet descriptive explanation, which also included parts of his life for some reason, Peter found no differences from the first Deadpool movie. Wade Wilson, a former Special Forces operative, worked as a mercenary in New York City.
How the hell did he not come up on my radar whatsoever?
Peter wondered. Wade met escort prostitute Vanessa Carlisle at a local bar, and they became romantically attached. 1 year later, Wade proposed to her and she accepted, but their happiness didn't last very long as he was diagnosed with terminal cancer. And though Vanessa remained unwaveringly by his side, Wade didn't want her to watch him die. He loved her far too much to put her through that. Soon enough, a recruiter from this facility approached Wade, offering an experimental cure for his cancer. And although he initially refused the offer, Wade eventually decided to leave Vanessa and undergo the procedure with hopes of returning to happily spend their life together. Sadly, those hopes were slowly crushed. At this very facility, Wade met Ajax Francis, whom he instantly resented. On the day they met, Francis injected Wade with a serum designed to awaken latent metahuman genes. Then he proceeded to have Wade subjected to weeks of torture to induce stress and trigger the mutation without much success. Until tonight, of course. Though Wade wasn't the only one subjected to this. Each person that Peter saw strapped to the beds upstairs went through the same exact torturous experimentation, not to mention the countless other who have probably died as well.
Wow, you got scammed, huh?
Peter blurted out without thinking. Wade's eyes met Peter's masked face, his signature smirk playing at the corners of his lips.
You know, Spidey, I've been through pretty F***sh*T in my life. But this?
He raised a gloved hand, tracing the numerous scars on his face.
Thanks for getting me out of there, buddy. Can't say I'll ever be pretty again, but I'll figure something out.
Peter's gaze softened, turning empathetic. He knew the torment lurking beneath Wade's joking demeanor, the need for vengeance radiating from his very being.
Wade, people like to say that revenge isn't the answer, but I just so happen to disagree. Those bastards need to pay for what they did to you and all of those other people too.
Wade's eyes widened in surprise, his face portraying a mix of shock and amusement.
Well, Spidey. Who knew that the world's favorite do-gooder would say such scandalous things?
Without another word, Peter conjured two gleaming Desert Eagle handguns, their metallic surfaces reflecting the dim light in the room. He held them out toward Wade, his proposition hanging in the air.
You know, I didn't take you for the vengeance type, but I'm all in. So, what do you have in mind?
Wade snatched the guns from Peter's grasp with one fluid motion, quickly making sure that each of them had ammunition.
We'll clear out the rest of this facility together. And maybe, just maybe, we can make those bastards regret the day they laid a finger on you.
Peter said, sparking a bit of excitement in his new friend. Twirling his new guns, a bloodthirsty smirk appeared on Wade's face.
You had me at sweet revenge, Spidey. Let's give those baddies a taste of their own medicine.
With a shared nod, the unlikely duo started clearing the rest of the floors together, descending into the bowels of the facility. As they moved through each hallway, the two dismantled the defenses of their enemies, like a well-choreographed dance. The guards they encountered were no match for the seamless combination of Spider-Man's agility and Deadpool's relentless precision. Watching Wade wielding his Desert Eagles was like watching Michelangelo wield a brush. Killing was truly his calling in life, whether the public would agree with it or not.
Oh, that's gotta hurt.
Peter muttered as he witnessed Wade shoot a man's arm off. But that wasn't all. No, he then proceeded to beat the poor guy to death with his own arm. And although Peter didn't plan on killing any of these people, especially in such gruesome ways, as his daughter was nearby, Deadpool wasn't exactly the type that spared his enemies any courtesy. So, with a single sigh, Peter joined Wade in slaughtering the remaining guards, whilst making sure that his victims died a faster, more painless death than the rest. Of course, Peter didn't mind killing the guards, as anyone who could work in a literal torture factory deserved nothing less. Together, they weaved through the corridors, leaving a trail of blood and death in their wake. And as they fought, Wade started to figure out what his metahuman powers were. Healing factor extremely high. Superhuman strength low. Superhuman speed agility reflexes low. Superhuman stamina mid. Superhuman durability mid. If he didn't have to turn ugly to get these powers, and Francis wasn't such an obnoxious PR*CK, then Wade might just be grateful for all the weeks of unending torture that he was forced to go through. But sadly, that wasn't the case. As they pressed on, the echoes of gunfire rang through the dirty hallways, punctuated by the occasional wisecrack from Deadpool.
I disarmed him.
A guy's arms were blown off, leaving him screaming in agony as he swiftly bled to death.
Oh, now that's a facial.
The blood from one dying guard splattered into the face of another, who Wade swiftly killed next.
Look, Spidey, it's Mitchell Jackson.
Wade fired bullets at a single guard's feet, forcing him to dance for their entertainment before putting a bullet in his forehead. It's safe to say that Wade was enjoying the first phase of his revenge to the fullest. And although Peter found most of the carnage a bit gross, he couldn't help but laugh at some of it. Their partnership was like an intricate ballet of carnage and finesse, as they made it to the last floor and killed the final guard.
It looks like none of the doctors or big shots were here.
Peter said as they only ran into guards.
Yeah, they all left after throwing me into that chamber.
Wade says as they found a highly secure room filled with all sorts of equipment and a single workstation.
We'll have to hunt down the rest. Wait.
Peter asks as he walked over to a workstation and plugged a flash drive into the computer. Instantly, the PC lit up as all of its data was copied onto the drive.
Yeah, I was thinking that you could use your superhero contacts to find Francis so that I can torture him until he agrees to turn me back to my former, more stunning self.
Wade explains his game plan.
And if I refuse?
Peter asked as he walked over to a nearby fridge, finding a bunch of vials filled with all sorts of colorful liquids. Shrugging to himself, Peter collected the vials and stashed them into a portal before turning to find two shiny Desert Eagles in his face.
Then I'll just have to shoot you until you agree to help.
Wade said with a smirk.
Okay.
Peter shrugged as the guns in Wade's grasp disappeared, disarming him with a single thought.
Come on. Huh.
Wade grunted in surprise as he watched Peter walk off.
Where are you going? I have to release the other test subjects upstairs and call for backup to deal with them.
Peter stood and turns to look back over his shoulder.
Are you coming or what? But what about Francis?
Wade asks.
I said okay.
Peter nodded as he turned to walk down the hall, leaving Wade behind.
I'll help you find him, but if you're going to be a superhero, then you need a cool name. Hey!
Wade shouted as he rushed to catch up, walking alongside Peter.
I am not a superhero. Yeah, you are. You just unlocked superpowers and helped me, a known superhero, take down a facility that illegally experiments on innocent people. Face it, you're a superhero.
Peter says as he pats his new friend on the shoulder.
Welcome to the club.
Chapter 342, C347 Drama. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of now, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Face with raised eyebrow insert paranoid gifs here, most likes wins face with raised eyebrow. Trophy yesterday's GIF winner, Darkslayer Trophy AN Castle. The night air brought on a cold wind as Peter and Wade emerged from the dimly lit corridors of the abandoned hospital. The ordeal they had just faced was finally over, the echoes of their triumph fading into the shadows behind them. The building had been cleared of any and all nefarious individuals who had subjected Wade and many others to unspeakable tortures in hopes of activating their dormant X gene and turning them into superpowered slaves. Outside, the moon cast a faint glow over the desolate landscape. Waiting patiently by the entrance, bathed in the pale light, stood Lily, Peter's 10-year-old daughter. Her eyes widened as she caught sight of her father and the mangled-looking figure beside him.
Dad.
Lily exclaimed, bounding toward them with unbridled excitement.
You're back. Who's this guy?
She looks at Wade in confusion and pity. The perks of being an AI allowed Lily to see Wade, not as the monster that he currently appeared to be, but as a man who was most likely tortured a great deal. After all, his face alone made him look like a burn victim. Peter smiled under his mask as he embraced his daughter.
This is someone I want you to meet. His name is Wade Wilson. He helped me clear out all of the bad guys inside. Hi there, little lady.
Wade condescendingly greeted Lily, his voice slow and overly loud, as if he were addressing someone mentally challenged or deaf. It was clear that Wade didn't have much experience with children, and his interactions reflected that ignorance.
I'm Wade. Can you say Wade?
He said, a touch of patronizing kindness in his voice.
You must be Spider-Girl, huh? Your daddy here tells me you're one smart cookie.
Lily tilted her head, scrutinizing Wade's peculiar behavior. She turned to her father, her voice tinged with concern.
Dad, does he have something wrong with his head? Did those bad guys beat his brain into mush?
Peter chuckled and shook his head, placing a reassuring hand on Lily's shoulder.
No, sweetheart, Wade's just...
Well, that wasn't exactly the truth. Deadpool is extremely deadly, though Peter knew that he was harmless to her, as Wade would never harm an innocent person, especially a kid. As they continued their conversation, a familiar figure emerged from the shadows. MJ, Peter's girlfriend and Lily's mother, approached them, wearing her silk suit, with a mix of relief and frustration hidden under her mask. Her eyes bore into Peter with a steely gaze. MJ cleared her throat, drawing everyone's attention.
You took our daughter out at this ungodly hour. Do you know how much I've had to deal with since you left? The grannies have been pacing around the whole house in worry. I've had to listen to them complain for hours.
The only reason that she knew where Peter and her daughter were was thanks for her place in the Avengers. As soon as Peter called for a team to come and clean up the hospital and help with the survivors, she was able to receive the information from Jarvis. MJ glared straight at Peter, clearly unhappy.
Not only that, but you even gave her the spider suit without me. That's a big moment for our daughter that I would have liked to be there for. And I would have also liked to be there for her first day as a superhero, but that seems to have passed as well.
Since MJ wasn't as overprotective as Lily's grandparent, she was mainly upset at the fact that she wasn't included. Peter glanced at MJ, realizing he had made a series of missteps in his eagerness to show his daughter the dragon graveyard. He knew he had some explaining to do.
Ugh.
Peter replied dumbly, his voice tinged with remorse.
It was all a bit chaotic, and I didn't really think. I should have included you, I know, I'm sorry.
MJ's frustration softened slightly as she knew that Peter wasn't purposely excluding her. She sighed, her anger giving way to concern.
You're damn right you're sorry. But I'm just glad that nothing went wrong and our daughter is safe. Listening to my mother, you'd think she would have been turned into minced meat by now.
MJ said, clearly annoyed with Grace's overprotective nature. Though her protectiveness was certainly warranted, after all, Lily is only a child. MJ sighed once again.
Let's talk about this later, okay? Someone needs to get to bed.
She turns to Lily.
It's way past your bedtime.
Peter nodded, grateful that MJ didn't seem too mad at him.
I'll follow you guys back in a bit. I need to find a place for Wade to spend the night.
He glanced at Wade, who was watching the family-oriented exchange with a mixture of amusement and curiosity.
Come on,
MJ said, holding her hand out to her daughter.
let's get you home. It's been a long night.
As they made their way into the darkness, heading back home to quell the boiling concern of Lily's grandmothers, Wade turned to Peter.
Wow, she's a fiery one, isn't she?
He says, giving Peter an approving nod.
She reminds me of my sweet Vanessa. If only I could.
Wade was interrupted by the appearance of multiple black SUVs, which quickly sped into the parking lot, parked, and released countless armed agents in black suits.
Sorry.
One of the more senior agents paced over to Peter and greeted him with respect. Peter nodded as he motioned at the hospital behind him.
Inside you'll find everything I explained. Help the captives, detain any of the surviving guards, and clean up the rest of the scene as usual. I want a complete list of each captive's name and address along with any other needed information, especially if they activated their X gene. Yes, sir.
The man said as he turned and began shouting orders. Ignoring them, Peter turned to Wade.
Okay, we should get moving. I need to find you a place to stay.
The next day, Peter awoke alone in his bed after only a few hours of sleep. After finding Wade a hotel room, which was paid for with his Avengers company card, Peter bid him farewell and left to get some sleep. Thankfully, Grace and May were already in bed by the time he got home, which saved him from a very long lecture that will no doubt take place as soon as he leaves his room.
Let's face the music.
Peter thought as he climbed out of his warm bed and made his way downstairs. Instantly, he was met with the glare of two grandmas, who were ready and waiting for this very moment.
Here we go.
After spending an hour silently nodding his head up and down, doing his best to placate the angry grannies, Peter was finally free. Truthfully, the whole situation would have been much worse, but thankfully, Lily and MJ seemed to have spoken up for him beforehand, saving him from a much longer and no doubt louder lecture. And since he was free, Peter thought it best to give the angry women some space, so he donned his spider suit and portaled right into Wade's hotel room.
Ella.
The sounds of a bed shaking, alongside womanly moans, echoed from the open bedroom down the hall. Turning his head, Peter stared straight into the open door and found a scene that made him want to wash his eyes out with bleach. Wade, who was completely naked, hid his face under a brown paper bag on which he drew a goofy-looking face. He was tied to his bed and being ridden by a middle-aged prostitute. Liquor bottles filled the room, and the smell of cigarette smoke clouded the air. Peter muttered, wondering if he should make his presence known before finally coming to a decision.
I'm not dealing with this.
Stepping back into the portal, Peter was once again met by the glares of Grace and May.
You know what?
Peter thought as he stepped back through the portal once again.
I'd rather be here right now.
He knew that May and Grace wouldn't be mad at him for long, as they were only worried for Lily, so for now he would simply allow them some time to cool down. Closing the bedroom door with a wave of his hand and opening all of the windows to vent the air, Peter grabbed the hotel's menu and ordered himself some room service while he waited for Wade to finish his business.
What's on TV?
Peter wondered as he took a seat on the couch. Though as he sat down, Peter could feel something sticky under him. Taking a closer look, he soon noticed that the couch, which was in pristine condition yesterday, was now covered in some unknown substances. Well, Peter could guess what it was, but he didn't exactly want to think about it. An nauseated face.
This might just be the worst day that I've ever had.
Chapter 343, C348 Booby. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of now, the Patreon is 4 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Police car light insert transformation gifs here. Most likes wins police car light. Trophy yesterday's GIF winner, S. Monk-taking trophy AN I crown I. Francis, also known as Ajax, jolted awake in his dimly lit bedroom as the shrill sound of his cell phone pierced the silence. AN, the dreaded iPhone alarm sound. That sh*T gave me PTSD. Even if I hear it when I'm awake, I always feel anxious and jolt a bit. He fumbled for the device on his nightstand, squinting at the screen to read the incoming call. The caller ID displayed the number of one of his men. An emergency call at this hour could only mean trouble. Groggy and disoriented, Francis answered the call, his voice laced with annoyance.
What is it? Can't this wait a few more hours?
The voice on the other end was urgent, filled with a sense of panic.
Ajax, it's bad. The Project X facility's been raided. They came in late last night.
Dread washed over Francis as he sat up, fully alert now.
Who raided us?
The man hesitated before responding, his voice trembling.
I don't know for sure, but there are government-type agents in black suits and unmarked SUVs parked outside. They've cordoned off the entire area. They're taking everything. Equipment, bodies, surviving test subjects. Even some of our men were dragged out in cuffs.
Francis was taken aback by the news. He had been at the facility just the night before. Thankfully, he had decided to leave early and get some sleep. The realization hit him like a lightning bolt. If he had stayed, he could have been caught in the crossfire. Though who knows, with his immunity to pain, enhanced strength, durability, and reflexes, Francis might have been able to fend off the attack. He is a metahuman after all. His mind raced with questions.
Did they get the serum?
Of course, he means the serum they were using to activate the dormant X gene in their test subjects.
I don't know. Everyone inside the facility was either killed or captured. I only found out because I was on my way to work. I saw those men surrounding the place and knew something was wrong, so I kept driving.
The man's response was tinged with uncertainty. Although it wasn't said out loud, both parties knew it was very likely that these agents took the serum, as well as their data, which would allow them to make it themselves as well. Francis clenched his fist, his anger building. Who were these people? How dare they interfere with his plans? He couldn't let them ruin everything he had worked for. And most importantly, he couldn't let the serum fall into somebody else's hands.
Find out everything you can about these agents. Their identities, their organization. I want to know who they are.
Francis demanded, his voice dripping with killing intent. The man on the other end understood the gravity of the situation.
I'll do my best. One more thing.
Francis added.
Contact all surviving members. They need to disappear immediately. Who knows when these agents will come knocking? Yes, sir.
The man replied. Without another word, Francis hung up the phone, his mind already spinning with thoughts of revenge. He couldn't let this setback discourage him. He would track down those responsible, unleash his wrath upon them, and retrieve what was rightfully his. With a determined stride, Ajax left his bedroom, ready to exact revenge and reclaim his plans from the clutches of those who dared to stand in his way. But before that, he needed to get moving. After all, his house would no doubt be compromised soon enough. He would have to abandon anything attached to his most recent identity and start all over again. At least until this unknown enemy was dealt with. As he dressed in his signature black attire, Francis pulled out his phone and texted his assistant, Angel Dust, a metahuman with adrenaline-based powers. Of course, the message was very cryptic, but to them, it was easy to understand. They needed to go dark and meet up at a specific location. After sending the text, Francis didn't wait for a reply and tossed his phone into the crackling fireplace, where it sizzled and melted under the high heat. Quickly collecting some of his most precious belongings, Francis armed the house's security system and left. After Wade finally finished with his lady of the night, the two of them sat in the living room together. Of course, Peter made sure to cleanse his suit as well as the hotel room with every cleaning spell that he had in his arsenal. Though he still contemplated incinerating his suit and making a new one whenever the memory of sitting on that disgusting couch resurfaces.
You couldn't just sleep for the night like a normal person.
Peter asked, his mood prickly.
And what about Vanessa? What the love of my life doesn't know won't hurt her.
Wade shrugged.
Besides, we aren't exactly together right now, so I don't count it as cheating. So you'd be fine with her getting tied to a bed and plowed by some middle-aged dude.
Peter asked.
After all, you guys aren't exactly together, right?
Instantly, the look of a killer appeared on Wade's face. Peter's words certainly seemed to strike a chord.
I see your point.
Wade conceded. Though now he was thinking about slaughtering every single man that dared to touch his fiancée while he was away. No doubt they would die spectacularly. That is, if she decided to cheat on him, though she was a prostitute, so it's a possibility. After all, she would need to earn a living. I'll say this now because some people get triggered about this. She did not and will not cheat on Wade. Especially since Wade literally pulled the
I'm going out to buy some milk and cigarettes.
only to disappear without a word of warning or goodbye.
Anyway, get dressed and grab your guns.
Peter said, changing the subject.
Huh, why?
Wade asked.
I found where Francis lives.
Peter dropped a bomb on him, shocking his newest friend.
Why didn't you say so earlier?
Wade shouted as he rushed into the bedroom to find his clothes from yesterday. Originally, he wanted to go stalk his fiancée to see how she was doing, as he hadn't seen her in so long, but this was more important at the moment. After all, in Wade's mind, Francis was his key to fixing his grotesque appearance, which would allow him to reunite with Vanessa.
Well, you were kind of busy.
Peter shrugged. Stepping through a portal, Peter and Wade stood in front of an expensive modern house, their eyes scanning the area for any signs of their target. The setting sun cast an eerie glow on the secluded area, heightening the tension in the air. As soon as they arrived, Wade's impatience was already beginning to show.
Come on, Spidey, what are we waiting for?
Wade's fingers twitched as he cocked his desert eagles, his trigger-happy nature on full display.
Let's get in there and show this bald FC cur what happens when you mess with the merc with a mouth.
Peter sighed.
Wade, we've been through this. That's a horrible superhero name. Anything more than 2 words is just too much.
Before leaving, Peter gave him some superhero name ideas, though he made sure that each of them was either lackluster or a joke. After all, he didn't want to accidentally make Wade call himself anything but Deadpool.
All right, remember, you said that you need Francis to help you. We can't kill him no matter what.
Peter said, though he didn't believe that Francis would be able to do so. Wade nodded, though that didn't mean he couldn't torture the living hell out of him.
Honey, I'm home.
He yelled with the love of a returning husband. Peter followed closely behind, shaking his head at Wade's grand entrance. As they entered the house, Wade's voice reverberated through the empty rooms, demanding Francis to show himself. Each door swung open under the force of Wade's kicks, revealing nothing but deserted spaces. The house seemed devoid of any life besides the lit fireplace, showing that someone must have been here rather recently. Peter watched Wade's rampage with a mixture of amusement and detachment. He had already grown accustomed to the chaos that often accompanied his new friend's actions. As they reached the upper floor, the two soon realized that the house was completely empty. Peter shrugged, his disappointment evident.
Looks like someone tipped him off. He must know what happened to his facility.
Wade's shoulders slumped, his hopes of resolution fading away. He had wanted to finish this today, to quickly reunite with Vanessa as the man she remembered, not the disfigured monster he saw in the mirror whenever he had to take a P***SS. As they made their way back downstairs, Peter's spider senses suddenly went into overdrive. Something wasn't right. Peter couldn't help but notice a small security panel by the front door. It had been silently counting down this entire time, unnoticed by both of them. Staring at the security panel, his spider senses started tingling like crazy. Only 2 seconds remained on the countdown. Acting swiftly, Peter grabbed Wade's arm and waved his hand, creating a portal underneath them leading to the roof of a distant building. The sudden displacement left Wade momentarily bewildered as they landed on their feet, but realization quickly dawned on him as the house they had just been inside exploded in a spectacular display of destruction. Debris rained down as Peter and Wade stood on the rooftop, watching the flames and smoke rise into the evening sky. Luckily, the house was a good distance from any other properties, so no one was hurt. Wade stared at what remained of the burning house.
That F***seeker actually booby-trapped his own house.
Peter nodded.
I'll give the guy some credit. He has a big set of balls on him.
Wade groaned in disgust.
I can't get the image out of my head.
He said, slapping himself in the face with one of his desert eagles.
Go away.
Chapter 344, C349 Sister Margaret's School for Wayward Children. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of now, the Patreon is 3 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Police car light insert melting gifs here. Most likes wins police car light. Trophy yesterday's GIF winner, S. Munkraking, Trophy, AN. A new king must rise to put an end to this double posting swindler. His kingship is tainted by underhanded means. Wade Wilson walked through the entrance of Sister Margaret's School for Wayward Children, a dimly lit bar tucked away in a quiet corner of the city. He wore a simple set of clothes with a paper bag adorned his head, a sad-looking frown drawn on the front alongside eye and mouth holes. With each step, he dragged his friend, Peter, inside, who had been unsuccessfully assisting him in apprehending Francis, the sadistic man responsible for his ugly transformation. Inside the bar, Wade's heavy footsteps echoed against the wooden floor. The only sound breaking the silence were the many patrons inside, drinking and chatting amongst one another. And as they made it fully into the bar, panic instantly spread throughout the room as the criminal clientele caught sight of Spiderman's unmistakable figure. In a flurry of movement, the customers abandoned their drinks and scrambled to escape, fearing that the arrival of the web-slinger signaled their impending doom.
What the?
Weasel, the well-known bartender and friend of Wade, called out in confusion, wondering why everyone was evacuating the place so abruptly.
What the hell is going on?
Insert picture of Weasel here. As Peter's figure rounded the corner, Weasel found himself frozen behind the bar, his mind racing with thoughts of potential arrests. After all, almost everything about this establishment was illegal. It was practically a guild for mercenaries, where anyone could pick up or put out a contract for all sorts of dirty work. However, before fear could fully grip him, Wade slid onto a vacant stool at the bar.
Sex on the beach.
He ordered in a crestfallen tone. Recognizing Wade's distinct voice, Weasel's shock only increased. He was elated to see his friend alive and well, or as well as someone wearing a paper bag over their head could be.
Wade, you're alive.
His eyes darted to Peter, still uncertain of the famous hero's intentions.
Don't worry about Spidey, he's not here on business.
Wade quickly vouched for him.
And yes, I'm alive. Did you think I would die so easily? If he's not here on business, then why is he here?
Weasel asks as he continued to eye the hero warily. Wade gestured to Peter, who took a seat beside him at the bar.
Spidey here saved me from some pretty nasty torture, and the life of a slave that would have come afterward.
Curiosity got the better of Weasel as he leaned over the bar, his gaze fixed on Wade's concealed face.
Okay. I'm guessing all of this has to do with that creepy guy who you met with last month, but I just have a couple questions.
Weasel leaned over the bar with a mix of concern and morbid curiosity.
Why are you wearing a paper bag over your head? And where the hell have you been?
After all, there had been a lot of people cashing in on their bets from the dead pool, thinking Wade had met his demise. Wade's voice oozed with sarcasm, as per usual, as he explained that some so-called miracle workers had promised to cure his cancer, but instead, they had left him looking like a burn victim. His cancer was no longer an issue, but now he had a face that could launch 1,000 nightmares.
Can I see it?
Weasel asked curiously.
No.
Wade swiftly refused as he chugged his drink through a small mouth hole in the paper bag.
Come on.
Weasel whined like a kid.
Just show me already. You can't hide your ugly mug forever. No, it's...
Before Wade could say anything more, a mischievous grin spread across Peter's face as he reached over and yanked the paper bag off. Weasel's eyes widened, a mixture of shock and amusement taking over.
You look like a burnt Mr. Potato Head.
Unable to resist his comedic instincts, he couldn't help but crack a few jokes about Wade's unconventional appearance.
It's like someone ran over a possum and then set it on fire.
Weasel couldn't stop himself. Peter joined in.
Like a mole rat with acid burns.
He said, ignoring the glare that Wade was giving him.
Like a hairless dog with skin cancer.
Peter and Weasel went back and forth, roasting Wade's new appearance viciously.
Are you done?
Wade asked, fed up with both of them.
Yeah.
Weasel nods, staring at Wade in concern.
Are you okay?
He may have made some jokes, as that was the basis of their friendship, but that didn't mean he didn't care.
Yeah, I'm good.
Wade nods.
I just need to catch the F** seeker that did this time me so he can fix it. Don't worry.
Peter pats Wade on the shoulder a few times.
He won't be able to run for long. We'll get him next time.
With everything out in the open and the initial shock wearing off, Wade's attention shifted to a pressing concern.
Where's Vanessa?
He asked, staring straight at Weasel.
I checked the apartment and she wasn't there.
It had been almost a month since he last saw his fiancée, and he had no idea where she might be. Weasel sighed.
Well, since you disappeared without saying anything, she was obviously crushed and heartbroken.
He explained. Wade's head dropped downward, staring at the bottom of his glass. Weasel continued, his tone growing more serious.
After a couple weeks of waiting for you to come back, she ran out of money and had to start working again. She took a job at a pretty popular strip club. Last I heard, she was making a few thousand a night.
Vanessa chose that path instead of returning to her former life as a prostitute. She didn't have the means or skills to support herself otherwise, and the choice between working at a minimum wage job or dancing her way to financial stability had been an easy one.
Here.
Weasel scribbled down an address on a piece of paper, passing it to Wade with a sympathetic look.
That's where she works.
As Wade took the paper, he felt a mix of emotions wash over him. Relief, anticipation, and a renewed determination to find the woman he loves and explain himself. But not before he was back to his old handsome self.
I hate to say this because I know that you don't want her to see you like this, but...
Peter spoke up, drawing Wade's attention away from the paper in his hand.
What?
Wade asks as he stashed the address in his pocket.
Francis knows about Vanessa, right?
Peter asked, receiving a nod in return.
Then shouldn't we be moving her to a safe location? Francis may try to use her against you, especially when he learns that we're searching for him.
The same thing happened in the first Deadpool movie. Wade was an idiot who forgot that his enemies could go after his loved ones at any time. Suddenly, realization dawned on Wade as he dropped his empty glass, which shattered on the wooden floor.
Hey, you have to pay for that.
Weasel admonished, as otherwise it would be taken out of his pay. Ignoring the angry bartender, Wade practically jumped out of his seat and rushed to the door. And of course, Peter was quick to follow him out.
Wait!
Weasel shouted.
You didn't pay.
Outside the bar, Wade found a good-looking car and broke it open before hopping inside and hot wiring it.
Seriously?
Peter asked with a sigh.
You know I can just portal us there, right? Well, what are you waiting for? Let's go.
His future wife could be in danger, so he didn't have time to waste. Weasel scribbled down an address on a piece of paper, passing it to Wade with a sympathetic look. That's where she works. As Wade took the paper, he felt a mix of emotions wash over him. Relief, anticipation, and a renewed determination to find the woman he loves and explain himself. But not before he was back to his old handsome self. I hate to say this because I know that you don't want her to see you like this, but
We're here.
Peter says as he holds his nose from the foul stench of the place.
Though I wish we weren't.
Unlike Peter, Wade sniffed the air without any trouble.
Ah, the unhygienic stench of desperation and loneliness. This is definitely a strip club.
All right, how are we doing this?
Peter asks.
Are you taking the lead or what? Because someone needs to explain to her what's going on. Well,
Wade didn't sound very confident. Wade's head dropped downward, staring at the bottom of his glass. Weasel continued, his tone growing more serious. After a couple weeks of waiting for you to come back, she ran out of money and had to start working again. She took a job at a pretty popular strip club. Last I heard, she was making a few thousand a night. Vanessa chose that path instead of returning to her former life as a prostitute. She didn't have the means or skills to support herself otherwise, and the choice between working at a minimum wage job or dancing her way to financial stability had been an easy one. Here,
you would rather put the woman you love through a frightening kidnapping than simply tell her what's going on. Yes.
Wade nods his head, unashamed by his answer.
And you refuse to reveal yourself.
Peter asked and received another nod in return.
Sigh, why must you make everything so complicated?
Chapter 345, C350 Committing a Crime. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of now, the Patreon is 4 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Pistol insert criminal gifts here, most likes wins pistol. Trophy yesterday's GIF winner, S. Scar Justice Trophy, AN. A just king has taken the throne, thwarting that multi-posting heathen crown. Peter leaned against the bathroom wall, his arms crossed, as he waited for Wade to finish adjusting his tactical suit. Although Peter didn't agree with this, as he knew it would be better to simply explain things to Vanessa, Wade refused to see things his way. So they would be breaking the law today. Just as Wade wants, the two of them would kidnap his fiancée and move her to a safe location, where hopefully Peter could either convince Wade to reveal himself or perhaps trick him into doing so instead.
Meh, I'll figure something out.
Peter shrugged. Wade tugged at the straps on the suit, muttering to himself.
Man, this thing is tight. Are you sure I won't suffocate in here?
Insert picture of Deadpool suit. Peter rolled his eyes, his voice laced with impatience.
It's designed for maximum flexibility and protection. You'll be fine, just keep your focus on finding Vanessa.
Peter didn't think it best for him to wear the paper bag for this, so he conjured up a normal tactical suit that matched the Deadpool aesthetic. It wasn't anything crazy like Peter's suit, but it would be enough for this. Wade adjusted the mask, his eyes narrowing behind the red and black fabric.
Right, Vanessa. Gotta keep my girl safe from Francis.
He straightened up and struck a dramatic pose.
Don't worry, Spidey, the Crimson Chin is on the case. Please stop coming up with these *TTY names. They just don't work.
Peter couldn't help but chuckle.
Just remember, we need to keep a low profile. No unnecessary violence.
Wade grinned, a mischievous glint in his eyes.
No promises, webhead.
He said as he turned and left the bathroom. Shaking his head in annoyance, Peter discreetly activated the enchantment on his spider suit, watching as it transformed into a sleek, pitch-black form. Now unrecognizable as Spider-Man, he followed Wade out into the dimly lit club. They stepped out of the bathroom and into the pulsating atmosphere of the strip club. The bass thumped through the air, mingling with the voices and laughter of the surrounding patrons. Wade adjusted his mask once again, ensuring his face was hidden beneath its intimidating design. Men stood around the runway-styled stage, throwing money at practically naked women who danced on long shining poles for their pleasure. Other men sat in their own booths, accompanied by similar women who fawned over them as if they were the most handsome men in the world. They certainly weren't.
Suckers!
Peter thought as he watched these women expertly drain them dry of their money. As they navigated through the crowd, their eyes scanned the room, searching for any sign of Vanessa. The scent of perfume and alcohol mixed with the flashing neon lights created a surreal atmosphere. Wade's eyes widened as he spotted a door at the back marked.
Employees only.
He motioned for Peter to follow him, and they stealthily made their way toward it. Inside a nearby dressing room, a beautiful woman with long brown hair and matching eyes stood before a mirror, dressed skimpily, carefully applying her makeup. Insert picture of Vanessa here. The soft glow of the lights accentuated her beauty, but her expression carried a mix of weariness and uncertainty. Although she didn't return to prostitution, in a way, she was still selling her body to similar clientele, which was a bit disheartening when she thought about it. Though the money alone made this a far better job than anything else that she could be doing. Staring at herself in a tiny handheld mirror, Vanessa sighed.
I just wish Wade was here.
She thought sadly. Unbeknownst to Vanessa, a security guard who was meant to be guarding the hall outside from any weird and overzealous patrons watched her with lust-filled eyes. He had been watching her carefully ever since she started working here, waiting for the best moment to strike. Stalking up behind her unnoticed, as her mirror far was too small to show anything behind her, the rather muscular guard peered over her shoulder, admiring her exposed breasts. Unable to hold himself back any longer, he reached his hand out, his intentions clear. Suddenly, the door quietly opened, and a red and black-clothed head peeked inside. Instantly, Wade's rage bubbled to the surface as he burst into the room.
Hands off, scumbag!
He shouted, his voice filled with fury. The security guard stumbled backward, startled by Wade's sudden appearance.
Who the hell are you?
Wade cracked his knuckles, a wicked grin spreading across his face.
I'm the Crimson Chin, mother of Asterisk Seeker. Not again.
Peter rolled his eyes and let out a sigh. Without warning, Wade launched himself at the guard, a flurry of punches and kicks raining down upon him, leaving the guard reeling as he tried and failed to defend himself. Meanwhile, Vanessa leaped out of her seat and backed up into the corner, surprised by the sudden fight that broke out in the middle of her dressing room. Though before she ran over to cower in the corner, she was sure to hit a small emergency button under the table, which sent out a distress call to all security guards in the building. After all, being a stripper is a hazardous business. Clients can easily grow obsessive and delusional, leading to all sorts of unsavory situations. Bam! A red and black-clothed fist smashed into the guard's face, sending him spiraling to the floor.
Don't you ever
Wade exclaimed as he started stomping the guard's down body.
try to touch her again.
Vanessa wondered what he meant by that and why he seemed so protective of her. She felt that this masked man was familiar, though the mask muffled his voice, leaving her confused as to who it was. Peter leaned against the door frame, enjoying the show, though that was quickly ruined as a crowd of similarly dressed guards came running down the hall behind him. Quick to react, Peter turned around and swung into action. His movements were agile and precise as he incapacitated the guards one by one, using nothing but his inhuman speed to outclass them with ease.
Ella! Ugh! Ugh!
Vanessa's fear only grew as she heard the screams of agony and pain that echoed from outside the door. Barely a minute passed before Peter returned, completely unscathed with a pile of unconscious guards behind him. And when he returned, Wade was still stomping the guard that tried to get handsy with his fiancée. The floor was filled with blood and the man's head was partially caved inwards, though he was still breathing.
Stupid dumb $$ seeker B*TCH.
Wade never stopped insulting the guy as he continued to brutally assault him.
I think that's enough.
Peter said as Wade calmed down and returned to his senses. Nodding his head, Wade pulled out one of his desert eagles and aimed downward.
And no.
Asa.
Ugh. Ugh. Vanessa's fear only grew as she heard the screams of agony and pain that echoed from outside the door. Barely a minute passed before Peter returned, completely unscathed with a pile of unconscious guards behind him. And when he returned, Wade was still stomping the guard that tried to get handsy with his fiancée. The floor was filled with blood and the man's head was partially caved inwards, though he was still breathing. Stupid dumb $C B asterisk TCH.
Seriously.
Peter asked in exasperation.
What? He deserved it.
Wade shrugged uncaringly. Vanessa, wide-eyed in fear, watched all of this from the corner of the room, a lamp in hand ready to defend herself if need be. Fear mingled with confusion as she tried to comprehend the situation unfolding before her. Peter looked toward Wade, motioning for him to speak to her, but he just couldn't muster up the courage. Sighing in exasperation, Peter made a quick mental note to beat some sense into him later as he stepped up toward the frightened woman. Vanessa's voice trembled as she spoke, her trust wavering.
Who are you? Why are you doing this?
Look, we're not here to hurt you.
Peter says, receiving a very skeptical look from Vanessa.
Believe it or not, I don't care. We don't have much time right now, so just come with us and we'll explain everything, okay?
Of course, she didn't believe a word that came out of Peter's mouth, staying firmly in the corner, ready to lash out at whoever came near her. Seeing that this wasn't working, Peter sighed and waved his hand.
Sleep!
He said and moved forward to catch her as her eyes dropped shut and her body collapsed into a deep slumber.
What did you do to her?
Wade asks in concern as he turns his desert eagle toward Peter. Vanessa, wide-eyed in fear, watched all of this from the corner of the room, a lamp in hand ready to defend herself if need be. Fear mingled with confusion as she tried to comprehend the situation unfolding before her. Peter looked toward Wade, motioning for him to speak to her, but he just couldn't muster up the courage. Sighing in exasperation, Peter made a quick mental note to beat some sense into him later as he stepped up toward the frightened woman. Vanessa's voice trembled as she spoke, her trust wavering. Who are you? Why are you doing this? Look, we're not here to hurt you, Peter says, receiving a very skeptical look from Vanessa. Believe it or not, I don't care. We don't have much time right now, so just come with us and we'll explain everything, okay? Of course, she didn't believe a word that came out of Peter's mouth, staying firmly in the corner, ready to lash out at whoever came near her. Seeing that this wasn't working, Peter sighed and waved his hand. Sleep, he said and moved forward to catch her as her eyes dropped shut and her body collapsed into a deep slumber. What did you do to her? Wade asks in concern as he turns his desert eagle toward Peter. She's asleep, you idiot. Rolling his eyes at his friend's overreaction, Peter tossed Vanessa over to him. Wade's eyes widened as he dropped his gun and scrambled to catch his fiancée in a Princess Carrie.
Don't throw her like that. She's not a sack of potatoes.
Suddenly, the sound of police sirens echoes from outside the building.
I think that's our cue.
Peter says, ignoring Wade's glare as he opens a portal and steps through.
Come on, let's go. I'd rather not deal with the cops.